and how do tides? How
What's
do
that got to
tide?
do with it?
This is my other like argument for you. I'm
Well, the
gonna like
first one wasn't an argument, so it's not another argument.
it was an argument, but you refused to
What was the
address it.
argument? You said on a flat Earth, it wouldn't make sense that there's a flat optical horizon. Okay, and I said, what's your evidence? And you said, I don't need to provide any. And I pointed out that, yeah, a flat horizon would make sense on a flat surface. What doesn't make sense is that since you claim it's a curve of a ball Earth that boats and things are going over, it doesn't make sense that it doesn't match the geometry of that claimed ball when it's observed. That doesn't make sense if it's a ball.
I mean, yeah, it's the opposite of the point I'm making is that when you see a object traveling off from the horizon, if it was a flat horizon forever and ever and ever, you would see it even in like a small instance. But that's not what we observe. We observe like
No,
the
optics have a limit. Things get smaller as they go further away from you. You can't see forever. That's just a non-argument. I don't know who told you that we can see forever, but you were deceived.
what kind of music you into, man.
What?
So what kind of music are you into?
A whole heap of different music, as long as it's good.
I'm just trying to find like common ground with you because like I think like
Well, we can do that. I can find that common ground. Me and
because
you
honest
both.
to God, man, I've said this to people in here before, and like a lot of people like don't take it the right way. But like, regardless, like, even though I disagree with like flat Earth, I think that like so many people on Earth are ignorant to any kind of theory of like what we live on, and even
Yeah,
though
they don't
like
know shit. They all
and
think they just live on a vague spinning ball. They've got no idea how it's supposed to be proven or how they could
right,
prove it, what size it is, any of this
right,
stuff. Yeah,
but
most people don't know any of that.
right. So I mean, I believe that planets are spherical or oblate spherical. But even though you don't agree with that, like I think that um, a lot of flat Earth people I talk to are very opinionated and are heavily involved in like researching shit. And I think that even though I think it's like misplaced research,
Misplaced research.
but that's my opinion. You'd think the same about me.
No, no, no. I would not think it was misplaced if you were to research your belief in the globe. I would think that's the first thing you would want to do. Research is never misplaced if it's made with a genuine effort to find the truth of a matter, which is all we're doing here. We want to know whether that story they told us about being on a big spinning ball in a vacuum is true. So, of course, it requires research. That's just a given. But if you want common ground,
But you,
I'll
for me though,
just.
man, like with that alone, I've never understood like the motivation for like
We're
creating that
finding out
lie.
what's. Oh, well, that's secondary to the question of whether it's true or not. But how would you find out what the motivation was? Who are you going to ask? These people? Even if you were to find out that they lied, and then you're going to expect them to tell you the truth about why they did it? I mean, it's understandable that you want to know why, but even if we don't suggest an explanation for it, which we can speculate all day about why they've lied about it. But even if we didn't, that would be inconsequential to whether or not it's true. Or if they even lied. I mean, whether it's a lie, whether it's a mistake, that's secondary to how the Earth's surface measures, observes, is practically used, which is what's important, because we want to know whether the story about it being a ball is true. But if you're looking for common ground, just acknowledge the common ground that we all stand on, which, to our perspective and perception, is a motionless topographical plane. That's the common ground that we all share, regardless of our belief. So work from there. So we all experience a flat, motionless Earth. We were told that it's not that, it's something else. Okay. Can they prove that? Has it been measured? Is it true? That's it.
For me, man, like the way that the like our solar system operates, man, like with the systems of moons, and I think that
Well, again, that's what you've been told about the luminaries, the lights in the sky. But don't just move forward as if that you know that to be true. You have to
right.
acknowledge that that's just a
But man,
framework that you've been given.
but the stuff that you're saying about flat Earth, that's just stuff that you've been told.
No, incorrect. I don't have to be told that we experience a flat, motionless surface. That's observable, readily apparent. You would know it yourself. You've probably heard hundreds of people say it's too big to see the curve, meaning you experience a flat Earth. That's not something I had to be told. That's something I can recognize myself.
Yeah, I've seen photos that I believe to be true
Ah, well,
of
that's the
the
thing. Again, believe to be true. That's you being given something, which is different from what I'm talking about, because I'm just experiencing reality. You've been offered a story with an image, and they've told you believe this image, and you've said, I believe it. Those are not two equal positions. You're believing something contrary to what you've always experienced, whereas I'm accepting what we all experience.
I mean, isn't that what you're doing though? Believing
No,
something that you've
no, I've just
seen?
explained the difference very clearly. One is an acceptance of natural observation of reality. That'd be a flat, motionless topographical surface.
I mean, so
One
why do you
is
disbelieve
coming up with
what
explanations
NASA
for
said?
why it looks flat, motionless, and topographical, when
So
in reality it's a big spinning
why
ball.
why do you disbelieve the photos that NASA like would publish of the Earth?
Because Earth's surface has never had any curvature detected to be commensurate with those images. And when people do try to measure this curvature, it's not there. So how could the images be real showing a curve that doesn't exist in reality?
I mean, hasn't like every test that like flat earthers have done of like measuring like trying to prove non-Earth
No.
curvature hasn't that one that like
Yeah,
John Sargent
it's
did,
proved
man?
that there's no curvature. When people go out to lakes, salt flats, oceans, and they test, see how far they can see how far they can shoot lasers, whatever, there's no curvature. No curvature detected. Lasers go straight across, hit the targets. People see things that they shouldn't be seeing if there was a curve.
I mean,
That's it.
you've seen the like the laser test that like John Sargent did.
Well, there's a bunch of laser tests. You maybe mean Mark Sargent, but I've probably
So
seen it years ago. But yeah, we've got a heap of laser tests we can post, which clearly
and
demonstrate there's no curvature.
uh, I think with flat earthers, I think they work from a hypothesis instead of like working towards a hypothesis.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. We go out, observe, and measure what's observable and measurable. The globe side have a preconceived notion of a globe that they will reverse engineer whatever observation comes up and say, well, it's still a globe even though it doesn't match the geometry because insert excuse.
But
So no,
but
we're not working backwards from the hypothesis. We're just seeing how far we can see. How far can we shoot lasers? It's the globe side that are then coming in afterwards and saying, well, it's still curved even though there's no curve detected. On top of every other argument the globe has, which is like, is so ridiculous at this point that it's like,
some modern technologies, like, for example, radio waves, sonar, radar. Now, these three particular technologies propagate horizontally. So, if they're subjected to a spherical ball, there's going to be a range by which the curvature will interrupt and you will not be getting signals and you will not be able to read. Okay. So, that's where we are proving that the Earth is flat that way with that technology. Then there's the GPS. ground positioning systems, again, they propagate horizontally, so they wouldn't be able to measure curvature, because again, the curvature would be interrupting the signal. So it wouldn't work if the Earth is a ball and you're trying to use GPS, ground positioning systems. That's what GPS stands for. Ground positioning systems. There would be a limitation on the technology because the globe would be interrupting. Okay. Then there's the theodolites, which what the geodetic surveyors use, and they work only on linear straight lines. So they're not registering curvature when they use that instrument. Okay, the theodolites. Okay, then there's things like submarines and their torpedoes, for example. A submarine operates similar to an airplane. They operate horizontal in the ocean. Okay, now when they fire their torpedo, they don't take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. They just fire straight. Now, if the Earth is curving and the submarine was at a depth of 15 feet, when they fire the torpedo and it follows a straight line, it would surface at 7 miles because the Earth's curvature would be there. It would come out. But these torpedoes can go 25 miles and not surface and kill a target. Boom. Okay? So that's proof, again, that the Earth cannot be a globe because submarines are operating in the ocean horizontally. Same with aeroplanes. They fly horizontally in the air. Ships also travel on the leveled water. You know, they're not following any curved trajectory. And then you have your long distance, long range telescopes and short range telescopes, followed by laser beam tests. Can you see all these technologies are helping us to prove that the Earth isn't curving? We're using it to try and find the curvature, but we're finding horizontality everywhere. Okay?
Yeah. Apologies, I'm a bit distracted because I'm having a meal as I'm listening to you, but there's definitely a lot to unpack there. And
yeah, I
mentioned,
apologize for that.
No, you're fine.
So I mentioned. Yeah, go ahead.
So that makes me wonder, how would you personally like to? Because I believe, Jen, you're the kind of a person who might not be liking this idea that perhaps not all knowledge or truths or facts are experience dependent. But I'll just let that go for now. So I want to know that what are your personal opinions on this contemplation about the cycle of night and day? Do you have any way to go about this?
Oh,
given your
that's a very
opinion?
good question. That comes up quite a lot in the discussion, time zones and night and day. Okay, well, it's quite simple to explain from the flat Earth position, and that is basically the sun itself and its luminosity is restricted to local. So people's impression is that if you're on a flat Earth, that means the sun can shine up the whole of the Earth. Well, that's not possible, because indeed, when we see the sun coming in the morning, right, they call it the sunrise, but it's actually up in the sky all the time. But as it comes towards us, by 12 o'clock noon, it's above our head, burning strongest heat, and then it moves away again, right? And then after a while, it gets dark. So clearly, the sun has moved beyond our area where we live, our country. It's gone to another country to give the next country good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Clearly, every country has its turn. It's that simple. You know?
That's fascinating. I might be able to write all those things down. I mean, your positions. So it's the sun that tends to come and go. We are static on this surface, whatever the shape, regardless of the shape of the Earth. We are static. We are here, and we are constantly observing the sun come and go, leading towards the cycle of night and day. Correct?
Correct. That's exactly it. Exactly in a nutshell. Earth is stationary, so the surface we're on isn't moving unless there's earthquakes, of course. Then you notice it then. But outside of that, no, the Earth is stationary, non-rotating plane, and it's the sun and the moon that move above our head across the surface of the Earth. Correct.
So what can we say I mean, what do we have to say about the planetary motion as they are formalized on a global
Okay.
level?
Yeah. Well, the globers make the globers themselves make a mistake because they're equivalating Earth, which you know very well has life, to the objects in the sky, which we don't know what they are at all. We've never been there to validate any theory, any hypothesis. So we don't know what their makeup is at all. So it's a big mistake. It's called a false equivalence fallacy, because you're equivalating Earth, which has life, water, pressurized system, okay, to those planets up there, which we do not know what they are. So it's a mistake. I can't answer that question because I can't go there to confirm any of the stories we've been told or any of my ideas. You understand? We're not the same. That's for sure.
Yeah,
We
so you're
Earth,
saying Earth demands, and the earthly beings, they demand special feeding.
I,
Yeah.
I would say that. Yeah, you could say that because they're making a mistake. Earth is not a planet, because the word
So
planet, hang on, the word planet, when we translate it from Latin or from Greek into English, means wandering star. Now, the Earth isn't a star, and Earth isn't wandering. It isn't moving anywhere. So the planets move. We're not a planet. Okay? So you have to divorce yourself from that idea. That Earth isn't a planet is what you must always remember. Earth is not a
what about
planet because
what
Earth
about
has
what
light.
about Gotcha. Earth is not a planet because Earth has light.
Life, life.
Okay, life. Yep. So, so having said that, what do we have to say about the stars?
Well, what do we have to say? We don't know what they are. Nobody knows. They're just glittering lights for our delight and entertainment, is what I like to say. That's it. Purely decoration at night. That's it. We can't go there to know what they are. Although the Polynesians, and back in the day, they used the stars to navigate, that's fine. We can use them for navigation, okay, to a certain degree. But outside of that, we don't know what stars are. Never held one in my hand. I can't go there to validate them. And all stories that are told, most flat earthers don't accept, because it's the confirmation, validation, and confirming problem that we have.
Through experience, specifically. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Because if you're saying that the Jupiter is a gas giant, then you would have to go there to confirm that it is a gas giant. Can't just say that. That would be a belief. And when you believe something, you're demonstrating that you don't know. So when I say to you strongly that 9 billion people on Earth are believing the Earth is a globe, they don't know it's a globe. Although you hear the globers say everybody knows it's a globe. No, nobody knows it's a globe. Actually, nobody knows it's a globe because Earth isn't a globe. Knowledge, know means knowledge. Knowing means knowledge. So to know something means you've experienced it at least. Nobody has gone out to check, to measure, to prove Earth is a globe. So nobody knows the Earth is a globe. That's our position again.
Right. So, I mean, out of all the things that you've said, what I'm really liking and admiring about your position is the fundamental element of skepticism, right? And
Well,
that's what
yeah,
I'm.
okay, yeah. I mean, I can accept that to a degree, because you maybe not so much fundamental, but it's the integrity of the situation demands that you question everything and try to validate, because if you don't, you're not believing. When you're believing, that cannot be the truth. It's a belief. You're not really carrying it. Don't get me wrong, because now people want to say, yeah, but you believe in God. I said, no, I don't believe in God. God has to be existing for the earth to exist. What made the earth? The creator. So therefore the creator exists. We're living on the earth. No man made this earth. Okay? We're living. What man made the banana? What man made the onion? What man made the carrot or the apples? No man. We can grow them, but who made it? The creator. So that's not a belief. That's a fact. For me, my position, that would be a fact, that God
Yeah,
exists. God created the earth.
I mean, thanks for sharing all that ideas and all of your opinions with me. I might have to run off for a couple of errands, but I'll just would like to conclude your positions because I don't want to misquote you or misinterpret.
Yeah, thanks, UB. Yeah. Sorry?
Paling kalau udah kalah debat biasanya make agama kayak misal di Islam itu kan ada di Al-Quran ada keterangannya
He has to speak in English basically because nobody understands Arabic here. Although it's a beautiful language, of course, we don't understand it, unfortunately. So he has to speak in English, and we're not denying anything at all at the moment. We can't even say we deny the globe because the globe would have to exist for me to deny it. You can't deny something that doesn't exist. You know, if a pen is on the table and I see it and I say it's not there, then I'm denying the truth. But the globe itself doesn't exist, so I'm not denying the globe. I can't deny what I don't see. You know. Thank you.
What are you talking about? Flat Earth?
We believe
Yes, we are. Welcome.
Think
Welcome
it's-
to the Flat Earth server.
For anyone know it's a flat or circle?
Okay,
Or what?
just hold on a second. I'm just going to go to the toilet. So give me 2 to 3 minutes, and I'll return. I'll stay as I am. Just 1 second, please.
Maybe it's another translator here because I want to say Indonesia language.
I'm using my full profile. Marriage. I don't believe in flat Earth.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting. You're listening to Jin CBR1. Okay, so sorry to keep you waiting. Right, how can I help you? What can I do for you? Welcome to the server. Hello. Okay, never mind. Where's that towel? Towel. Ah, here it is. Thank you. Please dry my hands. Right, welcome. Do you have any questions regarding the flat Earth or the heliocentric model, the globe? Which one is correct? The flat Earth or the globe? Where are you? What is your position? Shaggy's in the house, he's relaxing. Okay, we got 20 cups in the house. Everyone's in the place still yet. Well done, everybody. We shall wait for some more. Welcome to the server. Hello and welcome to the server. How can we help you?
Hello,
Hello, what is your name, sir? What is your name?
my name is Daniel.
Daniel. Nice to meet you, Daniel.
Nice
Welcome
to
to
meet
the
you.
server.
Thank you.
What brings you in today? Why did you come here today?
I'm here to improve my English, you know?
Okay. Well, welcome. Hopefully We can help you improve your English. This is the flat Earth server. You understand that? So we often discuss about the shape of the Earth. Is the Earth a globe, ball-shaped globe, or is it flat? So what is your position in this situation?
I think our Earth is square actually.
You think it is square, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mean a cube? Cube? Square cube?
No, no, a flat cube, a flat square. You know.
Okay. Why do you say that? Please tell us why you say that. Go ahead.
Because read that in a book.
Oh, what was the name of the book?
It's a book that I write the book. You know. The
What
book is called Square Earth.
Okay, it's called Square Earth. What, did you write it yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, that's strange, isn't it? Why would you write that the Earth is square? Please explain how you come to the conclusion the Earth is.
It's because I analyze the stars. You know, I take I don't know how to say that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you are analyzing the stars. You're using the stars. You're applying the stars. How do you use the stars? In what way do the stars tell you you're on a square Earth?
I use a ruler. Do you know a ruler
I know what a ruler
measure
is, of course. Yeah.
to
Carry on.
measure the stars? You know, to see the distance between one star and other star, and I concluded that the Earth is a square.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, clearly your methodology is flawed. Clearly you're trolling. Clearly you're trolling because the Earth isn't square, is it? And your methodology is
What do you
flawed.
believe? What do you believe?
I don't believe in anything as such. I don't carry any beliefs. I carry knowledge, and what I don't know, of course, I don't know. But I don't do any believing. So I know that the Earth itself isn't an oblate spheroid, and I know that the Earth is flat. That's what I do know.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
So,
why I
and I do
cannot
know.
turn on my camera on this Discord server?
Because when people turn on the cameras, the bandwidth is lost, and then the communication starts to break down. So we prefer it that people don't put the cameras on. It's not necessary.
But some people can turn on the camera.
Yes. In your position, you would maybe you're a newcomer, aren't you, Daniel? You're a newcomer?
Yeah.
Right. So because you're a newcomer, you would need special permission for that to happen. I'm not a moderator here, so I can't do that.
Oh, okay, I get it. Can you turn on your camera?
Yes, I can turn on my camera, but I don't need to do that because, like I just said, it interferes with the signal, so it is not necessary.
Okay, I don't want you to turn on your camera. I'm just curious
Oh, yeah.
about.
Oh, no, I don't mind turning my camera on. That's not a problem. The thing is, in this server, the signal starts to break down. So nobody puts their camera on unless, the moderators are demanding it. Then that's a different situation. Then you may just to verify you are who you are. Then that's fine. But generally, the moderators don't ask anyone to put the cameras on because it interferes with the signal. The reception starts to degrade dramatically. Okay, so we prefer not to use the camera, saving bandwidth and then improving
Where
on
do
the
you live, Jane?
audio.
Where do you live? What is your country?
I'm currently in Japan, but I was born in England.
Japan.
Where do you
Really?
live?
Nice.
Yes.
I'm living
Where do
in
you live?
Brazil. In Brazil.
Okay, so you're still. Oh, nice one.
I'm from Brazil. I lived in a city called Goiânia.
Okay, muete prazer.
Mucho prazer. This
Yeah.
is Spanish. In Brazil, we speak Portuguese. It's a little
Yeah,
bit
you speak
different.
Portuguese. Yeah, it's slightly different. Yeah,
But
I
our
understand that.
Portuguese is different from Portugal, you know?
Yes, again, slightly different. I understand that. Yeah, Brazil is nice. Nice place, yeah.
Why do you move it to Japan?
Oh, I was born in England, of course, London, and then I left London to marry my wife, who is Japanese. That's why I've been here
Oh,
now
do you have a
26.
Japanese wife?
Yeah, 26 years.
How do you know her?
Oh,
Do you
how did I
know?
meet her?
Hey,
How
how
did I
do you
meet
meet
her?
her? Yeah,
I met her in London.
in London. Okay.
Yeah, because that's where I was born in London. So I met her in London, you see.
Okay. Do you speak
Yeah.
Japanese?
はい、日本語喋りますよ。もちろん。地球は平らです。中大の地球は全然見たことない。Okay, what did I just say? I said, yes, of course I speak Japanese. The earth is flat and I've never ever seen the globe.
Okay. How
There
long
you
do you
go.
live in Japan?
26 years now.
Damn, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, long time, yeah. We have 4 boys that are growing up now nicely. 4 boys. Okay, well, that's enough about me. That's enough about me. So do you understand the position that the earth can't be square by using the stars? That's not true, is it? That's wrong, isn't it? And you don't have a book called Square Earth. So my question to you is, how do you
How
know
do you
the
know
earth is
that
a
I
globe?
don't have a book called Square Earth?
I've never seen it on the market.
It's because I didn't publish it yet.
So you haven't published it yet, Square Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think you have such a book because the methodology you discussed just now proves
I
that.
write that book using ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's fine. Still would be inaccurate because you couldn't use the stars to conclude the Earth to be square. It's not.
I use a ruler too. Do you know a ruler?
Like I said, even using a ruler, you still couldn't conclude that the Earth is square. That's what we call trolling.
No,
Being
why do
silly.
you think that?
Did you also use crayons as well? And did you eat some of the crayons? I
What
think
is
so.
crayons? Sorry, I don't know what is crayons.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah.
Uh,
Crayons
how do I
are
write?
what
How
children.
do I write this? Just search on Google.
CRAYONS. Crayons. And it's what children use when they're
Crayons,
first learning how to.
okay. It's like
Right.
a pen, right? Pen from
Color, yes.
children.
Colored wax. Let's
Okay.
get it right.
Okay.
It's all wax.
Yeah, I
Wax and
actually
various
use
other
your
ingredients.
crayons too. I actually use them. I use them to draw in a paper, and do my math stuffs and get to the conclusion that
Okay.
Earth is
Okay.
square.
But we're here to be serious. So your trolling is not doing well. The question I asked you was, how do you know the Earth is a globe? If indeed that's what you follow.
I told you I just do my math stuffs and I get to that conclusion.
Yeah, no, that's not proving that the Earth is a globe. That's the problem. The
Yeah,
methodology is flawed.
but my thoughts you need to read my book to get them because it's too complex.
No, it's not. Like I said, the methodology of using a ruler in the stars is a flawed methodology. Everybody will tell you that.
I
Okay.
actually use the CO2.
Here we go again. Look. Anyway, okay, whatever mind.
I
You
take
sit
a
there.
ruler. I take a ruler and I put the ruler in the horizontal and it's flat, But it's flat in the way that cannot be just flat. I mean, a globe flat. It just can be a square flat.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we have here now. There's a person called, I think that's Makoto, I think. Welcome, Makoto. I could be wrong there.
Why everybody
No,
in that room is not speaking?
well, because one, I'm speaking, so they're listening to me, and they're waiting for Globers who have real questions about the globe and the flat Earth to come in. You're being, silly in a way. You're not taking the topic matter serious, so they're not going to talk, are they? You're lucky I'm talking to you. Anyway, I'm just checking. We got Makoto. Welcome, Makoto. Makoto, welcome. Makoto is in the house. That's the Japanese writing that I recognize, the hiragana, as we call it.
I think they are done speaking because they don't have how to prove that the Earth is not square.
No, that's not the reason. The reason Jin said was correct.
Yeah, you're not being serious, so
Hey,
no one wants to.
anti-globalist, can you tell me why the globe is flat?
No, I think you should stay on the globe side, to be honest. You don't deserve this information.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that, anti-globalist?
Hello, Falati.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Welcome to the server. How can we help you? You're listening
Hello,
to Jin
Flat Earth.
CBR1.
Can you prove flat Earth?
Yes, yeah, we can. We can do that. No problem.
How?
Okay, how do we prove flat Earth? Well, basically, we look for the curvature of the Earth in order to prove the Earth is not a globe, okay? We try
Okay.
to validate globe, okay? That means we are trying to measure the curvature. And what happens when we try to measure the curvature of the Earth, that means we are finding that the Earth is level, no measurable curvature. Does that make sense?
No, does it make sense?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. When we were at school, we were told that the Earth is a globe, yes? The Earth is a globe. Okay, they didn't give us the proof of that. So we grew up, and now I find out that the Earth isn't a globe because someone is telling me, Jim, the Earth isn't a globe. You better go and check it. Okay, so I go and check now. How do I check? I take the numbers they give me. The circumference is 24,901 miles. That would be the circumference. The radius is 3,959 miles. So with those two numbers, I can now go out into nature and start to measure. So when I look over the distance of the Earth of 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature. It's not there. It's horizontal all the way. I extend the distance.
Okay. Can you show us a video?
Well, you won't see me in the video, but I can show you images of flat Earth. No problem. Long distance observation. I can give you that. Yeah, of course. Let me just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Hang on. Let me give me a few minutes to get into my photographic library, of course, and then I can show you the characteristics of flat Earth. Okay, hang on a second, just 1 second there. I'm getting there slowly. Show you one image. Okay, hang on. I'm now posting. If you look in the side chat, I'm going to post you an image. Okay, here it comes. There's one. All right, I'm going to post 3 images. So just hold on a second. There's one. Image number 2 coming up shortly. Oh, gone the wrong. Okay, here comes image number 2 for you. Come on. Because you're going to be looking at how horizontal that surface is. Okay, here we go.
Can I
Now,
do?
one more image coming up for you.
That's interesting.
Yep, one more image coming up for you. This one's going to give you a bit more information, okay, than the last one I posted, okay? So just bear with me. I hate it when this happens, but there you
It
go.
was always a lie.
No, hold on a second, please.
They lie
Before you
to
s-
us all the time.
Oh, yeah, yes. They did lie to us. Exactly. That's correct. Okay, here you are. Can you
Why
see
they
this?
do that?
Right, there's the third image. Can you see the third image? 273 miles observation over the French mountains. Okay, now that distance should have had 9 miles of curvature blocking the line of sight of the camera, but yet the camera made the shot. Interesting, isn't it? The camera was able to
Interesting.
capture that shot beautifully.
But why? What's the meaning of this? Why are they lying?
Okay, well, I mean, the reason they're lying to us, right? The most straightforward answer I can give you is that they're obviously controlling the human race here. Okay, that's what they've been doing for a few hundreds of years. The control of the human race. Okay, that's what they're doing. The point is the fact that you've established a lie means that you understand now that the Earth cannot be a globe. Yes, do you understand that? Because that's what you have to concede. Right. Okay.
Wow.
And now that you know that the Earth isn't this globe, you still have to go out and investigate for yourself. You have to go out and measure this curvature. If you look in the side chat and scroll back a little bit, you will come across an image of the curvature chart. Series of numbers, Earth ball, how to measure the curvature. Can you see it? Scroll back.
Yes.
It was posted by a guy called Shaggy. Okay. With that chart, if you click on it, it gets enlarged, and you can enlarge the size, and you can see the distances there. How many miles, how much curvature there should be. Okay.
Wow.
So you can use that chart and then go out into nature and start measuring for curvature. That means you're looking at point A to point B, see what you can see. And if the curvature is not there, you're living on a flat Earth, of course. You're making observations. Okay, because we're saying to you that we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth because we are seeing vast distances that the curvature of the
I
Earth
respect
would
your
not allow.
effort, but what's I know it's a flat or globe.
What's the meaning of that?
What I can do with that?
What's the importance of that? Okay, well, basically it's this then, if you want to know that, ladies and gentlemen. What is the importance of learning that the Earth is flat and not a globe? Well, that means it is upon us to insist that the education system stop misinforming the children at school. Because after all, our parents are giving good tax money to educate the children. So that means they are not honoring the tax that we pay. Misuse of funds. Secondly, they are using the money, the tax, also as a story that they can go to the moon, for example, when they can't go to the moon because the Earth is not a globe. So the space budget needs to stop. Do you understand now the importance of learning why the Earth isn't a globe? Because taxpayers' money is being misused. Is that fair? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. That is why it's important.
Our money. That's your point.
Yeah. Yes, of course. They're wasting our money. And they're misinforming me at the same time.
Okay, can I ask you?
Yeah.
I am actually
Can you wait a minute. can you explain the eclipse? Eclipse, yep. Eclipse.
Yeah, the
in a flat
eclipse.
Earth?
Yes, the eclipse.
Eclipse.
When you look to, yes, I can understand you. When you look at the eclipse is not proving the shape of the Earth, because you don't look at the stars or the sun or the moon to determine the ground under your feet. The gold standard is to measure the surface. Looking to the stars is not measuring. You're not measuring when you look at the moon or you look at an eclipse. I'm not doing any measurement at all. Measuring means to measure the surface. How am I doing that if I'm watching an eclipse for an hour or two? That doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, does it?
No, the eclipse, the shadow of the Earth.
The shadow is not the Earth causing that shadow on the moon. Because when we're on the Earth and we're looking at the moon, how is the Earth causing that shadow? And how did you prove that? How did you confirm that it is the Earth's shadow? How did you prove that?
What else?
Well, I just told you, measure the surface. Measure the surface. That's what else. The number one standard, the gold standard in working out whether or not the Earth is curving is to measure the surface. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Right. So then go and measure the surface of the Earth. That's how you're going to. Looking to the stars is looking in the wrong direction. It's like I want to wash my car, but I'm looking at the sun. Can I wash my car if I'm looking at the sun?
No.
Or the moon? Or the stars? Can I wash my car if I do that?
No, you can't.
Right. So obviously, I must look at my car, grab the sponge, and wash the car. So if you want to know whether the Earth is curving, you don't look at the sun, the moon, or the stars, because you're not measuring. You must look at the surface and start to measure the surface. Okay?
Yes, I got it.
Good. That's the gold standard. The highest standard of integrity. That is it, to measure the surface. Nothing else will do. The sun and the moon and the stars is not measuring. I cannot use them to measure the surface of the Earth. Okay? And then there's eclipse. There's an eclipse called the. Hang on. There is an eclipse called the Senelenian eclipse. Yeah. The Senelenian eclipse is I'm on the Earth. The moon is up above the horizon, and the sun is up above the horizon, and I'm standing on the Earth. Okay, and I can see that the shadow on the moon is on top, so it cannot be the Earth. That's called the impossible eclipse. It's called Senelenian. Okay. So eclipse don't prove shapes. So I suggest that you need to measure the surface of the Earth, okay? I know you haven't done that yet, so you don't know the Earth is a globe, okay? So your position currently is you don't know the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you don't know the Earth is a globe because you haven't measured it, but you believe. Assalamu alaikum, but you believe. Now, I can also...
I respect your point.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
Where
go
are you
ahead.
from?
I am an African who was born in England, London, England, born talking to you from Japan.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
Good
So I'm
brother.
an African. I'm an English speaking African, an African that was born in England, now talking to you from Japan. Konbanwa. Okay, where are you from? Where are you from, sir? Where are you from?
Me? Or him?
Yeah. You're from
I am from
Holland?
Saudi.
Oh, Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
well,
Saudi
nice
Arabia.
to meet you from Saudi Arabia. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you. Do you know that in the Quran? Sorry?
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ah, thank you very much. Yeah. Wa alaikum salam. Okay. So basically, in the Quran, it actually mentions the flat earth, by the way.
No, it doesn't mention.
Absolutely right.
No. There are Quranic.
Yeah. Hold on. We're gonna get off that, Jin. I don't want to turn into a religious conversation.
It wasn't going to turn into
Yes,
it.
yes.
It wasn't going to turn, correct? There was no way that it was going to turn. I was just going to inform them and then move on. That was it, really. But yeah, no problem. It's not going to turn into that. I promise you.
Okay, no problem. We can.
Yeah, I'm going to try and help you by posting the verse, and then you can learn from the verse yourself. This is not a religious sermon. Yeah. Nice one, Crit. Well, anyway, welcome, Crit. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Yeah, hanging in there.
Yeah, I have some Islamic brothers. I just want to point them in the right direction. You know how it is. You help one another. Now, can you mute your? If you're not talking, can you mute your mic, please? Because we're getting the background noise. Hot micing. Can you stop that, please? Thank you. Yeah. We always try to help each other get to the right direction and get the right information. So if I can post the verses from the Quran for them, they can read it later. That's all. They don't have to. We're not discussing religion at all. We're not. Of course not. So does anybody have any other questions as to how the Earth is flat and not a spinning ball hurtling through the universe? Or do you have proof that the Earth is a globe? Please present. Present your evidence or your proof, for that matter. We are waiting.
Do you think they went to the moon?
That's a good question. Did NASA go to the moon? No, they did not go to the moon. It is not possible.
Why is that?
Because one, if
there is a video.
We know that the Earth is flat, okay? And if we have this air pressure at 14.7 psi, that would mean we have a container. You can't leave the container. And then the vacuum of space is too harsh. 2, we don't have the technology. 3, rockets don't work in a vacuum. There are many reasons. There are many reasons.
It's so expensive.
Yeah, the technology doesn't work in a vacuum.
So expensive to.
Sorry?
The technology is very expensive if they want to go to moon
The
again.
technology does not work. It's expensive, it's a waste of money, and it does not work. Correct.
They lost $1 trillion when they go to moon. So what's the point to go again?
The point, yeah, the point of
money.
the point of the moon landings was to help keep you believing you're on a globe. So that helps to substantiate that Earth is a globe, okay? But that helps to prove it because they went to the moon supposedly. Okay, that's one thing. And then they made their money from that. They're pocketing the money. Okay? That's all the moon landings were. Just another hoax, robbery. They stole the money and keep you believing you're on a globe. If you look in the side chat, I posted the Quranic verses that mention flat Earth, okay? It's in the Quran. Look at it later. We can't discuss it now. But look at it later, and then maybe if you disagree, you can come back and say, I disagree on these points. Okay? The verses are there that mention flat Earth. So yeah, the technology cannot work because rockets do not work in a vacuum.
Do you have any question?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, do you know about Biruni? البيروني.
Al-Biruni.
Yes.
Al-Biruni. Yeah.
He calculated the diameter of the Earth.
Yes, flat. Yeah, he knew it was flat, not a globe. Al-Biruni.
No, the diameter works in globe. Doesn't work in flat.
No, it's flat. He was using a what is it? The sextant. He used a sextant. Al-Biruni proved flat Earth. He didn't prove globe Earth at all. No curvature. Al-Biruni did not prove the Earth is a curving. And the question is, did you prove it as a curving? Have you proven it? Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Yeah, my question to you is, have you seen the curvature and have you measured that curvature? 2 questions. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Let him go his Al-Biruni. So what did Al-Biruni do?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
He calculated the diameter of the world.
Okay, then what was the method?
Okay, then I can't explain that because my English is weak, but I can show you a video. Wait a minute.
Okay, we'll put the video in the side chat. I'll be interested. But I know Al-Biruni did not prove the Earth is a globe. Crick, can you explain to him what he actually did? Al-Biruni.
Yeah, he used triangles, which wouldn't work on a curved surface.
Thank you.
He went up to a mountain and then saw his viewing height, compared it to viewing distance from the ground, then estimated the height of the mountain, and then completed those triangles.
Right.
And it's something about a slave too. There's like a slave involved or whatever.
Right, right. Triangles do not work on a curving surface.
Oh, that's flat Earth Discord. Okay.
Yeah. So triangles do not curve. 3 straight lines make a triangle. No curving at all. Okay? So Al-Biruni did not prove the Earth was a globe. And neither did Aristophanes or Eratosthenes, if you want to pronounce it that way. They did not prove the Earth is a globe. And then my question to you still stands. Where did you see the curvature of the Earth and did you measure it? Or have you ever measured it? Better still. Yeah, Al-Biruni doesn't come up that much, but in recent weeks, in places I've gone to, I've heard his name pop up. Al-Biruni.
Look here.
Al-Biruni is a flat earther. He's not a globe earther at all. Does anybody else have any questions whilst we're here?
No, I sent the video.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay, so you posted a video.
Yes.
You posted a video dealing with satellites and rockets, which is really a begging the question fallacy, is it? Because before you could have rockets going to space, you have to prove that the Earth is a globe first. The globe must be proven first. So you're jumping the gun, as they say. Do you know what I mean? That's not correct. Your methodology is wrong.
Hello, gentlemen. I
Why?
have just one question.
Why? Because you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe yet.
Gentlemen, I have a question for you. Just one question.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've recently came here in this app, and I do not know how can I make my own VR because I do not fit in many people rooms. You know.
Well, I think you may have to talk to a moderator because I'm not a moderator here.
Well, do I have to be a moderator to establish my own VR voice room?
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to get permission from the people who have who own the server. That's the point I'm making.
A lot of permission that need to
Okay.
be done first.
Well, when a moderator comes in, like DJ, if DJ's in the house, Chris, can you help this guy?
I wish if you can help.
Yeah, we're just channel
What can
moderators.
do?
You need to talk to a server moderator. I don't know anything else about the other rooms in the server.
Yeah.
But there's only one guy who makes those rooms, different rooms with the different topics.
Yeah, I don't know.
So am I, yeah.
You have to talk to Vivek or one of the other administrators. I'm not sure.
Do I have to
We're
pay
just
for
channel.
them?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. No, nothing's paid for like that. But yeah, I'm not sure. We just manage this particular channel. That's all.
So I was just
I don't
wondering.
I don't even go in the other parts of the server.
It'll be much more interesting if I have the ability to create my VR, choosing the people that would join to me. You know.
Yeah.
So that cannot happen here.
We just run this channel, so yeah, I don't know. You'd have to talk to someone who knows.
I really appreciate these answers, gentlemen.
It's all right.
Thanks.
All right.
Right. Does anybody else have any questions related to the topic matter?
Thank you for
You didn't
conversation with me.
you didn't answer me.
What was your question? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Alberoni, he calculate the angle of the shadow and
No, you're getting your people mixed up, right? So you didn't even post
The
a video.
Earth is a crocodile.
Your mom's a crocodile, all right? So Alberuni
And your
didn't.
mom too is man. What the fuck?
Yeah, why don't we just mute them when they do that? Just mute them so they can't talk. That's the end of them. Silence them.
Yeah.
Instant.
So the video that you put in the side chat doesn't have anything to do with Alberuni. Doesn't even mention Alberuni.
It's about bloody satellites. He's trolling. The man
it's
is
the
trolling.
same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
I'm looking at a globe and a rocket. How is that the same as a bloody on a mountain?
It's Eratosthenes.
Yeah, silly ass.
It's showing Eratosthenes, not Alberuni.
Yeah.
So it's a cartoon showing a mythical figure called Eratosthenes, right? Who didn't measure if the Earth was a globe or flat. Okay, he already thought that the Earth was a globe, and then he did some mathematics based on the assumption that the Earth was a globe, and tried to calculate the radius value. So he wasn't trying to prove if the Earth was a globe, right? So this test doesn't help you. Okay. Any more questions?
Yo, what's good?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, how you doing? What's up?
Yeah, what's up? I'm good.
Yeah,
Good.
nice.
Congratulations.
Hope you're enjoying the Sunday.
What?
Do you have any questions to ask us today? Anything?
No. No.
Okay. The Earth is indeed flat, and that's good news.
Yeah, I've been here before, so I know.
Yeah. I'm just checking that your spirit is still there. You're still in the flat Earth spirit. Because people disappear and come back and start talking globe again. Is that the case?
No point of arguing,
Yeah, that's right. When you know the Earth is flat, you know you can't go back to the globe because the globe is not there. It never existed. It does not exist.
What do you think of other planets? Do you want to go to Mars?
No, I don't have the desire to go anywhere up there at all. Because I know we can't go there.
If Elon Musk, the guy who is trying to make colony on Mars, if he does so, I'm going there.
I would love to give Elon Musk a slap in the face to wake him up for all the lies he's telling the world. That's what I'd like to do, actually. Give him a slap round the chops. I said I would like to give Elon Musk a slap around the chops because he's lying to everybody. Because he's a liar.
No, he's trying to make colonies.
He's a liar.
I don't think
listening, are you?
so.
Yeah, well, you don't think so. You don't even know. You can't prove the globe. You're confused. Sit down. Come on, man. Elon Musk's a liar. You have bad judgment skills, right? You're a bad judge of character. If you think Elon Musk is a man of honor and what is he, a communist or whatever?
What do you think about SpaceX? He's trying to make colonies in Mars.
SpaceX is a waste of time and money. A waste of time and money. Listen to this. How can a rocket have 33 engines versus the Apollo mission that never happened anyway? 5 engines, and that's better technology. 33 engines performing less than a rocket. Hang on, you're not listening to me here. 33 engine rocket performing less than a 5 engine rocket. I mean, come on. And both technologies never worked in space anyway.
I mean, it's more power. So
look, they didn't go to space. And Elon Musk rocket is inferior to the Apollo one. Oh, you don't understand, you see. You are still confused to the highest level.
Let's see what the future tells us. All right. Let's not debate.
I already know what the future is going to tell you. They don't go to space. Okay, I can tell you that now. Let's not waste any time. They're not going to space.
Let's look at the future.
They are not going to space. Okay, that is a fact.
Do you think NASA never went to space?
They never went. They never will going. No one's going to space. It's not a place we can go to. It is not a region we can go to. I can go to India. I can go to India because India is within my reach. I can go to Pakistan. It's within my reach. I can go to China. I can go to America, Australia, New Zealand. I cannot go to the moon. I cannot go to space because they don't exist for me to go there. You understand?
Wow. It's just Earth, you think? You just think it's just the Earth?
The Earth is what it is we live on, and you don't know the whole of the Earth. You everywhere on the Earth. You want to go to space. Have you been to everywhere on the Earth? All of the ocean, the ice, the Antarctica, Arctic? You haven't been anywhere yet, and you're looking to go to space. You don't know your Earth, and yet you want to go to space. You see, I don't have any desire to go to a place I know I cannot go to.
A question, last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when I see a video, there are 3 guys. 2 of them ride a boat and go to on the sea, and they go too far until they go down. When the 3rd guy see him by the scope, go too far, they
Yeah, I understand your argument. Yeah, he's
saying
that when the boats sail out into the ocean, they look like they're going over the curvature of the Earth. That's his argument.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not true, really. It's a phenomena. It's a phenomena that you're witnessing, and that is angular resolution from your perspective. The ship has gone beyond your eyeballs capability of focusing and resolving it. It's gone beyond. The distance is too far. But if you pick up a pair of binoculars now, you will see that ship. Okay? It hasn't gone over a curvature. It hasn't. It's just
You can
gone
see the
beyond your
video.
eyes.
You can see the video that I put in the side chat.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. You can zoom in and you can see the boat again. The reason the ship is disappearing is because it becomes too small to resolve to see.
Yeah. That's the problem. Okay? The ship is going beyond the distance of you to see it. That's all. It doesn't mean that you're on a ball Earth and the ship has gone over the curvature. That's not true. It's a misconception and a misunderstanding of what you think you are witnessing. Someone is hot micing there, please.
What's that?
Stop that. Yeah. If you're not speaking, please mute your mic. You're hot micing. Thank you. That's a very common one. The ship going over the horizon is, you can always call it the number one clue,
Yeah,
number
I
one
see it.
evidence. Yeah. But it's not true.
So they are edited the video or what?
Well, these are real videos. There's many of them. Okay, so if we had large waves, then it would look like the boat was disappearing from the bottom. But when we don't have big waves, we don't have miraging effects, we can zoom in and we can see the boat again. Just like in these videos here. I can show you more if you want to see more.
So the video in YouTube, I saw it. It's live.
No,
Yes,
there's
it's
probably waves. There's probably ocean swells. Okay, let me show you an example with waves, with ocean swells. Yeah, waves out in the ocean are called ocean swells. Okay, so if you have ocean swells, because the ship is moving away from you, it looks like it gets smaller and smaller and smaller as the ship is going further away. But the ocean swells are still very close to you. Okay, so the ocean swells will block the bottom of the boat as the boat continues to move away because of perspective, the way our eyes work, not because of the curvature of the Earth. Here's an example in the side chat.
Okay, it's look like drawing.
Yeah, it's an illustration to show you how it works, right? To show you how perspective works. So if you have a look at the picture that you have on YouTube, you'll see that there's waves present or there's a mirage present.
The last photo. How is okay, I understand now.
Okay, send the video in chat, side chat.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it now. Okay, what in the video are you referring to?
The airplane flights.
Okay, well, you know that's not a flat Earth map, and the guy in the video is a fraud. He's a fake professor, and he's. Do you know what a straw
What's
man
that
argument
then?
is? Okay, so that map, that is a azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe. That's what that map is. And he's saying that this is the official flat Earth map.
Okay, what is the flat map?
We don't have a flat map. I mean,
Wow,
all maps are
how?
flat. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody has a perfect map. All maps have problems.
Are you serious?
Yes. And yeah, you don't have a globe map either, right? The map that you're showing there, right? That's based off the
We have
celestial sphere.
millions of
Yeah.
photos of globe map. We have lives, videos.
No. The globe
You
map, the
don't.
actual globe, the globe doesn't exist. So any map purporting to be a globe map is a fallacy. It's a fake. It's not real. Okay. So no map is actually accurate at this point. Although the
Yeah, you
Iglesias
can.
map does seem to support some of the flight routes. That's
Yeah, I
another issue.
definitely. I'm not saying that the Gleason map is useless. I'm just saying that all maps have errors. There is no
Yep.
map that's a perfect map, and the
That's
maps
right.
the maps they think are globe maps are actually just based off the sky, right? That's how they were created, and that's how the globe was created.
Exactly. Flat Earth measurements make their
Yep.
globe. You got it.
Exactly.
Well, welcome, Neil. Welcome, Neil.
Welcome,
And
Neil.
thanks for your help yesterday, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, Jin, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm okay, mate. Nice one, man. Thanks for your help yesterday. Thank you. I trust you're
So
having a good Sunday.
like how you say the gravity.
Gravity
Yes,
is
the
something.
Now the
Gravity.
about
Yeah. Gravity is something you need to have your globe, right?
Okay.
You need gravity to have the globe, and you need the globe to have gravity. Okay, so you need to be able to explain crazy things like the ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, for example. Okay, in reality we don't need that. We don't need some crazy magical force of gravity, right, to be able to explain crazy things like oceans sticking to the outside of a ball. Right? So you only need gravity to have a globe.
So gravity. What is gravity?
Well, that's my
In your
question to you.
opinion?
What is gravity? You tell me. You're the one talking about it.
The gravity how
Yeah. What is it? What is
heavy
it?
the mass.
Yeah, mass attracting mass.
Mass
That's what you
is
think gravity is?
yes.
He's
How
Googling it.
heavy it is. He have
How-
strong gravity.
Oh, really? How does the mass create gravity?
And the mass is so heavy.
How does the mass create gravity?
I did some test in YouTube.
No,
When
how does the mass
a
create
ball
gravity, and where
He's
does the
moving
Googling
gravity
ball.
it.
come from? Yeah, the Google's not going to help him with this one.
I hear him typing away.
Yeah. Because even the mainstream scientists, when they ask what is gravity, where does gravity come from,
I'm
they
not
say they
typing.
have no
I
idea.
just
Nobody knows this.
did
We
now how I
do know that all the mainstream scientists say gravity is not a force, right? And
that
gravity is outdated because it's bending a space-time now. It's not even mass attracting mass. So their gravity goes out the window alone with that.
Exactly. Here's a funny one in the side chat as well. Here are all of the different theories of gravity. There's about 50 there.
Not a scientific theory.
Yeah, 80 actually. Yeah, not a scientific theory. They're all quote unquote theories.
Wow, as many as that. 80.
Yeah.
That's what
There's 80 there. Yep.
that all the time.
And how many of those you know, and which one you think is the most logical to you?
None of them.
None,
None of them is
none
logical
of
to
them
you?
are. None of them. Zero.
What about you?
I mean,
which one do you
by
think
the
is
way,
which one do you
yeah.
think?
Well, I don't know a lot, by the way. I just know that there are like 80 of them, but Einstein's is the most, logical. I'm not saying it's the truth, but to me, it's the most logical.
It's not
It's like,
logical. It's not logical at
oh,
all. It's not logical. The idea of bending space time is stupidity of the highest order, probably the worst one of the lot. It's an
and
insult to my intellect.
Relax,
I
relax,
drop my
relax.
pencil.
okay, yeah, calm down. And which one to you? So you're saying that none of them is logical, and none of them
None
make
of
sense,
them.
right? None of them.
None of them. None
But
of them
let's say,
relate to reality.
okay, let's say one of them like has at least like a starting point. One of them is at least like promising to you. Which one would it be?
No,
Like
none
which
of
one is
them,
the
dude.
closest? Still none
Hold
of
on a
them?
second. All right, so none of them, right? None
Yeah.
of them have any scientific experimentation to prove
Yeah,
that
we are
they're
just
correct.
exactly.
Yeah,
But
so we
I
don't
would.
we don't subscribe to any of those. Okay, we don't need any of those. Hey, anyone who's trying to interrupt right now, don't do it. Right? We want to talk to one person at a time. So right now we're talking to Safa.
Hey, hello.
Are you Safa? Is your name Safa?
Hello.
If your
Can you
name's
hear me?
not Safa, put yourself on mute.
Hey, bro.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay, unless your name's Safa. Right. So yeah. So where do you want to go from here? Right. We're not claiming any type of these gravities here. Okay. So
Yeah.
you only need gravity to have a globe, right? For all of the crazy nonsense that comes along with having a globe, right? Like a ball floating in a vacuum with water and gas attached to the outside of the globe, right? Then you're going to need some special gravity to be able to explain these things. But in reality, water needs a container, right? Things rise or sink due to relative density. And water is flat on the surface. It's very simple, just as we all experience and can test empirically.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, since I don't have like really much knowledge about it, I'm just, making comments on things that I read or hear and trying to have some thoughts. And I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're good.
Yeah, we're just
Well,
two
if anyone has any
people.
more questions, feel
Yes,
free
yes,
to
I have a question.
jump in. Go ahead.
Do you know a Cavendish experiment? Cavendish.
Cavendish, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
It's
So
about
what
the
was
gravity.
what was he trying to measure
It's
with
advance of
Cavendish?
gravity.
No, what was he trying to measure with Cavendish?
You don't know Cavendish?
Yeah, I know Cavendish. I was just checking
Okay,
if
then.
you know. Doesn't sound like you know Cavendish.
No, I know him. I know the document of him.
Okay, so what was he trying to achieve?
The gravity.
Incorrect. Do you need to go and look it up?
Yes. I can show you a video and the side chat.
No, you don't show me a video. I already understand. I don't need to be shown a video. I need you to explain to me, right? If you know, if you understand, right? So was Cavendish trying to determine the density of the Earth? Was that his goal? If you have to pause for the answer, it just shows me that you don't understand. You've not looked into Cavendish, and you don't understand what Cavendish was trying to do.
I understand you, but the language doesn't
Yeah, he was trying to determine the
Bro,
density of the
my
Earth.
English.
With the Cavendish experiment, right? Cavendish was trying to determine the density of the Earth, right? All it shows is a tiny torsion movements under highly sensitive conditions. He had an indoor setup with air currents, electrostatics that weren't accounted for, vibrations, thermal drift, right? All of these things capable of producing the same effect. Right? No one's ever independently replicated that, especially under a vacuum or in isolated conditions where they've taken the possible confounding factors into account. Right? It also doesn't prove the cause of the effect. Okay, so we want to prove that gravity is the cause of an effect, not just show an effect and then claim that it's because of gravity. It's just an assumption. Anyone else? Alejandro, cool name. Welcome. Eric, Golu, Coco, Safa, do you have any more questions?
Well, not at the moment, but I've been thinking about these things like last week, and like my Instagram explore page is just full of now universe and the space and what there has been and what's going on. And yeah, it's been seriously making my mind busy with that. And wow, it's seriously infinite. Like thinking about it is infinite, and the universe itself is infinite. I don't know. I'm like trying to, take myself away from these subjects because I'm really into it, by the way. I really love to think about it, but the more I think, more it just pulls me in. And yeah, seriously infinite. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they're trying to wow you with some CGI graphics of the so-called heliocentric universe. What you'll probably find is most of the graphics they're showing you are just CGI generated.
well, yeah, it is probably, but what do you think in general? Like,
Well,
because you're saying that these.
it's like a big theoretical mathematical concept.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it exists in math, and then they'll turn that into graphics and things like that, and they'll say, "Oh, in on Uranus, the planet Uranus, it
Mm-hmm.
rains diamonds and it smells like farts, and then on Neptune it also rains diamonds, and then we have exoplanets where it rains sideways glass rain, and then we have uh, all of these crazy claims, right? That you can't validate anything they're saying. It's just a belief system, and it's all just based off a mathematical concept, not off empirical evidence, not off reality. What we can do is actually go out and test the surface of the Earth to see if it's a globe. Okay, and when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, it can't possibly be a globe, right? If it's a globe, it has to have curvature. Okay, so they tell us that 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water, oceans and seas, right, and lakes. So
Mm-hmm.
when we go to a large body of water, it would have to have a certain amount of curvature to it, right, because of gravity and because of the shape of the planet. So,
Mm-hmm.
oh, one second. Sorry, my wife was just leaving. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, gravity. Sorry, what were we talking about? We're talking
We
about
were
the curvature. The curvature.
curvature. Yeah, water curvature.
Yeah,
We're
yeah. Let
studying
me give you
water
an
curvature.
example really quickly. I'll just give you an example. Can you see the side chat?
Just a sec.
Yeah,
Where
open
is
that
it?
up.
Full screen. Okay, wait. Oh, yes, I can see it now.
All right. So in this is an observation. I haven't posted it yet, but I'll post it now. So there'll just be some things uploading, right?
Mhm.
So this is a 21-mile distance across the lake.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a screenshot from Google Maps just showing where the observation is taking place. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And it's a good place to do observations because it doesn't have a lot of humidity. So you can see very long
Clearly.
distances.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very dry air. So we can see very clearly through it. Okay, so in this observation, this guy is setting up his camera on one side of the lake, and he's
Yes.
setting up his camera on a tripod 5 foot above the surface of the water.
Mhm.
Okay, and he's going to zoom across the lake and
Yes.
try to test for the curvature. Okay, so over this distance, 21 miles, on a globe, you would have to have 293 foot of curvature.
Mhm.
Okay, so 293 foot, that's almost 100 meters. And
Okay.
that's taller than the Titanic, right? That's the Titanic boat, right? That was 175 foot tall. Okay, so this is a big amount of curvature that we're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to put some math in the side chat. Super simple math. Okay, this is the globe Earth mathematics. Okay, so
Yes.
anyone can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can put in the eye height, right, which is the height of the camera, 5 foot. Okay, so that's what we've put in. Then we've put in the target distance, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Okay, then we
Yes.
hit calculate, and we come up with a distance to horizon, 2.7 miles. Okay, so you know what the horizon is, right? On the globe, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know. So
Okay, cool.
with these numbers, we should have a curvature, right?
Well, we should see a horizon at
Yeah.
2.7 miles. And then we shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon.
Okay, let me ask you this. There was another test, like this one, I guess, and they were, I believe, if I remember correctly, they are putting a light on it, and it was proving that the world, the Earth has a curvature. It's the globe. And have you watched that video? Let me
Yeah,
check if I can.
it's a flawed
Well, yeah.
test.
What do you think about that? Yeah. What was wrong
It's
with
just
that test?
it doesn't okay, what's wrong with it is the
Yeah.
fact that the people that made that documentary, right? They were
Yes.
making a video to make flat Earth look bad and to look stupid. Okay, so they edited the footage in a way that made it look like the flat earther proved himself wrong. Whereas they didn't actually show any footage of the test, right? They didn't show the setup. They showed 50 seconds worth of footage, which was mostly just close ups of the flat earther's face, right? And that guy's a dumbass as well. You know, Jaren, his name was Jaren. So they basically were just trying to make it look like he disproved the globe, right? They didn't show the test, right? They didn't show the setup. They showed him carving some holes in some cardboard, right? He was supposed to use a laser, but apparently the laser broke, so they decided that they were going to use a flashlight.
Yes.
Okay, they didn't get the math right. They didn't show the setup. They didn't. It was just basically a terrible
Yeah,
test.
I got you. So it's a scam,
Yeah,
basically. It's
pretty
not
much.
it's not
Pretty much.
actually acting as its purpose. So let me ask you this: what about? So you're saying
It's
that world is it's a flat circle, right?
no.
Okay.
Okay, no, definitely not. We're not saying that the Earth is a flat planet or a flat
Oh,
circle.
okay. Okay.
That's
How
what
is it?
some people misconceive what we're talking about with flat Earth, and they think that all they try to do, right? They think of the globe in outer space, and then they
Yeah.
change that globe in their mind into a flat disk. Okay,
Oh.
that's wrong. That's crazy. We don't claim that. That would be stupid
Okay.
if we were claiming that,
And
and nobody should take us seriously if that's what we were claiming. Okay, so We're not
Yeah, yeah.
claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're not claiming the Earth is a planet in the globe Earth version of outer space.
And what is it like? What's the
Completely
shape of?
different system. Yeah. So when we don't know, I think nobody knows the true shape of the Earth in
Oh,
its
okay.
entirety. Flat's not a shape, right? So when we say flat Earth, flat's not a
Exactly. We
yeah.
can
It's
think
like
of a lot
smooth.
of shapes. Yeah,
Yeah, flat, smooth, bumpy, right? They're descriptions of
yeah.
surfaces. Okay, so when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, and that's the context here of flat Earth, right? That's what we mean when we're saying flat Earth. Most of the surface of the Earth that we're aware of is covered in water, and that water is not curving over distance, and that's where the term flat Earth comes from. Okay, obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains, but most of the surface is flat water. Okay, so it's like a topographical plane, right? Because there's topography, but most of the surface is water, and the water is flat on the surface
I
when we
mean,
measure it.
yeah, water will always be, flat on the surface. It's not, well, the water, you wouldn't count water as the earth, it's
Well, it is part of the Earth. If you look up the
yeah,
definition
yeah,
of
yeah,
Earth,
exactly.
even
It
the
is
gas
part
is
of
considered
the
part of the Earth, right?
yes, yes,
Just like the
exactly.
tires are part of a car, right? And
Exactly. We
all
are
together, yeah, yeah. So the
everything. We
Earth isn't
are
just dirt. Yeah, everything is. It's like all
part of an earth.
parts. Exactly. So the
So
water is part of the Earth.
yes, so if you need to go to center, you don't measure the shape of an object with what on it. You just take away everything on it, and then you see the shape, right? Because which one? What was the other one?
Yeah, yeah.
The
Think about this
gas.
though.
Yeah,
Think about
yeah, yeah,
this, right? Okay, so
yeah.
if you have the Pacific Ocean,
Mm-hmm.
it covers a large portion of the globe, right? So you
A
can't
lot.
have you can't have flat water and curving Earth underneath the water, right? Obviously, because
Mm-hmm.
of gravity on a globe, you would need gravity, and then because of gravity, right, you're going to have the water will be curving at a specific
Yeah.
rate, right? So when you look at the pictures of the Earth that NASA claims, right, you see
Mm-hmm.
water curving, right? So you don't have any flat water on Earth, right? You have curving water because of gravity. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
we can calculate very easily how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance of water.
Yes.
Okay, so over this 21-mile lake, you have to have 293 foot of curvature. That means that the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be hidden behind the horizon and obstructed by 223 feet based
Yes.
from the height of the observer, okay? But in this observation, we don't see any curvature and we don't see any obstruction. Okay, you have to have that obstruction. You
Mm-hmm.
have to have that curvature if the Earth's a globe. And every time we go out and measure and take these observations over the surface of the Earth, we don't find any curvature. And that's not possible on a globe. You have to have the
Okay.
curvature.
Let me ask you this: what do you think about the moon? What is moon?
I have no idea. I can't
I mean,
empirically test what the moon
no,
is.
no, no, no. Exactly. I'm not expecting you to give me like a scientific like moon is blah blah blah. Whatever. No, I'm asking. Have you ever watched moon like with a telescope?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And
Yep.
the shape is circle, right?
Yeah, it looks circular. I would even say
Yeah, yeah, it
it
looks.
looks like a sphere to me, but the Earth has
Yeah.
no. Yeah, yeah. So just because, okay, so
No, no. I'm
think
not
about
saying
it.
just because of that. Like Mars, Saturn, all of them. When you look at them, they are all in a globe shape. They are circle at least, as far as we
Right,
can
but
see.
what are they and how far away are they and what are they in, right? What medium are they
Uh,
in? And can you really tell exactly what shape things are when you're looking at them from a distance?
I mean, yeah, with those telescopes, I think it's a circle. You can
Well,
call a shape
okay, if you
a
look at the
circle.
raw images, through a telescope,
Yeah,
it's pretty difficult to tell
to
what
tell
shape
what shape
something is,
something.
right? It's a very blurry little light that you see in the sky.
Yes.
It's not until
Yeah.
they run it through like they stack thousands of images and then
Uh-huh.
they enhance it to try to make it look more like the pictures that NASA show you that Mars should
Hmm.
look like. Okay, but we don't know. Okay, they're claiming it's a certain size, a certain distance away, and it resides in a space vacuum. Okay, so we agree that we can all see something in the sky, but exactly how far away it is, exactly what it's made out of, how big it is, and what medium is it in, we don't know that, right? We can't test that empirically. We just have to take their word for it. Like I could show you some objects right now. So if you have a look in the side chat now,
Yes.
okay, there's 4 objects. Okay, can you tell
Uh-huh.
what shape they are just by looking at them?
I mean, they are circle, right?
But do you know what shape they are? Because a circle just means like
I mean, one of
circles.
them looks like an egg. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but yeah, like
They look
they
like
are.
spheres, right? It looks like 4 spheres.
Yes. Yes, I would say.
Okay, but what if I were to tell you that only one of those is a sphere? Would you be able to tell me which one?
I don't think so. No.
Right. So, and how would we test to know what they are?
I mean, I don't know with these lake tests, I guess.
Well, what if someone, went to them and checked what they are?
I mean, yeah, also that, but
Yeah,
it's
that would
really
work.
huge. Yeah, exactly. That will work.
Right. But what if we can't do that? What if we can't ever check what they are? We can just see the little tiny blurry things that look like round dots in the sky.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we don't really know what they are, do we?
Nope.
Okay, so
We just
only one of these is a sphere. One of them's flat. One of
one
them's
of
a
them's
ball.
uh-huh.
One of them's flat. One of them's a ball.
Yes.
And
So I
one of
guess
them's a sphere, and one of them's half a sphere.
okay. So I guess the third one, I mean from the left is flat, right?
Third one from the
I mean,
left.
it's okay, okay, from the right it's second one, from the left it's third one. Yeah. Is that the flat one?
No, I think that one's a ball. I'm just trying to find the GIF that goes
Which
along with
one?
that shows you what they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
So I think the one on the far left is the globe, is a ball, and then
Okay.
the one next to that. Okay, so the one on the
The
far left
pinky one,
is a
right?
ball.
Yeah.
The pinky one is the flat one,
That's the
and then the
flat one.
one, yeah, then the third one from the left, right, is
Yes.
a ball, right? It's a ball.
Okay.
So you're looking
Okay.
at a concave ball, and then the one on the far right, I think that's like a half a sphere,
And
a
the
hemisphere.
and the left one is the sphere, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
But it's
the
very
first
difficult to
one on the
tell.
left.
I don't remember if I might have flipped this image upside down, so I might even be wrong myself. That's why I'm just trying to
Yeah.
find the I'm trying to find
Because
the video.
like
The point is that look, the only point of this is it's very difficult to tell what shape something is empirically just by looking at it in the sky.
yeah, but
right?
we
I'm
can
not.
agree that all of them has a curvature, right? No matter
Yeah,
if
but one
they're
of them's a
flat
ball,
or
right? Well, you're looking at
yeah.
the inside of a ball, right? And the flat one doesn't have curvature. The flat one has curvature around the outside, right? Like a
Yeah,
circle.
yeah, he's missing the point, isn't he? You can't tell the shapes of those things just by looking at them. So when you look at the moon, what are you actually looking at? Unless you can go there to confirm what you think you're looking at. That's the point, you see. Right. That's the point he's trying to raise. Bear that in mind. Not all what you
Yeah,
look at
look, this
appears to be what it seems.
No,
Yeah,
I
and
got you,
this is
but
my main point. This is my main point. Look, let's just say I were to grant you that some things in the sky are balls. Okay? That doesn't mean that the earth that you're standing on is also like what you can see in the sky, right? You can have light bulbs on your ceiling
exactly.
that are all round, right? That doesn't mean that your floor is also round. Okay? The earth doesn't have any characteristics that any of the things that you're looking at in the sky have. Okay? You don't see any curvature here on the earth, and when we test for the curvature, there isn't any. Okay? We experience a flat stationary floor, right? Like the floor of the universe, you could think of it, right? Or the foundation of this system that we live in. It doesn't have any relevance to the things that you can see in the sky. That's like me looking at a tree and thinking, oh, well, I must also be a tree because I can see trees over in the distance, right? It's terrible logic. But I understand the logic because we're all taught from a young age that everything is in this big space vacuum and that we're a planet. You know, we're like all of the other planets in this big space vacuum. So it's perfectly logical that you are to make that assumption, right? But the flat Earth system is a completely different system. It doesn't exist inside the heliocentric model of outer space. It's completely different. Yeah. So you could think of the Earth system more like an enclosed system, kind of like all of the ancient cultures depicted, right? All of the ancient cultures depicted a flat surface within an enclosed system. And I would argue that the globe Earth violates natural law, right? It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Okay, it violates multiple gas laws, right? Because they say that outer space is a big giant vacuum, right? Deep
Yes.
space is a 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum, and we're inside that vacuum. Okay, so we're a ball that's covered in
Yes.
water, and then there's gas all over the outside, right? So we have 14.7 psi gas pressure here that we're breathing, and all of this is existing within inside a giant space vacuum, right? That's the claim. That's not possible due to the laws of nature. Okay, gas fills available space, right? You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. You can't have water inside a vacuum chamber. So what we're saying is that we have gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure requires containment. We have water. Okay, water also requires the gas pressure, and it also requires containment, right? So to have a large body of water, you need a container. Okay, so if you have a bath or a pond or a pool or anything like that, it's a container, right? The low spot in the ground would be containing the water, whether it be a pond or a pool or a puddle or a lake. And then the surface of the water, right, due to the way fluid dynamics works, is that the water would collapse on itself and it will form a flat surface on the top of the water. And that's what we can go out and measure. If the Earth were a globe, that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. And when we go out and test it, it's not doing that. It's flat.
So let me ask you this: how many tests are there that proves Earth doesn't have a curvature or it's flat, like correct test? And how
Thousands.
many? Yeah. What is it? I'll
Thousands?
seriously, thousands.
Yeah,
Can
there's
you send me?
thousands, and
Yeah, can
then
you
from
send
the
me a
globe
couple
side,
of them?
there's
I'm really, by the way, going to
yeah.
research about it and see. I'm not trying to just argue or give you opposite things. I'm seriously
Sure.
want to go and check it.
Sure,
Like,
I'll
well,
put a good
how
one
can I
in.
find it?
I'll put a
Let's
I'll
say,
put yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
Send me a
All
good
right.
one, and I will check it with like I don't know Google, ChatGPT, and see how is it, what's going on there.
Sure. You got to remember
Yeah.
that ChatGPT is just going to feed you the mainstream narrative unless you
I
really
mean,
push it. You need to
that's
push
the
it
thing.
beyond just its parroting of the mainstream. Like my
Well,
ChatGPT. Okay, so if you have to formulate these questions in the right way when you're talking to an AI with these observations, right? So you could put in, okay, let's go over one right now.
yeah.
Okay,
Let's say
and
what? Give
I
me a
can put
test
it in.
name.
I can put it into my ChatGPT as we're going over it.
Yeah, let's do it together. I'll do mine and you do yours. And tell me what's the name of the test, and I'll just ask ChatGPT what's this test and how correct it is. And
Well,
you
ChatGPT
do.
is not going to know this test
Why not?
because ChatGPT, right? Regular ChatGPT, it just pulls. It's
I mean,
just basically like a Google search engine, an advanced search engine.
yeah,
So
if
it's
it's
just
on
going to
the
pull whatever
internet.
it can find. Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah.
this is censored information on the internet,
And
right? So flat Earth information is shadow banned
okay.
on Google, on Facebook, on YouTube, right? So I'm going to post you a link to the test right now, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can put
Send me,
you
send
can
me.
put the details of the test into the
Yes,
chat.
yes, yes. If I'll just say give those numbers that you gave it to me, and let's say we run this test, should be able to see a horizon or not, something like that.
Okay, so
You
the
know, I'm
first
not
thing you
gonna
could
ask the chat.
the first thing you could do is go on your ChatGPT right now and
Okay,
ask it. Yep.
Okay, just a sec. Let me. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so say I'm going to perform an observation over the ocean on a still, clear day.
Over the ocean, still clear day, you said, right?
Yes. Right. Okay. So if I place my camera at 3.5 feet observer height.
Camera 3.5 feet, you said, right?
Yep, 3.5 feet observer height. What distance would the horizon be if the Earth were a globe? Sorry, or what distance would the horizon be from that observation height? You don't have to mention a globe, it will
yeah.
automatically think that.
Yeah, what distance? The horizon, you said, right?
Yep.
Horizon. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
Yeah, what
Horizon
distance would the
would be
horizon be from that height?
high, and would we able to see it?
Well, don't ask it if we'd be able to see it. Of course, we'll be
Yeah,
able to see it.
uh-huh.
You can ask it that though if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, I just right now it's thinking.
Which AI are you using, by the way?
ChatGPT. I just Google
okay.
ChatGPT. Yeah. What do you think about it?
My ChatGPT will say that your ChatGPT just regurgitates mainstream information. Which is fine because we can just what you're trying to do now is learn how far away the horizon would be.
Still thinking. Yeah, it's stuck now. Okay, yeah, they don't want us to see, huh? But no, it's seriously still thinking. Should I refresh the page? Okay, let me copy that and then refresh it.
All right, I'm gonna type the same thing in my
Yeah,
ChatGPT
you do it.
as
You do it.
well.
You do it.
Okay, so I'll copy paste everything into the side chat.
And you can read it if you don't want to. Yeah, copy paste it. Giving me answers now. So
I gave it a bit more detail.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, you can read it, or you can you could just read the answer, right? It should give you an
the
answer of
quick,
the distance.
it gave me the quick answer. So if your camera lens is 3.5 feet above the sea surface, the geometric horizon where sea and sky meet will be about 3.69 kilometer away. That's 2.29 miles and 1.99 nautical miles. I guess this is about sea.
Yeah,
With normal atmospheric reaction on a clear day, the horizon can appear a bit farther, typically 8% farther, roughly 2.49 miles, 4
Yeah, that's
kilometers
correct.
away. Yeah. And
Okay,
it's just
okay.
giving me how he got that with the,
Yep.
and
Okay, so let's look at some information now
saying
before
that it
we
should be.
Exactly. Okay, so this is the specific mathematics here.
Yes.
Okay, so I've put this in the side chat. So we have an eye height level of 3.5 foot, and then we have the distance the target distance is 11.2 miles.
Mhm.
Okay, because we have a windmill farm out in the ocean that we're going to be looking at. Okay,
Yes.
and it says, just like your ChatGPT said, the distance to the
Mhm.
horizon would be 2.29 miles.
Yes.
Or we could account for standard refraction as well, and that would take it up to about, what, 2.4 miles or something like that, if you add 8% on to account for refraction. Okay, so now let's look at the observation. Now we're going to test for that. Okay, so we're going to test for that horizon now. Okay, so I'm just uploading the observation. Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. John D. He holds a PhD in optics, and he's the one that's doing the observation. Okay, so this is just a clip out of a full-length video. Okay, so he set his camera up at 3.5 foot height at this shoreline of the ocean on a clear day with no waves.
Yes.
And there's a wind farm out in the ocean. So when he zooms in, you can see the wind farm towers, the windmill towers. Okay, the windmill tower on the far right, that's the furthest one. That's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so if we didn't have the distance markers, right? So the wind farm is a distance marker, because if there was no distance marker, we would have no idea how far away the horizon is. Okay, you're just looking out into the ocean and you can't gauge the distance to the horizon just with your eyes. Because we have the distance marker, we can now tell that, okay, the horizon is not in front of the windmill towers. Okay, so we don't see that horizon at 2.29 miles. In fact, we can see the water is just flat all the way out past the 11.2 mile windmill tower. And you can see the windmill tower touching with the water as well. Okay, so we don't have that horizon at 2.29 miles or at 2.4 miles, accounting for standard refraction.
Yes.
Okay, that horizon has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, so here's a diagram showing you. You know, the horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of horizon. You can look that up if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water past 2.29 miles, and the bottom 50 foot of that windmill farm should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. But we can see the water goes way past the horizon where it should be, and then way past the windmill towers, and you can actually see a boat off in the distance far beyond. Okay, so this doesn't align with the globe. So what do you think would be the next question to ask your ChatGPT?
I would ask, like, give me the correct test, like, has been happened over the years, and show me the correct test that proves Earth is flat. Show me the over years, how many tests that proves it's flat, and how many of them proves that it's curved.
Well, I'm showing you a test now that disproves the curvature.
And
right, we're not using this test to prove it's flat, because it's obviously flat. If there's no curvature, then it's flat, right? If you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. Okay, so what we're doing is we're looking for the curvature. Okay, so we have a test here that debunks the curvature rate of a globe. So you could actually ask it now, say in the observation.
Well, these tests, you didn't test them, right? You are also consuming whatever they put on the internet as the test, right?
No, anyone can go and repeat these tests themselves, right? I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and I did at least 20 tests myself over large distances of about 20 kilometers. So I've gone and repeated this just for my own personal clarification. Okay, so this isn't like outer space stories that you can never test. This is an empirical test that you're seeing the entire test done start to finish in high definition, right? Not something that you don't have to rely on faith. We encourage people to have a look at multiple of these tests. And then if you want to, you can go and do this yourself, right? So then you can know that, yes, I can see too far, and the observation doesn't match up with what would have to be present if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so this is empirical evidence.
Well,
It's not faith-based evidence because you can go and check it yourself
okay,
if you need to.
can we see it by our naked eyes? The curvature, I mean. Because when I asked
No, we're not looking for
ChatGPT,
curvature. We're not looking for curvature. We're looking for obstruction due to curvature.
I mean,
So you're not going to see a curving horizon, okay? So
yeah,
if
exactly,
you're going
because
to
we are
see a
not that
flat
big.
horizon, okay, but you're going to, it just told you that the distance to the horizon,
hmm
right, would be at what distance? What distance did it tell you the horizon would be at?
2.9, something like that. Let me check.
Okay,
Just a
ask it.
sec. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's 2.9, 29 miles.
Okay, and why is it at that distance?
Well, I don't know. It's just
Well, it's because of
I
the
didn't
curvature of
write
the
it
Earth,
down.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
But
you should be able to see any water beyond the horizon.
but let me ask you this: when I ask if we can see it with our naked eyes, it says over that distance. So you can't directly see Earth's curvature with your naked eyes from ground level because the Earth is very large compared to your height. But you can detect its effect in several clear, visible ways. Let's break. It just keeps going. So, at human eye level, 1.7 or 7 meter or 5.5 feet, the horizon is only 2.7 kilometer, which is 2.9 miles away. Over that distance, the surface curves down just about 0.002, way too subtle sub subtly, whatever, I can't read it, for our eyes to notice. So the horizon looks flat simply because you are very close to it, relatively to Earth's size. So
Okay.
that's
Okay,
also,
so
that's
listen
why,
carefully. Listen
yeah.
carefully. We're not looking for horizon to be curving. We're looking
Uh-huh.
for things beyond the horizon to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Behind the
hmm
horizon. Okay, so ask it right now. Say, okay, so if
Okay.
there were a windmill farm, so no, sorry, if there were a windmill in the ocean
hmm
11.2 miles away, would the
Oh, shit.
bottom portion of the windmill be missing behind the curvature of the
Wow.
Earth?
Where you gotta slow down? I can't type that high. Yeah, 11.2 miles away.
Yeah.
I
There's so say I can write it in the side chat if you
Yeah,
wanna.
I mean, yeah, I just got if there was a windmill in the ocean, 11.2 miles away,
Yeah,
uh,
2
w-
miles away.
yeah, you type it down.
And I'll just type it down.
Uh-huh. Where are you from, by the way?
Australia.
Nice.
I'm in Poland at the moment.
Cool. Are you like majored on these fields, or what do you do?
Oh, I'm a bit of an entrepreneur myself, right? I run
Oh,
online companies, but
nice.
I've been researching this topic and
Uh-huh.
the fields surrounding this topic, such as
Yeah.
optics and refraction and things like that for the last 8 years.
Last eight
So I know a bit
years.
about these
So,
particular questions
yeah,
and
exactly.
optics and light and things like that. So,
So, so we can say that the last 8 years, you don't think Earth has a curvature or it's not exactly close,
yeah, like
right?
the last 7 years. The first year
Yeah.
was the research.
And oh,
And for me, it's been the last 10 years that the
last
Earth
10
has,
years.
has
And how
not.
about
Yeah,
you? How about
yeah,
you?
it's
Where
been
are you
10 years
from?
of
And
this.
are you
Yeah,
majored on Earth
I was
field?
born in England, London, England. I'm an
Uh-huh.
African who was born in London, England. I am now talking to you from Japan.
Nice. I love Japan. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Turkey.
Where?
Turkey.
Turkey. Right.
Yes.
Turkey. Right. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Istanbul. Okay.
Yeah. Have you been there before?
No, it's a place that I do want to visit for its historical
Yeah,
content and architecture. Yeah, I haven't been there yet. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
my wife's parents just went for a holiday. It was beautiful there, but they said it was like
Yeah.
46 degrees Celsius or
Yes.
something like
It
that when they
gets
were
Oh,
there.
wow. They had
really
a heat
hot.
wave. Yeah,
It
nice.
gets
Yeah,
really
crazy
hot.
heat wave. But it was
I,
beautiful, like really, really amazing, the
yes,
photos they brought
environment
back.
wise. Yeah, environment wise,
Okay,
it's
here's the
good. Yes.
Here's the question in the side chat. Okay, so
Gotcha.
I'll read it out as well while you copy paste it. So if there was a windmill in the ocean 11.2 miles away and the observer height was 3.5 foot, would the bottom portion of the windmill be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, now it's just giving me the steps to do it, but let's see conclusion. Okay, I'm reading the conclusion. At 11.2 miles distance and 3.5 feet observer height, roughly 75 to 80 feet of the bottom of the windmill will be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, depending on refraction. So
Okay, so ask it.
so
Yep. So it already told you before that
yeah.
you can add 8% for standard refraction on there. Because we have very clear conditions, right? We don't have any crazy refraction or anything like that going on. We can see in the observation that it looks the same as it looks from close up. Okay, so have a look in the side chat again. Okay, so it actually got the math a little bit wrong, right? So it said there should be more hidden. Really, the answer is 52 feet that should be hidden from that
to
observer
be
height.
hidden, right?
So
Yes.
ChatGPT doesn't do very well when it comes to basic math sometimes for some reason. But anyway, it gave an even worse answer for the globe.
Yeah, but you know why is that? Because if it's taking the windmill, the height of the windmill is like 300 feet. We didn't specify the height of
But it
the
doesn't matter what
windmill.
height the
Yeah,
windmill is. It doesn't matter if
mean-
the windmill is 100 miles high or 10 or 1 mile
But
high
we
or
should be
50
see
foot
the
high. Because the
Gotcha.
bottom portion, we just want to know how much of the bottom portion should be missing. Okay, so have a look at the observation. We see that there's zero of the bottom portion of the windmill missing in the observation. And then I posted a close-up photo of the bottom of the windmills as well, just so you can see that in the observation, it looks, it looks the same as it's very clear conditions.
So with your calculation, the conclusion according to ChatGPT is like with naked eyes at 3.5 feet height, you would see the top part of the windmill, but the bottom 56 is 52. Yeah, so 52 feet would be hidden behind the curvature. It will
Yes.
look like emerging from the water, not sitting fully on the surface.
Correct. Which is not what we see when we go out and make these observations.
So let me ask this. How can I observe?
What was the question? How can you observe what?
Yeah. How can I observe the curvature of the, Earth simply? Like as a casual day, it's just giving me some answers, like watch a ship disappear bottom
Yeah,
first.
standard global stuff.
Go to
Yeah,
the
see,
beach or lake.
that's what we're testing. That's what we're testing right here.
That's
Yeah.
climb higher, watch the horizon more, move away, and look out the airplane window on a clear flight, observe different stars in the sky, use a long lens across the lake. So I guess the most practical one for me, since I don't have a big telescope or I'm not gonna climb any higher, mountain, will be just watching the ships disappearing.
Okay, so we just debunked that with this observation.
Mhm.
Okay, so ask it at what distance would the ship start to become obstructed behind the horizon from a 3.5 foot observation height, right? It's the same answer, right? It's going to say that, let's just say that this windmill was a ship.
So
okay, at the bottom 72 feet, it said in your answer, would be hidden behind the horizon, but that's obviously not the case. In fact, we can see a boat in this observation that's 14 miles away. and there is no
Mm-hmm.
obstruction, and you wouldn't be able to see that boat at all if the Earth were a globe. So you
Yeah,
could ask it now.
yeah, I'm asking like at what distance would ship disappear?
Well, yeah,
Or
what
observe it?
distance would the
Yeah,
ship start to disappear from the
yeah.
bottom up?
So distance horizon, blah blah blah. Ship visibility. The bottom of the ship disappears first because of the Earth's curvature. If the ship is tall, let's say 100, you can see the top, blah blah blah, below horizon, the maximum. Okay, give me the answer. Okay, that means the ships would still be visible at 50 miles. The bottom would be hidden behind the curvature. Okay, so when the ship totally disappear, because so let's say there's a ship passing through like Pacific Ocean. According to these tests, we would be able to see no matter how far ship is. If we check with a telescope, like really high one that we are checking the space with it, we will
No.
be able to see the ship.
Yeah, but
Right.
the air is not completely transparent. So if you check the weather report in any location, it will tell
Yeah,
you the
with
maximum visibility rating. So even if you have the world's most powerful telescope, the ship's still going to fade away
okay.
into the
So
density of the air.
Yeah,
so
you would have to remove all the air, turn it into a
yeah.
vacuum. Then that's the only way you're going to see it, because on a normal day,
Exactly.
there's so many weather systems over a given distance. Let's say you've got a distance of 2,000 miles. Well, within that distance, you're going to have weather to contend with, right?
Okay. So yeah, that's also correct. I asked like the totally, disappears at distance less than this. So less than 14.7 miles, you'll see some or all of the ship. At distance greater than this, which is 14.7 miles, the entire ship is hidden behind the curvature. So I think we can, 14.7 mile, how far is it in kilometers?
It's about 22, 23.
Yeah,
So
22, 23 kilometers. Yeah.
22,
But that's
23.
completely hidden, right? So even
Yeah,
when it's
yeah,
at
yeah. So
10
miles,
10
we will,
miles, at 10
yeah,
miles, it would
we would
be
still,
hidden by 50 foot
Oh,
approximately. The
yeah,
bottom 50
something
foot
like
would be
that.
missing.
So after 15 miles, we shouldn't be seeing any ships, according to
right.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
none of the ship
I'll
at all.
check
But I
that.
guarantee you,
Yeah,
you will see that ship. You'll be
I'll,
able to see it.
I'll, I'll see if I can see it.
Yeah, you'll be able to see it. All right.
You can't see
Yeah,
it. And
yeah. I
we've
mean,
got observations that show ships, that show features past that height, past that distance.
Yeah, that's it. Past that distance. That's right. Yeah, and
Yeah,
laser
so
beam
the
tests.
horizon from
Targets have been hit.
the horizon should
Targets have been hit.
the
Sorry, go ahead.
horizon the horizon should be at 2.3 miles from that observer height, right? So less than 3 miles away. That's where the horizon should be, right? The horizon line. As soon as the ship goes past the horizon line, the bottom of the ship should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, we're not seeing that horizon line at all at anywhere close to that distance that we're showing.
Weird.
Right, have a look at this next observation. Okay, so we've got something similar to a ship in this next observation.
Which one?
Okay, we have some oil
one that you
platform.
sent?
Yeah, I haven't posted it yet. So here it
okay.
is. This is out of a video. It's just a clip that's out of a video.
Yeah, I already posted it. I think if you're talking about the black swan, I posted it already. You just scroll back, it's there. I posted
that's
a
all right.
video
We'll
and
just
the picture.
Yeah, I watched
let's-
those videos.
Okay.
Yeah,
So let's just have a look at this one. Okay, we have an 8-foot
Mm-hmm.
observation height. That means the horizon should be at 3.4 miles away. Okay, but once again, we have some oil platforms, okay? And we can see that the horizon is beyond both of the oil platforms. Now, the closest oil platform is 6 miles away, and the furthest platform is 10 miles away. Okay, so we can see the horizon is far beyond the second oil platform. On a globe, that horizon should be at 3.4 miles away, halfway to the first oil platform, basically. But it's not there. Okay, so picture the oil platform as a ship if you want to, right? It's the same kind of thing. We don't
Yes.
see any of the oil platform missing, right? We can see the whole oil platform and we can see the horizon beyond the oil platform. On a globe, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon, right? All of the water should be hidden behind the horizon because the horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? You don't see water past the horizon. Okay, so here's another observation that doesn't match with the globe at all. We can see in orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see. You can add 8% on if you want for your standard refraction, but that's not going to help, right? That's going to make the horizon about 3.7 miles away. It's just we're seeing the horizon far beyond 10 miles away. All right, so I'm going to show you an even longer distance now. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a 21-mile observation. That's about 34 kilometers. Okay, so over this distance, there should be 293 foot of curvature. So since we're talking about boats, right, you know the Titanic?
Yes.
Pretty big boat, right? So the Titanic was 175 foot tall. Okay, so in this observation, he's got his camera set up at 5 foot high. And if you picture, right, just as a hypothetical, the Titanic is where the observer is. Okay, the giant Titanic. If the Titanic were to sail from where he is over to the other side of the lake at 2.7 miles, the Titanic would reach the horizon. And then once it goes beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth as the Titanic sails over to the other side of the lake 21 miles away. Now, once the Titanic is at 10 miles away, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic would be hidden behind the horizon. By the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic at all. It would be completely hidden behind the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. But in this observation, he can zoom all the way across the lake. We don't see the horizon at 2.7 miles. We don't even see a horizon over the entire 21 miles. He can zoom in and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, zero obstruction. Right? So you can see once again, all we're seeing here is a flat water, no curvature. There's 293 foot of missing curvature here. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe, and it's not there.
I'll check that. I will
Mhm.
really check that.
Yeah. No, that's all we ask people to do, right? You don't have to
Yeah,
believe what we're saying. Just
exactly.
look into it. You put on your critical thinking cap and try to
Observe it
debunk it.
yourself. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm never type of guy just defends an idea. I'm just trying to find what can be a counter to my idea and dig into that. Because maybe like all the answer will be there anyways. If I don't like make the research with you, I wouldn't understand what you mean.
Mhm.
So
Right.
in order to find what is correct or incorrect, I need to check all of it.
I
Because
agree. That's what I did.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't believe what we're saying. Just look into it and come to your own conclusion. That's the only way
Yes,
that this works.
yes. Because these days, whatever you do, whatever you make the research, it's like always, it's not that 100% correct anymore with the internet that you know, we are using right
Yep.
now.
That's
So
right.
yeah. Anyway, it's really good talking to you. Thank you so much. It was
Oh,
a
you're
really
welcome.
great, yeah, it was a
Yeah,
great
I appreciate
conversation
it.
with you. And Jin, thank you so much. And yeah, you guys have a great day.
Awesome, man. You too. Are
Yeah.
you heading off now or what?
Yeah, I'm heading off. I'll go out,
Okay.
Yeah. All
All
right,
right,
take
man.
care.
Well, enjoy the rest
Uh-huh.
of your day and see you next
Thank
time.
you. You too. You too. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Is he really? The question is he really in Poland? So I'm in Poland at the moment. In police is what they are. Policing the place. So how did that go then, DJ? That last presentation. What was the end result?
Good. Yeah, he said he's going to look further into it and come back another time.
Okay. What was his name, by the way?
I don't know. I've forgotten already.
Yeah,
It was a
that's
short.
okay.
It was a short name. Yeah.
Okay. Oh well, never mind. Yeah. I thought it was a bit funny that the chat GPT got the height wrong, 18 instead of 50.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the constructed value. That was ridiculous. Made it worse for the made it worse for the globe, I think that did.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, it was saying that you could still see the ship at 10 miles and stuff like that, which was interesting as well.
Well, it said that at 14 miles, the ship would be completely gone based off of the height of the ship. It was still saying the bottom portion would be hidden.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you would still be able to see the ship at 10 miles, but depends how tall
Yeah.
the ship was. I mean, not if it's a canoe.
That's right. I was going to say, a speedboat. Yeah, a speedboat in particular, because no one's canoeing those distances. But a speedboat wouldn't be seen, would it? Oh, sorry,
No,
a
no.
speedboat would be seen. Is my point. Yeah, would be seen. But if the upwards combing, you wouldn't see it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. So that's what I mean. You've really still got to. You've still got to hold the GPT to a high standard because it's not giving the correct information. And when you start to query that, the Globers act funny, don't they? Especially ones that come onto this server. They think, what are you doing checking Chat GPT? It's the most accurate, but it's not. Because you're scrutinizing its information, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I mean, the ChatGPT didn't help him out at all.
No, that's
Not for the
right.
group.
That's what I'm. Yeah. But he was trying to put forward that he was getting help, but I stepped in a little bit and said, no, it's not as reliable. You're actually tweeting it.
Yeah,
You're
ChatGPT told him that, you can account for refraction. That would be 8% extra.
Yeah.
And it didn't explain the observation and say that this observation that he saw would be possible on a globe.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, you could see he was trying to work it out, wasn't he? He was trying to use Chat GPT to get his answer, because his position, he's been in there quite a few times. His position now is he still hasn't gone out to NATO to investigate. He's still using the technology, and we've said to him that he has to go out there. Do you understand? If it's the same guy that I think it is, he's been in before, because I recognise the voice. That's the thing. And they use the technology a lot, but they won't go out and measure. Actually go out and check.
Yep.
Isn't that not right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Funny, quite a number of them have come in using Chat GPT lately, the past 2 days or so, I've noticed. And then last week, AV, Miggy, they were using Chat GPT there last week. Not Miggy himself, but the global was. And then Miggy said, "No, use it. You use it, and we see what answer you get." And it didn't help him at all. Didn't help him. That made it worse. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my ChatGPT destroys the globe.
Yeah. Glad to hear it. Glad, you see what I mean? A Chat GPT with integrity. That's why. It's funny the developments of this debate, discussion, as it's evolved all through the years. New technology comes out, right? And they're trying to use it to debunk flat Earth, but in actuality, you've actually debunked the globe with it. It's just funny.
Yeah, like I just asked it a question just then, right? I said, why do some people's AIs tell them the Earth is a globe? It says, because most AI systems are trained on mainstream academic and institutional data, textbooks, NASA publications, and university sources, all of which assume the Earth as a globe, as the foundational premise, not a conclusion from neutral testing. So when you ask them about Earth's shape, they don't reason it out of raw evidence. They simply repeat the institutional narrative built into their training material. It's a form of circular reinforcement data from globe-based sources. Produces most AI models affirm the same globe-based conclusions. In short, they don't test the claim, they inherit it.
Look at that. That is such a concise answer. That taken to a court of law wins your case, doesn't it not?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that answer wins your case, because they're not actually checking it in the practical world out there. It's all circular data that's been regurgitated, basically. But it was a great answer. That was a great answer. Yeah. Right. Well, now I wonder what the reaction the globers would be if they heard that.
They'll say that my ChatGPT is a heretic.
Of course. That is what they're left with, of course. There's going to be in the very near future Chat GPT wars. Can just imagine it, Interesting fact on the refraction being 8%. That was good. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, well, that's what when you're not dealing with anti-flat earthers and you're just dealing with the regular mainstream knowledge, that's what they'll say. They'll say that standard refraction will increase the radius by 8%, and it will make you be able to see 8% further. Basically they're increasing the size of the globe by 8%.
Yeah.
To allow for what they call standard atmospheric refraction. which they
Right.
kind of like they it's begging the question because they bake the globe model into their formula, and then they basically increase the size of the globe a little bit.
Yeah, that's
So
cheating.
it's cheating, but it also doesn't help them because our observations are thousands of percent further, not 8%. We can just, you can
No.
have your little 8%, have your 8%, that's fine. We got thousands of percent here.
Yeah. How do you explain the distances? You know, when you were talking to him about the two oil rigs and the horizon, I was going to chime in and say, and I just couldn't find the actual meme that I got where you see there's an island 29 miles away that can be seen from the same location. On a
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
day, you see that the
Yep.
island 29 miles
Ankappa
away.
Island. It's called Ankappa.
That's it. Ankappa Island. That's the one. Yeah. Can be seen, you see. Should have backed that up with that as well. So, these things should be hidden behind the curvature, but they're not.
Over 600 foot of curvature should be blocking Ankappa Island.
Right. Look at that. Over 600 foot. Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Of course, that's 29 miles. Yeah. Wow.
I've got an actual observation, a better one than that one I know the one you're talking about where you can see the island a little bit, but here's one
the
from
silhouette.
here's one from 1.5 foot height, and you can see Ankappa Island 31.2 miles away. So I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not seeing it yet, but yeah.
One second.
Yeah, because the ones I've got are very thin silhouettes.
Yeah. This is a very clear one.
Yeah, you can just about barely make it out.
Right, here it is.
Yeah, I'm going to take it as soon as you put it in.
Yeah.
Because I want to back up my meme. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Right. Did you change your name? Because I'm looking at anti-globalist. That's you then, is it? Is that right, DJ? You're the anti-globalist. Is that right? Yeah, it's still a bit blurry, but never mind.
it's such a long distance, you know, it's going to be blurry.
Yeah.
But I don't use it because it's blurry. But you know, you can clearly see what looks like the entirety of the rocks on the left, right? Look at platform
Yeah.
Grace, and then you can see those two rocks that are just to the left of the island, just to the left of the platform. Okay, they should be
Yeah.
hidden behind over 600 foot of Earth curvature.
Yeah. I'm glad that you said you don't use this image, because I wouldn't use it myself, because
I
you know,
don't use
people.
any. Yeah, I don't use
Yeah.
any image. I don't even use the original Black Swan because of the bendy
Yeah.
cranes and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
only use
Neither do I.
crystal clear ones are the way to go
Yeah.
because we don't want to give them a blurry image.
No, because I
Don't use
don't
that.
accept blurry images. I don't accept blurry images from
They're
them, so I
looking.
wouldn't get them.
They're looking for things to cling on to try to use as a rebuttal. So we don't want to give them any.
Yeah, that's right. I've only used the one that that you're using. I've been using it for like ever since it's come out from Anthony Riley, which I took it off of Mark Sargent. You see, so that's what I've been using. I've never used that yellow and blue water. It looks like a cartoon image anyway. The thing, it's not very good at all. I don't like that image at all. You know, with the bendy cranes. Of course,
Yeah,
it was a bit of a deception there. I never liked the image from the beginning because it wasn't clean.
it was handpicked by Quantum Eraser because
Yeah.
it had bendy cranes. He told me this, right? He said he picked that one because he wanted the globe earther to say refraction, and then he could read
Yeah.
out the Snell's law citations and say it's not refraction. So therefore, it would sort of try to shut the conversation down that way.
Down. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why he said he could have picked a clearer one, but he specifically
Mm.
picked that one because he wanted to bait them into saying refraction and then say it's not refraction because it's not two mediums, blah blah blah. I don't think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't use that argument, so I don't use that original Black
And
Swan.
neither that tactic as well. I wouldn't want to use that tactic. I just want to see the raw image. Let's see the raw image at its best and discuss it that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just present the best image you can without all the trickery, and just do them straightforward. You know, I don't want to bait anyone into saying anything. I just want to get the facts out there.
Exactly.
So we're on a flat Earth, and that island can be seen 29 miles away. And as for bendy cranes and that, I've never offered that up as an image. When I saw it the first time, and I'm looking at the Mark Sargent one, I always used the Mark Sargent one all the time, which is from Anthony Riley, to be exact, from his video. So I thought, yeah, this is a great image. Okay, the height is high, it's 8 feet, but it's still behind their geometric horizon. It's still falling short, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, look, if you want a really, really good GIF for that observation, here's one to save, right? This is a great one.
Right.
I'll just find it, right? So this one shows everything just in a GIF for that 8-foot one. 1 second, I'll just find it.
Yeah, because I love that one. The one I've got,
Yeah,
it's got the luminous line and the pink arrows showing the horizon clearly. That's the one I've got.
That's
anyway.
a good one.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's a good one. This one also shows that. So have a look at this one I just put in the side chat.
Yeah, because that's the one I've been using all the time. The one with the pink.
This one's more detailed. This one shows exactly where he's standing. It shows. Have a look at it. It's in the side chat now.
Yeah, I'm looking now. It hasn't come up on my side yet.
Come up in a second.
Oh, a video. You posted a video, yeah?
Yeah, it's a GIF. Yep.
A GIF. Okay, it looks like a video here. It's actually a GIF. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I've got this one. Yeah, I've got this one. Yeah, I've got this one. That's where I got my pictures from. You know, the map. So it's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where I got my map from, you see. It's a really good one, this one. Nice music as well. Do you remember this track from the old days?
You can hear music in this?
Yeah. Unless I'm looking at the wrong video. It's the one you posted.
Oh, yeah, you must be. 39 minutes after the hour.
There's a little medley there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no music in this GIF. It's silent. So you must be looking at something else. I'll tag
I'm looking
you.
at a video here then. Yeah, I'm looking at a video. It's great though. I've got this one. So let me stop there. Let me just check what. Maybe I clicked on the wrong thing, but when I clicked, there was nothing but that there. Where am I here? What's going on? I'm in the wrong bloody chat. You're kidding me. No, I'm in the yeah. Then I've gone into the side chat. Okay, the gifts come up now. Yeah, yeah, it's a good. Yeah, definitely a good one. I was looking at the exact same thing. The video was what I was watching, so the video had the music in it. This gift doesn't have that melody. Same thing, yeah. Yeah, I've got this one. I've had this one for ages. It's great because you get the layout of the land and everything else, and I screenshot it and I used that as a meme. And then Quantum Eraser did it, put the distance and the mileage and everything in there, and I've copied that as well.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, I'm all for sharp resolution photography. You know, sometimes you can't get that with the atmospheric conditions, but most of the time we do. You know, and I also like the atmospheric conditions because you can compare. This is what it's like on a day with high atmospheric conditions. This is a day when it's low and it's clear and the sun is out and you can see everything. There's your comparison. So the weather's always changing. Conditions are always changing. That's what I'm trying to say. And they have to accept that. Same location, different day, better visibility. But the likes of Mactoon and that always give you the worst image. I said, can't you get a better picture than this? This is what is this? This is not something I would offer anybody. This is rubbish. And they hang all their wish and their prayers on one horrible image. But nice to have some Globers coming in anyway. Yeah, you know. See, 20 Cups is in the house. He's very quiet today. What's up? 20 Cups? You're not saying much. Are you there? No. Welcome back. Welcome back, Shaggy. How you doing, Majin? Everything okay?
Hi guys.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for us today?
Yeah, I have many questions. I talk about this the anti-globalist guy earlier, and he shows me some video, right?
Yeah.
Let me begin this one. Oh, yeah, right. You got the video.
Did you post it in the side chat? Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just try to make. Yeah, we can actually explain that scenario using some other phenomenon like the light wave refractions or something.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, why we can't?
Why? Because light bending isn't going to make all of the water flat and completely hide the geometric horizon. You think bending light is going to make all of the water flat and completely hide the geometric horizon?
Even
Standard
if the
atmospheric refraction is 8%, right? On a globe, standard atmospheric is calculated at 8% difference. Okay, so you might be able to see 8% further. Okay, we have clear conditions, right? We don't have some crazy mirage happening that's just making all of the water flat, right? That doesn't work. That's not an excuse.
so what do you mean by it left the water straight without bending? How
Okay, so
can we?
there's no
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're
Go ahead.
saying that everything past the horizon is an illusion. It's not really there. That's what you're saying.
No, it may be there. We can explain it using the
No, it
globe
can't be
theory, right?
there if the Earth's a globe. No,
Why?
it can't be there if the Earth's a globe. It would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? All of the water past the horizon you can't see any water past the horizon. Okay, so the horizon on a globe is at 2.29 miles away. So you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon because the horizon's where the water and the sky appear to meet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you don't see more water past the horizon line, but we do see more water way past the horizon line. Okay, so you're saying that all of that water isn't really there. It's just an illusion.
What do you mean
That's a
by
crazy claim.
yeah? The horizon is the boundary that we see. That water line is ending, right? So what do you mean by
Yeah.
above?
So the
Yeah.
water line is ending, right? And you see the water appearing to meet with the sky. That's the horizon line. Okay, so you don't see water beyond that. So the horizon line on a globe from that observer height is 2.29 miles away.
2.29. Is that a fact? I don't know actually.
Yeah, you can look it up. You can go on ChatGPT, you can go on, if you go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator. Maybe you should do that. If you go to Google, type in Earth curvature calculator.
Mhm. Yeah,
And then you put in the observation.
yeah.
Put in the
So
observer height,
no, I
3.5 foot.
Yeah, no. I'm currently not actually following you, but I have done this earlier. Yeah, I got the result. But
What's the result?
I found the several calculators. But so let's talk about the idea, right? So
Right.
you are saying that because we can't see beyond horizon, so that means the water doesn't exist beyond horizon, right? Is that what you're saying?
It means it shouldn't exist, but it does exist. That's the problem.
You shouldn't be able to see it, right? It exists beyond the horizon, but it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth were a globe. You would not be able to see it. So if you can see it, you're claiming that it's not really there, it's just an illusion.
No, I didn't actually get the point there. If a globe, then we can say there is a water beyond the horizon, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see it because it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
That's it.
That's why we don't see it.
Okay,
Right?
let me show you a diagram. You do see it. Okay, look. This is what the horizon would be on a globe. One second. Just uploading an image.
Okay. Yeah. Now I see it. Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the yellow dot, right? That's the maximum distance that you can see. And that's what the horizon would look like. Okay, so that would be the line where the maximum distance you can see the water. Okay, all of the water past that line on a globe would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, and that line on a globe has to be at 2.29 miles away. But we can see the water going beyond, right, beyond the 11.2 mile windmills. And we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water.
But that
Okay, so
number
you should see it.
the
What's
number
that?
sh- the number should be depend on our height, right? The
Yes, so
angle we are looking at.
height's 3.5. The height is 3.5 foot. Okay, so I'm putting a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator in the side chat. So the eye height level will determine the distance to the horizon on a globe. So in this observation, the eye height level is 3.5 foot.
Yeah. You know, this calculation is kind of a simplified version, right?
This is just a geometric calculation. This is
Yeah.
basic geometry based
Yeah.
off the radius
Yeah.
of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
There's no complicated way to do a basic calculation based off the geometry of a globe.
Yeah. So we can argue that we can see beyond that because of the light bending.
No, because the Earth is flat. That's why. It's not because the light is bending. Because the Earth is flat and it's not
So
curving is why we can see farther. Because there is no curvature. There might be
no,
your 8% refraction, as was mentioned earlier on, but the objects we're seeing are exceeding your 8% refraction rate. So
all right.
this is the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, I got it. So you're saying
Right.
even we applied the light bending, we still
Yeah.
see things beyond that, right?
Right. Exactly that. And we
That's
shouldn't.
right. Yeah, so if you account for refraction, and you can go and ask ChatGPT if you like, right? Say how much percentage do we account for when we account for refraction? The last guy we were speaking to checked this while we were speaking to him just 10 minutes ago. Okay, and his ChatGPT told him 8%. You can see 8% further on a globe, right? If you account for standard refraction. Okay, and we have a very
Right.
clear conditions on this day, right? We have
So
we don't have any crazy mirage, right? We don't have any crazy weather. It's a clear day.
Yeah, the visibility is clear because you can see the whole thing, the bottom, everything is clean. There's no, So if you allow for your 8% refraction, okay, but we're still seeing well beyond that. Clearly.
Okay, let me show you just a couple more images. Okay, so this is a close-up photograph of the windmills. Okay, and this is a screenshot from the observation, just so you can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. Okay, so when it's low tide, we see the black portion where the water has actually stripped off the yellow paint from the bottom of the windmills, and we can see the water going beyond. Okay, we shouldn't be able to see the bottom 52 feet of the windmill. The bottom 52 feet should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can.
how far away this?
Yeah.
Just mention that.
11. Okay, so number 1, right? You can see 6 windmills. Okay, the one on the left, number 1, that's 8 miles. And then number 6 is 11.2 miles away. So I've done the calculation here for all of them. Okay, so here's a video showing a GIF, right? Showing each of the platforms and how much should be hidden for each one behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So are you guys proposing any kind of shape other than globe?
No. No.
No, because we can't. How can we know the shape of the earth when we cannot leave the earth to get what is called the God's eye view? You know, the view from space. Let's say God's eye view. We don't have any idea what the shape is. All we're saying is that the earth is level. It is not a oblate spheroid shape. It is not that shape. Is what we're saying. As for the shape, we have no idea. We're like you. We don't have any idea. How could we?
What's the flat earthers explanation for the sun disappearing?
The sun? Okay, so the
Yeah.
sun, or as anything moves away from you in the distance, it's going to eventually converge with the horizon. Okay, so it's going to appear to disappear bottom up, right? Due to the way that the light scatters and due to the density of the atmosphere at a low angle of view. Okay, so that's what's going to happen with the sun. If you actually zoom in when the sun's setting, it actually looks like the bottom of the sun starts to squish into the horizon. I can show some footage of that if you like,
Yeah,
like
but
a close-up of a
that
sunset.
that phenomena can also be explained by the light refraction thing. I think.
Yeah, it's to do with the atmospheric conditions,
Mhm.
right? It's called atmospheric scattering, right? So yeah, you can it happens. It can happen just fine on a flat surface. Okay, but the globe says that it's disappearing behind a physical curvature of the Earth. But the observations that we've been showing debunk the curvature of the Earth, right? They debunk the claim of a geometric horizon.
Yeah, because we are able to see beyond the geometric horizon of a globe ball. We're seeing further. So it means either the globe is bigger than the numbers they've given us, or the Earth is flat. So clearly the Earth is flat, isn't it? It's that simple. There's no need to fight this. Pointless fighting it.
Can you give me the reference to this video? Oh, I don't.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so this video was done by a man named Dr. John D. Okay, he has a PhD in optics. He's a very smart guy. So I'm going to send you a link to his YouTube channel and to this video because he goes over everything in extreme detail in this video. He also has laser tests, and he has lectures on optics and refraction and miraging. So here's the link to the video, and you can watch the whole video in high definition here and look at all of his additional data that I didn't present.
Yeah. I will post 4 other videos backing up what DJ is going to do. All of them you must watch. One is 6 minutes. Another one is going to be around about 6 minutes. Then the other one will be 10 minutes and 20 minutes. Okay. They're all very good. Okay. To strengthen your knowledge. That's what's going to happen here. You're going to be knowledge based because you're going to witness things that are happening in nature that you haven't had the opportunity to see. Okay. That's the key here. You haven't taken the time out because you haven't had the opportunity, but other people have. This is the beauty of it. So no cheating, and then you can, then you can always go to this location. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you explain why everything that moves away too far then converges with the horizon?
Yes.
Like this phenomena is not it's not intuitive.
It's
not
to do with perspective, convergence. Okay, so the
No,
horizon.
tell me what happens to the individual photons. Like simplify it.
We're not talking about the photons. We're talking about perspective, right? The optics of the human eye here.
But it's
okay.
It comes down to light. No.
Yes, the light is bouncing off what you're looking at and making its way back to your eye.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes in a straight line, right?
Well, it can be manipulated by the temperatures, which will change the refractive index of the medium, and it can deviate slightly. So that's why we have different things to account for when we're looking through the atmosphere, because we have a very dynamic atmosphere that's constantly changing. That's why we have different types of effects when we watch sunsets, when we watch distant things in the distance, right? Sometimes we have crazy effects. Sometimes it looks like a boat is floating in the air, right? Sometimes it looks like a boat is sinking. Sometimes it looks like a boat is upside down. Okay, because we have different types of atmospheric conditions.
Okay.
Yeah. But perspective will create a horizon. So the horizon line is essentially the vanishing point. Okay, so you have unlimited vanishing points when you're looking out into the distance, and the horizon will be a straight line between vanishing points. And then it will be manipulated by the atmospheric effects. That's why they say in the definition of horizon, it's an apparent location. Apparent,
Yeah.
meaning that it changes because of all of these conditions, right? It's not at a set distance. Yeah, that's
it.
the
You nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah. That's it. The horizon is always constantly changing due to the atmospheric conditions continuously changing. Okay? It's that simple. Right. No need to fight it. And then when you understand it, you can enjoy it. In fact, refraction for me and the horizon moving is an enjoyment for me because it shows that the earth is the air that I breathe is constantly changing, just as much as human beings who have different fingerprints. No human being has the same fingerprints. That's what the air is proving to me, and the clouds as well. When you look at the clouds, you never see the same cloud formation ever, but yet in NASA's images you see the same cloud formation. So they've used what's known as a cloning tool to replicate the clouds over and over again. So so you can see that the images they offer as from space are actually composites, and they're cheating. They're not giving you a real image of Earth as a globe. This is why I find it very interesting. This atmospheric conditions constantly changing. Okay, it's God's truth. That's what that is. God's truth. That's why I say I don't fight it. That's easy for me to concede that. It's not a problem because it's the truth. You've got to operate under the standards of integrity and honesty. That's how you're going to get somewhere. Really.
So you can have a look at the time lapse in the side chat that I just posted, and you'll see how much the weather conditions are changing everything that we can see in the distance.
Is that like the water level?
Yeah, that's a bay called Skunk Bay in America, and it's just time lapse footage.
Oh yeah.
And then there's mountains in the background.
Interesting.
Yeah, so as the weather conditions and the temperatures and everything change during the day, it's causing a series of different effects, right? So there's names for all of these effects. We have stooping and towering, right? So stooping, sometimes you see it look like it's squishing, right? It's getting smaller. It's compressing, and then yeah, that's called stooping. Yep, and then sometimes it looks like it's stretched out. Okay, stretched out is called towering, and it's the opposite. Okay, so it's stretched out. That's called towering, and we can see them slightly moving up and down. Right, that's called sinking and looming, and then we can see a bit of inferior miraging happening as well. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of things happening throughout the day as the weather conditions change. So this isn't proof of a flat Earth or a globe Earth or anything like that. This is just learning about how the atmospheric conditions affect the things that you're looking at in the distance.
Right.
So one of the arguments that they say with the globe is that when a boat sails away, you can't see it anymore, and that boat's gone beyond the curvature of the Earth. So I'm just putting some videos in the side chat to show you that even though it looks like the boat's gone, right, it's not actually gone. So when these people zoom in with these high-powered cameras, they can actually bring the boat back into view again.
But how? I'm sorry. I was gonna say, how can they bring it back?
Okay, so when things move away from you, they get smaller and smaller and smaller. And once they get below a certain size, which is 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve the object anymore because it becomes too small for the human eye to resolve. It's called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So what they're doing when they're zooming back in with the camera, they're increasing that angular size of the object in the distance, and then the human eye is able to resolve the object again because it's being magnified by the zoom. So even though it looks like you could still see the horizon, but you can't see the boat's still there, but the human eye can't see it because it's too small. It's less than the limitation of the human eye, right? Kind of like if you have a fly, right? Like you have a fly and it's buzzing around in front of your face. If the fly flies away from you, once the fly gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't see it anymore. Even though the fly's still there, you just can't see it because it's too small to see.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing on a larger
That
scale.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can hear the fly, but you can't see it.
Yeah.
Right. But like, what if the boat went beyond the horizon? Can we still bring it back?
Well, the
You can
horizon.
with
What the?
sorry, if the ship's gone beyond your eyeball's ability to see it on the horizon where you are, it's gone. You can use a pair of binoculars and you can see that ship. And if you keep using the binoculars, the ship will go beyond the binoculars focal ability, angular resolution ability. Then you use a telescope that gives you longer. Yet the ship hasn't gone over any curvature yet. See? Can you see how it all
Yes.
makes sense now?
So basically, you can bring anything back using a strong enough telescope, right?
Yeah, and unless it's physically obstructed, right? So if you
Right.
have waves,
Yeah.
okay,
I mean,
ocean.
if you have a clear line of sight.
Yeah, if you have
clear
clear line
line
of
of sight
sight,
between you
you can bring
and the
things
object.
back. Yes, you can, but what you're going to have a problem with when you have a very long distance is the clarity of the air, right? How clear the air is over distance, because we have a maximum visibility due to the how clean the air is over distance, right? How much pollution and dust and humidity and fog and all of that kind of thing is in the air. So if you check the weather report, it will say the maximum visibility. Okay, so if you go somewhere like New York City, right, the visibility will be very low. But if you go somewhere like the desert, you'll be able to see a lot further because the air's much cleaner and clearer. So it really depends on that. So just say the boat is 30 kilometers away or 40 kilometers away. It's on most days, it's going to be very difficult to zoom back in and see that boat again because the visibility ratings, you're not going to be able to see it because the air is too thick to be able to see through all that air. It's kind of like a fog in a way. Does that make sense?
Like the accumulation, it accumulates. The accumulation
Yes.
of all the air between you and the object, right? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Like I'll
And
check the
all that.
visibility. I'll check the visibility where I'm at right now, right? So visibility in Lublin in Poland, that's the city close to where I'm at right now. So, okay, so I'll see what comes up. Okay, so visibility in Lublin, Poland is currently around 10 miles, which is about 16 kilometers. So that's not very far. Okay, so anything
No.
that goes so if something was 20 kilometers away, I shouldn't be able to see it because it's
Yeah,
not visible
the weather
because of the
conditions.
weather.
Yeah, the
Yep.
weather. I mean, what is it? Did you say it was 10 kilometers or 10 miles?
10 miles. 10 miles.
10 miles, 6 kilometers. That is, yeah.
16 kilometers.
I think 16.
10 miles. Sorry, yeah, you said 10 miles. Got it. I got that wrong.
Yep.
I thought you said 10 kilometers. Sorry, 10 miles.
Yep.
Yeah, 16 kilometers is correct. Sorry. Yeah, and that's still, like you said, no, yeah, the weather wouldn't allow you to see that if the weather's bad.
So I have another question.
Yeah,
so
please.
let's say the sun is setting, right?
Well,
It's
you know,
setting
the
at
sun is
like
moving away from us is what's actually going on. Okay.
yeah, okay. So it's setting, meaning moving away. Let's say it's like 9. It's setting at 9. Not 9.
Well,
What time does the
9:30.
sun set at the country?
Yeah, 9,
9:30.
depending
Okay.
on the season. Let's just say 9:30 for now. 9:30.
And how much does the sunset take? Like duration.
How long does it take?
Yeah.
In time? Well, that's a good question. Maybe when it starts to lose light, let's say 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then it gets dark.
I wouldn't say 2.5. Like how much since the moment the sun touches the horizon until the moment it's completely covered by it. I would say a couple of seconds, right? Like
Oh
30
no.
Okay,
seconds,
right.
something like that.
It changes. It changes. Yeah, it depends. I'd say it's maybe 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
But it depends.
Okay,
It
5
depends on
minutes.
the conditions because the sun isn't actually disappearing behind the horizon. Like look at when you zoom in close, right? When the sun sets, look at this one, right? It's not disappearing behind the horizon. It's actually compressing and fading into the horizon. Okay, so you're looking through all of the densest part of the atmosphere there. And the sun's not actually setting behind the horizon here. It's an optical effect. Okay, so the light's
I'm just
scattering a lot.
okay. I'm just what do they call it? I'm describing it as I see it, not
Well,
it's just
hold on. Let me show you a different one.
description.
Let me show you an interesting one now, right? It's gonna confuse you. Okay, so have a look at this one. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, it looks like the sun is hidden half by the horizon, so that you can't see the bottom of the sun. But when this person zooms in,
Oh yeah.
it looks like the sun's up in the sky again, right? Because when you're looking through all of that atmosphere, you have the glare, right? You have atmospheric scattering of light. And then when he zooms in, you'll see the sun wasn't actually sitting on the horizon at all. Even though from the observer, it looks like the sun's on the horizon, but it's not even really on the horizon here. Look at the video I just put in the side chat.
Okay.
See, the lens was able to enlarge and zoom in and clear everything for you, so you can see it clearly. But because it's your own naked eye standing there, like DJ said, you've got the glare, and then the atmosphere, all that mixing in. It looks like it's on the horizon. Amazing, isn't it?
There's a few examples here of it. The second one's a good one as well.
Yeah, it's such a great shot, that one. Witnessing a natural phenomena, and sometimes technology can aid where the eye fails, and it's only failing due to its size, the size of the eye. That's all. It's a magnificent tool we have to see things with, the naked eye.
And you know what they also tell you? What they also tell you on the globe is that when you see the sun at sunset, the sun actually set 10 minutes earlier, and that the sun is already gone 10 minutes ago, and that you're just seeing an illusion of the sun. That's what they tell you on the globe. That's what they say happens.
Ridiculous.
Even though you can feel the heat from that sun on your face every second until it disappears. But they tell you the sun's already gone 10 minutes ago. You should have stopped feeling the heat from that sun 10 minutes earlier.
Now, in the two GIFs that you posted, these two little videos here, you will notice that the actual the reflection of the sun comes right to the observer. Now, that wouldn't happen if there was curvature there. It would be cut off. It wouldn't reach you. It would be cut off halfway across. Have you noticed that as well? Can you see it?
Yeah,
The
but like
reflection of the sun
the footage
across
is
the ocean.
blurry. I wouldn't make a theory based off of it. It's a bit blurry.
What's a bit blurry?
The footage.
The footage is clear to me. This is clear footage I'm looking at. I've seen much worse footage than this, and people are trying to base their life on that. Now, this is good. This is good image. This is considered. This would be considered good imagery. What I'm looking at right now. This I would offer up to people. Definitely.
You can do this yourself, right? Some of these GIFs, the quality has been lowered with some of the GIFs just so they can be used on Discord, because in a lot of servers they have to be below a certain size. Right, so you can find this footage as well. If you go looking on YouTube, you go do some searching, you can find high definition versions of these. Right, these aren't the highest definition, but you can still see what's going on, right? When it's zoomed out, it looks like the sun is half hidden on the horizon. But when he zooms in again, the sun was actually up in the sky. It was just an illusion that it looked like it was sitting on the horizon.
Right. You see, that's the thing. Yeah. It's a great gift, this one.
I mean, I would say anything that's far enough and close to some other object, it looks like the two are connected. But then when you come closer, it then looks that they are separated.
They're indeed separate. Yeah. That phenomena does happen. I've witnessed that one myself many times.
Perspective convergence.
Is that the name? Is that the name for the phenomenon?
That's the name.
What's it called? Perspective convergence.
Convergence. Yeah. You know, and the atmosphere can also behave like a lens as well, because there's a lot of moisture and gases in the atmosphere. So over large distances, it can behave kind of like a lens. Okay, so things can become like looking larger, magnified, and things like that.
Yeah,
Right.
I've seen those as well. You know, where the sun is magnified over the horizon, you think, wow, that's a big sun today. Today it's big, isn't it? Today.
Yep. Yep.
You know?
Sometimes it looks giant on the horizon. In Australia, when we have a lot of humidity, sometimes it can look like it's giant. Whereas on other days, in the exact same location, it doesn't look like it's big at all. Just depends. It depends on the weather conditions.
And when you're looking at all this material, natural phenomena, it's a good source of information, entertainment, and knowledge upkeep, I think. You know, most of people on Earth now are just taking these things for granted, or they don't even consider it at all. And that means there's, you know, we're missing a lot in a way of the beauty of living on Earth.
I mean, personally, I don't see why they would lie about the Earth being round.
Most people aren't lying. Most
No,
people
I'm
are
not
not
talking about.
lying.
I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about the
Well, who do you
institutions
think?
that you guys think are lying.
Well, who would that be?
I don't know, scientific institutions and stuff like that.
No, no, no. I don't think that most scientific institutions are lying. Just because they're giving
mean,
people wrong information doesn't mean they're a liar, right? They're just teaching people what they were taught in the textbooks.
Right.
But they base their stuff on experiments and stuff like that.
No,
they're
they
basing
don't.
they're basing their stuff on theoretical and mathematical models and conceptions, right? They're not basing their evidence on empirical demonstrations. The globe wasn't created because of measurements and empirical testing. The globe was created based on assumptions and the way that we view the celestials in the sky. Okay, so they came up with something called the celestial sphere, and then they changed the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere. And that's how the globe was born. Okay, it was one conceptual way of viewing the sky, turning that into coordinate system, and then inverting that coordinate system into a globe, right? And that's where the latitude longitude system came from.
So it's from the sky, you see, because when you look at the sky, it does look like a dome, doesn't it? In a way, doesn't it? Like being in a planetarium, if you will.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just off the top of my head, I can think of a dozen experiment showing that the Earth is round.
Okay, name one.
Like
Name one.
before.
Yeah, you should be able to name one, and you should have brought them with you here, because if you know that knowledge, you should have brought it here to teach us, if that's the case.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The one with the Greek guy. That he did
Aristophanes
with the
he's talking about,
yeah.
Aristophanes.
I think. Yeah. I don't
No, he
remember
did
his name.
not. Yeah, no, he
He did
didn't
what?
prove the Earth was a globe at all. He assumed it.
Exactly. He wasn't even trying to prove it. He wasn't even trying to prove if the Earth was a globe or flat.
He did an experiment.
Yeah, but
using
he wasn't. He already thought the Earth was a globe, right? He wasn't trying to prove if the Earth's a globe or not, right? He was just trying to calculate the size of the globe that he assumed he lived on.
Yeah.
So he didn't test. He didn't measure any curvature, right? He just did a calculation based off an assumption, right? That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
So you could do the same thing, right? You could work out the circumference of your flat floor at your house, right? You could set up the same test that Eratosthenes did and measure a shadow of something on the other side of your room. Do the same math that Eratosthenes did. Assume that you're standing on a spherical floor, and you can work out the circumference of your spherical floor.
That's right. So you can observe the shadows moving and measuring on your flat floor, and then you would then say your floor is now a curve. It's a sphere. You see, That's a problem.
Yeah.
And also, if you bring the sun closer than it's assumed to be, and you assume it, let's say, closer, you get the same results. Thus, it works on a flat Earth, the same methodology, in fact.
Right. So you're saying the only way they proved the Earth is round is basically math.
It's
Yes.
correct. It's just a mathematical concept. It is not real. It does not exist in the physical world that we live in. Nature. It's not there. No one has seen it.
I mean, if you say it's math, using what?
Hmm.
Using the sky, using this
the sky,
using
stars and
a conceptual coordinate system based off the way that we view the sky, right? It's a conceptual way of viewing the sky. Okay, so I can explain a little bit about that if you want.
I mean, go ahead.
Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. Okay, the
So it's
Greeks.
an axiom.
Well, it's not an axiom, it's a conceptual way of observing the sky, right? It's an observational construct. Okay,
Like they saw the sky coming
the
down.
sky looks like we see the sky as a big half sphere.
Okay.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. So the
Right.
Greeks, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and the early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, and the key thing to note is that the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, right? Meaning the sky, right? Not terrestrial. Terrestrial meaning the ground. In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions. Celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measurements projected on the inner surface of the sky sphere, right? The celestial sphere. The celestial poles and celestial equator were imaginary reference lines created by extending the Earth's rotational axis and equator into the heavens. But originally, this was only a geometric analogy, not a physical proof of a spinning Earth.
Oh.
Okay. And then later on, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle took this symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that the heavens appeared as spherical and perfect. The Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below, right? And that's where that term as above, so below came from. Okay, so they took the celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, and that was projected downward onto Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system, latitude and longitude, which mirrors right ascension and declination. This was a conceptual inversion, not a measurement-based discovery, right? And that's how the globe Earth was originally born. There's a lot more information about it.
Interesting.
It
Can you give me
doesn't
some
actually
sources?
in reality. It's not there. It's not there at all. The very
I would like
fact that
to
you're having
look.
this discussion and you don't have any proof, your personal proof, should prove that to you instantly.
I mean, I'm not a
You have to do a
scientist,
bunch of
so
research on what Pythagoras did, right? What Aristotle did, what Plato did. You know,
yeah.
you've got a bunch of research to do and work out, you know, the way that they conceived the celestial sphere. You know, study the celestial sphere and the origins of the celestial sphere. This is mainstream information, so you can look it up, you can study it. It's quite comprehensive. It's a lot to look into, but they don't really teach people this stuff at school.
Yeah, thanks for the information. I'll definitely look into it.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
I mean, not right now. Maybe some other time.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That's okay. Don't forget to look at the material that we've posted. You've been looking at it. There's a lot there. Everything will inform you. It's only going to strengthen your knowledge. Probably pose a few questions, but it's only because, again, you haven't gone out yourself to investigate. For when you do that, you're going to dispel a lot of questions, will be answered quickly just through your investigation. And then the idea that you can't believe that the government is lying to you, because it is. The media is lying to you because they are. The institutions where you teach are misinforming you. Then you've got to think, what is my worth on this earth? And why do I vote for a system that's devaluing me? That's what you're going to be thinking about in the end. I'm telling you. That's the truth of the matter.
I mean, I don't particularly feel that the globe view devalues me.
Well, that's because you're still thinking that the earth is a globe, because it is a devaluation, because it's a lie that you were told from the education that your parents paid for, that their money paid for your education, which was misinformed. So it's malice and ill use of your parents' money for your education. So there's devaluation right there. Right there's a devaluation. You're being misinformed at school.
Okay, but why would they lie about this?
Well, then you have to go and see the government for that, because that's a question everybody's got. Why are you lying about where we live? Because they've got you under control. When you belong to a globe, you don't even realize you're being devalued. You've just said it. I don't feel devalued when I'm on a globe. That's what they've done to you. They've indoctrinated you to that level that you don't care now. You don't think you're being devalued. You're better to believe than not to know then. That's what you want to do. We know. So when you know you're being devalued, you stand up straight and you say to them, why the hell are you doing that? And it's clearly obvious, for control. It's all about that. I mean,
So
think
you
of the
don't,
psychology, just for 1 second, think of the psychology that is required for a person to go and kill another person in a uniform of his country against another country and vice versa. And yet the people didn't do anything. It's the leaders that instigated that problem. And now they're killing themselves.
I'm not
That's how much
saying the government.
devaluation is going on.
Yeah,
Sorry?
right. I'm not saying the government are angels or something.
No, they're liars. That's what they are. They
I
are
hate
complete and
governments
utter liars.
probably. Yeah, I hate governments probably more than you. But like, if the Earth is flat, are they lying about it to keep us from going over the edge or something?
Why would we be going over the edge if we're in a container that's pressurizing our system to 14.7 psi? Why would we be falling off the edge but yet not fall off a ball? Silly. So you got to look at these things. Okay, it's easier to fall off a ball than a flat level surface. Any child knows that. When you ask a child, which is the safest place to build a house, a ball that is spinning, curving, or a flat plate that is not moving at all. And most of them go to the flat plate because it's safe and level, easy to build on. It's just common sense. Okay, the ball is ridiculous. Why don't you fall off the edge of the ball? It's curving.
Right.
Right. Then you're going to have to evoke the other magic force known as gravity. That's never been proven. That doesn't exist. Because your ball doesn't exist, remember?
So how are we stuck to the Earth?
Well, you are standing where you are because of your body weight, which is heavier than the air you are in.
But
You
when
are not
you
buoyant.
say these concepts,
what's the force pulling on that?
No, the
There is
concept
no
of weight.
force.
The concept of weight and heaviness.
So if there's no force, why are we being pulled down?
We're not being pulled down.
You're not being
We're not
pulled
being
down.
pulled down at all. Listen, the standard today is this: gravity is not a force. That's the mainstream scientist peer review. That's them. They're telling you, because you're not aware of it, gravity is not a force. That's the scientist's explanation of gravity. It is not a force. That's what you've got to understand first. Okay.
I mean,
right.
They say gravity is a force. Like there are 4 forces of
The
nature.
mainstream science doesn't say that. You're not listening to me, are you? Mainstream science today states that gravity is not a force. Mainstream science, not flat earthers. Mainstream science.
I'm pretty
Please
sure it
acknowledge.
does.
Please
I mean,
acknowledge.
are you talking about quantum gravity or something?
I'm talking
Because
about mainstream science telling you that gravity is not a force. It's not a force. Then the other thing you have to remember, which gravity are you speaking of? Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? Which one?
both of them are forces, I think.
No, you see? So you're ignoring what the mainstream science community are saying. Well, that's good luck to you. You ignore them, okay? You ignore what they're telling you whilst you're still confused, okay?
So you're saying Einsteinian gravity is not a force?
I'm saying
That's not what we're
Einstein's
saying.
gravity was never proven.
Yeah, that's not what we're saying. That's what the mainstream says. We're just parroting what
Yeah,
they're saying.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Don't associate us with gravity.
Oh,
We
look,
don't
this is
accept gravity the way it's been described. We know
exactly.
that something drops to the floor and helium rises up. That's what we know, but we don't call it gravity.
Yeah, so you need gravity on a globe, obviously. Okay, so because you think that you're on a spinning space ball floating through a vacuum, right, at millions of miles per hour in all of these different directions. So you're going to need like gravity and things like that to be able to explain how you can, not be flying off into space and have all the water sticking to the outside of the globe and whatnot. Okay, so you need gravity to have a globe, and you need a globe to have gravity. So in reality, hold on, let me finish really quickly, right? So
yeah, go ahead.
on a flat Earth, in a stationary contained system, right, things will go up or down depending on their density in relationship to the density of the surrounding medium, right? We don't have a space vacuum to contend with or anything like that. Okay, so if you were a helium balloon, you would go up, right? You wouldn't be on the ground, but because you're more dense than the air, unlike a helium balloon, right, you're going to sink through the air. You're only upright because you're using your energy to keep yourself upright. Okay, if you take away that energy, that force that you're using to force yourself from falling to the ground, you're just going to fall to the ground and you're never going to move from that state of rest on the ground like a rock, for example. But if you go and force that rock out of its state of rest, right, then release it, it's going to sink back down to where it was due to its density in relationship to the density of the medium that it's surrounded by, which is air.
Then how do satellites work?
Well, that's a bit
Can
of
you
a
say that
jump.
again, please? What did he say?
How do satellites
How do
work?
satellites work? How does
Well,
orbit work?
satellites are begging the question fallacy because you haven't really established the Earth to be a globe and you haven't confirmed that. You don't know that. And now you're jumping to another thing that you haven't validated or understand. And I tell you now, there are no satellites with solar panels in a vacuum. They don't work. They're not there. Helium balloons are. Helium balloons, satellites, and then blimps. What's the other thing? Blimps, drones. These things exist. And then fiber
The
optic
satellites
cables,
don't.
telltales, satellites, the way you're thinking they are, do not exist in space. They do not exist. And you would need to validate that. How have you
And
validated
this is
that?
this is a whole
No.
conspiracy that
How have you
all over.
validated? Don't
Let me
answer my
finish. Let
question.
me ask you a question. No, it's just I'm
No,
just
you're not
trying to
answering my
understand your
question.
point here.
You're
No,
not.
I'm trying to
You're
understand.
not
I'm trying
addressing
to
my
understand
question.
your position. I'm
No,
trying to
but you're not
understand your
addressing my
position.
question. It's simple. How did
Why are
you
you
validate?
screaming, dude? Calm.
Well, because you're trying to talk over me and you're not addressing my question. My question came first. How did you validate that the satellites are up there? The answer is you didn't. Okay? It's a belief.
Okay, you answered. Okay, so you answered my question. So my follow-up question to understand your point being, and again, I have not made any claims so far. Don't forget that. I haven't made any arguments against you. My questions, please answer them if you can, is so do you believe that the entirety of the world, all countries, came up and agreed on lying about the Earth being a globe?
Not
Do
necessarily.
you
I don't
believe
think
that?
most people, no, because countries as a whole, right, they don't just talk. Okay, so most people that work for governments or for educational institutions and whatnot, they're just regurgitating information that they were taught from a young age and then reinforced at school and university. They're not necessarily lying to you. I think most people genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe, right? But look into how did the globe come to be in the first place, and I did just spend a whole bunch of time explaining that to the last guy, which you missed, unfortunately. But I think most people are definitely not lying. Surely there would be some people that would be in on the lie, but that's a very difficult list to write.
Even if some certain states are against each other. For example, the Soviets with the capitalist Americans, both agreed that the Earth was a globe. They both believed the fact that the U.S. went to the moon. But they both agreed the other went to space.
Not
Even though these countries were
necessarily.
against. Yeah, they
Well,
did.
the head of the Russian space agency, right? He said that the Americans faked the moon landings. So they definitely don't all agree on it, right? There's tons of people from the Russian side that definitely don't believe that the Americans did what they said they did. And also, when it comes to outer space, right? A lot of these countries are said to be enemies, right? Like US and Russia at the moment, but they're also sharing a space station and whatnot, right? So when it comes to outer space, they seem to kind of be working with each other these days. But it is true that the head of the Russian space agency did call bullshit on the moon landing missions.
But it wasn't regarded as the state's official position. Okay.
Okay, well, the head of the space agency called bullshit on it. Even Putin recently, right? They did a whole bunch of advanced AI analysis on the moon landing footage, and I think the result was that it couldn't be proven to be authentic. I mean, the moon landing footage, even if I believed that the Earth was a globe, right? The moon landing footage is an absolute joke. There's no way in hell, after all the research I've done for the last 8 years, that I buy into the moon landing footage, whether the Earth's flat or a globe, right? Clearly, it's propaganda. But that's
I haven't done 8 years of research. I can't debunk you on that one.
No, that's fine. I didn't expect you to, right? That's just my personal opinion on it based on my own research. It doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe, right? Just because the moon landings were faked, in my opinion.
No, fair enough. It was a different topic. It doesn't really correlate. Okay. So, when it comes to flat Earth, it's basically you have to figure out how the Earth works for yourself. Don't trust these scientific institutions. Don't trust these large states, or don't trust basically, anything too big that disagrees with the fact that the Earth is flat. Figure the information for yourself. Then make your
Yeah, well, you don't have to. We don't have to go for an all or nothing fallacy here. Really, we don't have to dismiss like the entire body of mainstream science just because people think that they're living on a globe, right? That most people have never questioned or tested at all. Okay, so just because they're believing that the Earth is a globe, but they're also studying how gas behavior works, right? We don't have to dismiss all of their research on gas behavior, right? That's been tested empirically in a lab, just because they also believe that the Earth is a globe, right? Or how optics work as well, right? Things like that, or how computer science works, etc.
So you agree that every image that we've seen, like I understand, like any image we've seen is just a crafted image, right? Not a real image from outer space of the Earth. Is that true, or?
Well, I would probably respond to that saying that we can't validate a lot of it. Okay, so we would have to have trust and faith in the people presenting us the image because we can't go there and empirically validate whether the image was real or not. Now, once you look into it, NASA only claims to have one full frame photograph of the Earth from space, which is the 1972 blue marble. All of the blue marble images that they released after that are admitted to be composited and made in Photoshop and stitched together, right? They're adding in the clouds afterwards and all of that kind of thing, right? That's admitted by NASA. But most of the general public don't know that, right? They see these images of Earth and they think, oh, these are photos of Earth from space. But that's not really what they are claimed to be. James Webb, Hubble telescope and whatnot footage, right? These different space telescopes and whatnot. Like, look at the footage from them, right? They're also heavily edited, right? They look like fantastical cartoons and things like that. So I mean, we can't validate a lot of this stuff, but what we can do is we can look into how gas pressure works, right? Thermodynamics, and what's been empirically demonstrated, because this is violating certain natural laws and gas laws and things like that, right? When they're saying that all of these things are existing within a 10 to the negative 17 torr outer space vacuum, whereas where a
All
ball
these rockets, not to cut you off, I'm sure you've explained it many times, but all these rockets that go into outer space, none of them are able to take an image of where they just left and to see the true shape of the Earth in a true digital image that you would consider not fraudulent. I mean, all these rockets going up, I'm just wondering, they don't snap images, on their departure.
Well, if you're talking about like SpaceX rockets and things like that, I mean, you'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll see the foot. Okay, so you see the rocket take off, and then you're gonna get some footage. If you want to trust the footage is legitimate, which is fine if you want to do that. We can't confirm it, but let's just say we trust it. You need to look at the lens that's being used, right? So you're gonna see the horizon, whether it's in the center of the frame, above the center of the frame, or below the center of the frame. It's gonna warp a bunch, right? Because of the lens distortion. Okay, quite often they want a wide angle field of view, so they're going to use a
I mean,
wide
that's
angle lens.
possible. That's possible. You're right, but that's possible. But you're talking about massive fraudulence here just to cover up. I mean, wouldn't they just rather not take photos would be easier than providing massive amounts of doctored photos for years and years to come to cover up something? I mean, that seems much less likely. Doctored photos all the time for years to cover up something rather than someone actually took a real photo of the Earth, doesn't it?
Well,
Doesn't it seem more feasible?
NASA only claims to have the one photo. Okay, so when they interviewed NASA and they asked NASA how come NASA hasn't gone back to the moon in over 50 years, NASA astronaut Don Pettit was the one in the interview at the time. He said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. Right? They went there with the computing power of less than a Nintendo Game Boy. Okay, they went there with a spaceship that looked like a tweaker shelter made out of curtain rods and gold foil. The moon landing footage is an absolute joke. It looks like miniatures and models in a studio setting. If we're relying on these people that obviously faked the moon missions, right? I don't trust any of the information that I'm getting off them. But I'm just
But
repeating what NASA's
what
saying.
information have you gotten about it, the Earth being flat? Then I mean, it can be
This
okay
doesn't.
if you're
This doesn't
accepting
prove. This
information.
doesn't.
If you're
Okay.
not accepting some information, it seems like
I got you.
you seems like there should be some literal evidence that all of us can agree on, rather than it just be almost like superstition to say the Earth is flat or round now. Like it just shows lots of technological evidence about the round Earth. Why are they trying to hide it? Then I guess I should say, what's the
Okay.
hide?
Okay. Well, you can't hide it, right? Because it's just outside, right? Anyone can test it, and that's what's been done, right? So I'm not worried about what NASA's presenting us, which we can't empirically, like we can't test that. You just want to choose whether you want to believe these space agencies and government agencies. That's up to you. You're never going to be able to validate any of the information that you're getting from them.
Well, what
Okay,
are they
but
hiding from us
let me
then? That's
finish.
so
Let
important. I
me
mean,
finish it. You can go and ask them, right? There's a whole bunch of reasons. I can't prove motive of other
like
people's
they're hiding
lives.
Antarctica. Is that what they don't want us to know
I
about?
don't know. You can ask them, right? And then you can present them with the empirical evidence that the Earth can't possibly be a globe, right? Because it's been tested over and over and over again. Okay, so if we thrive on empirical evidence, not faith-based evidence, okay, and trust and things like that. So if the Earth's a globe, right, we have gravity and we have a radius value, 3,959 miles, right? That's the radius of the Earth. That means that any large distance of water, right? They say 70% of the globe is covered in water, oceans and seas and whatnot. Okay, so any distance, we can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over the surface of the water. So if we have a 10-mile lake, there would be 66 foot of curvature. If we have a 20-mile lake or section of the ocean, there would be 260 foot of curvature. So
I'll
we
take
can
your
easily,
word. Okay.
yeah, you can check all of that after. We can go and test for that empirically, right? We can go to a 20-mile lake, for example. We can set up a extremely high-powered camera. We have amazing technology now, and we can zoom across the lake using like a Nikon P1000 super zoom camera, for example. It's like a telescope version of a camera, basically. And we can zoom across that 20-mile lake and test for Earth curvature. Because from a 5-foot observation height, you should have a horizon at 2.7 miles. Okay, the horizon being where the sky and the ground appear to meet. Anything beyond that, right, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that. And then things in the distance should start to become obstructed the further away they are, and depending on how tall they are. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by over 200 feet. But what we're finding is we can go there and we can zoom across the lake with this amazing camera, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be obstructed behind that horizon, which isn't even there, right? There's no horizon across the lake, and we can see the shoreline, okay? And then we go and test it again on a different day, and then we do it again at nighttime. And then we shoot a laser across the lake, right? A high-powered laser. Then we go to a different lake. Then we go to a different country and do it somewhere else. And accumulation of these tests, we can't find any curvature where there would have to be curvature. And this is all
If your
documented.
tests, very good. If your tests prove that the Earth is flat, then why just isn't it announced so easily? It's discovered that the Earth is flat. Why?
Yep.
Why do they
So
stand
2015,
on the point that they?
2016, 2015, I think it was 2014, 2015, Nikon released this P900 camera, right? Coolpix P900. It's the first like crazy optical zoom camera that you can basically record video with, 83x optical zoom. Amazing cameras. People started going out with these cameras and noticing that, well, we can see this island that's 40 miles away. Shouldn't that be behind the curvature of the Earth? So people started shooting tons of these observations. And that's when the flat Earth started to really pick up, right? People making videos demonstrating, look, this thing that we can see in the distance, or this ship, or this island should be hidden by 600 feet of Earth curvature, 200 feet of Earth curvature. Check this out, okay? And in 2015 to 2016, YouTube videos were getting millions of views, right? Flat Earth channels were blowing up like crazy. And it actually became the #1 search term on all of YouTube. And even during Trump's election, it surpassed Donald Trump in the search results. Okay. And Google got together with Congress and the heads of Facebook and whatnot, and they decided that they're going to censor flat Earth information. They called it dangerous misinformation, and they shadow banned it from the search algorithms and replaced the search results with literally a playlist of propaganda showing flat discs in space and flat earthers claim Australia doesn't exist, all this bullshit that no one claims. Okay, and that's still in place today. So there's video of these Congress hearings. I can post the videos if you want. It's literally like video footage of the Congress hearings where they talk about how they're going to censor the information. Yeah, so instead of promoting these observations that are so dangerous, they decided that they're going to try to sweep them under the rug and use mockery as a tactic to make flat earthers seem like a bunch of crazy people that make crazy claims. So if you type in flat earth into, last thing, I'll shut up in a second. Even if you type in the exact title of a good flat earth video, it's going to come up with just a bunch of flat earth debunking videos or really, really silly flat earth videos that it's like some crazy person claiming something that flat earthers don't really claim. Anyway,
So
thanks
are
for
we
listening.
assuming, Auntie, that they're hiding something then? Is I'm trying to put my foot into the shoe of someone who wants to discover something that the world almost either is not concerned with or is convinced otherwise with the evidence presented, right? So then clearly that someone is lying to us if the earth is flat. Scientists and people in power are lying to us to hide something and not enable
Well,
us to have this power.
this is what I
Knowledge.
was trying to say before I was stopped in my tracks. I was trying to say to you this, that there is a conspiracy out there because all the education systems, right, are teaching the same thing. So clearly there's a conspiracy laid out clearly there that you're learning the earth is a globe, okay? And it's not a globe, right? So with that being said, you now spoke about space and the space agencies. We, the flat earthers, know that they can't go there. We know that the technology doesn't work in a vacuum, right? But yet you've got Russia, for example, America, and then you've got England, France, Europe, then you've got China now, Japan, Israel, Saudi Arabia. Of course, America is already there. They're all lying that they're going to space and landing on the moon. Even India as well. Sorry, but okay,
You feel they're
these
all
things are not
lying
happening.
about the shape,
They
right? You
are
are
all
working together to
absolutely
lie.
lying. Yes, they are all absolutely lying that they've gone to the moon. It is
You
not
must know the
possible.
reason. You must know the reason in order
Well,
to
that's something. Go
pursue
and
the
ask
lie,
them then.
right?
If you really want to know, if you really want to know, and you discovered the lie, go and ask them. Go and ask the
They're
people.
hiding. They're hiding a part of the Earth. Is that correct?
Go and yes, present that to them. As DJ said, he said once you can prove the empirical evidence that the Earth is indeed not a globe, take that information to them and see their reaction. If you
But
must
the
know.
elites are lying to us about everything. So many
Well, who's
things. So
they?
Correct.
why
Who's
why
they?
did you
Well, hold on
call
a
on this
second.
one?
Hold on
Yeah,
a second. Right. So
yeah.
you're going with the whole "why would they lie" argument, and how could
I
so many
think they're
people
lying
be
to
in
us
it?
about everything.
No, no,
Uh-huh.
no. Think about this, right? So when you're saying they, okay, so you've got these big companies like NASA and whatnot, right?
Yeah, the
That are
Freemasons, right?
no, no, no. Let
The
me finish, right?
Jesuits,
Yeah,
right? The
don't cut me off,
leaders of
bro.
the owners.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is these are huge companies that are compartmentalized, and I think that most people that work for these companies genuinely believe the world is a globe, right? And they just have a particular job to do, which has an NDA and it's on a need to know basis, and probably the person in the next room doesn't even know what the other people are doing, right? So the military, the government, right? NASA, same thing. Okay, it's compartmentalized. So most people are not actually lying. Sure, some people would have to be in on it, but if you want to claim that people are lying, go and prove that one of them knows that the Earth's not a globe and that they're lying about it. Write us a list, right, after you've proved that they're lying, and then come present it to us.
Yeah. Yeah. And when I say they're lying, I'm talking about the
But
people
what's the
in
reason for me
control.
doing that? What's the reason? It's
You're
futile,
the
is it
one
not?
claiming that you're the one claiming they're all lying.
What, the
Yeah,
globe? The
and you
people that
want
say
to
it's
know,
a
you
globe?
said. You said you want to know, you said earlier. You wanted to know. You said we must know this.
You're
That's what
saying
you
the people
said.
that say it's a globe is lying, or what?
No, most people that say it's a globe genuinely believe it's a globe.
Oh yeah, the people at
What?
large, the public have been indoctrinated, so they think they know the globe, but no human being actually knows the Earth is a globe. For when
But
you
if one,
question them, please let me finish. When you question, let's say, if you were to question 8 billion people, 8 billion of them will not know that the Earth is a globe because they've never experienced it and they haven't actually gone out to investigate to prove to themselves it is a globe. So they don't know it's a globe. They're believing it's a globe. That's what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My biggest issue with this is the fact that all global elites are, like, as you said, like specific few elites in every country know the truth and they're hiding it from the masses. It's the issue is the fact that, not all global elites agree with each other. In fact, a lot of them are in conflict with each other. I don't necessarily
Actually,
believe.
sorry to interrupt you right there. That what you just mentioned is what I call a Shakespearean play. That's a play to fool everybody that they are enemies, but they actually are frenemies. I'll give you an example. The Antarctic Treaty has been signed by, I think, 57 countries, including Ukraine and Russia. So they're bosom buddies in Antarctica, but yet they're pretending to have a war between each other. And the victims are people like me and you who believe that that's a real thing, right? People are dying, really dying, but it's all part of the ruse. They don't care about killing us. We have no value. Okay? That's what you don't seem to understand.
No, not
Don't you?
necessarily. When it comes to, geopolitics, there are certain things even enemies agree on. That's just politics in general. But the main issue I have with that is the fact that this information that the Earth has been a globe. It didn't just appear early. It's been the case for how many hundreds of years? And
No,
the fact that
482 years and counting from
okay,
the Copernicus
400.
model, 1543.
Well, we can use that as an example. So, for 483 years, there were people, all elites in the world, agreed to believe in this one narrative, even though they disagreed with each other, even including leaders that have been killed by opposing governments. See, that's the issue I have with that. It doesn't necessarily, they're all in agreement to follow this one narrative for 482 years, all governments across the world, across borders. You get what I mean. It's hard to believe.
Okay, so show us some globe proof then.
When it comes to that, again,
But you don't have
I am not
any.
displaying any
That's the
information.
problem.
No,
Your
no.
whole take is, how could they all lie and be in on it? When that's not necessarily the
Mhm.
case. You don't know what they all think about the Earth, right? You haven't gone and asked them all, right?
Well, when it comes to that,
well, you
well,
don't
when
know
it
what
comes to that way of When it comes to
Okay, so
debating
if we
about
can
that,
empirically prove, like through practical demonstrations, that there is absolutely no curvature present, who cares? Who cares why people who's lying and why are they lying? Blah blah blah. Go ask the liars that, right? We've got the evidence that there's no Earth curvature here on the actual Earth. So whatever comes after
Well,
that, right? Doesn't really matter,
hmm?
does it?
See, when it comes to that, see, like I'm not
You
an
can't
expert
believe
on this.
the governments of the world would lie, right? And I'm not even
All in
necessarily. You're the one
unison
claiming
on
that.
one
You're the
thing.
one claiming they're all lying. I think most of them just blindly believe that the Earth's a globe. It doesn't affect their life. Why would you think that they know it's flat and that they're actively lying about it being a globe? Prove that. Prove that that's what they're doing.
Hmm?
Write me
Okay,
a
so do
list.
you believe there is? Okay, so are you asking me if? So most of the world governments don't know that the Earth is flat. They just
No,
believe the fact.
what do you mean by the
Wait,
world government? Right?
let
It's a
me
giant.
articulate.
No, well, hold on.
Sorry.
It's a giant group of people, right? Individuals that have particular jobs to do. So, who are you specifically talking about when
All
it
right.
comes to
Okay.
the world government?
Okay. When I'm
Putin? Are you
specifying it,
talking about Joe Biden?
no.
Hillary?
What I'm specifying is there's well, I think what you're saying as well is there's a very small group of people that brought up the narrative that the Earth is a globe, a very small amount of people, and everybody else working under them
But that was a
believes
long
them.
time ago, though, wasn't it? And do you know how that was formulated? Right? You're talking about Pythagoras and Aristotle and people like that, and Copernicus? Is that the people you're talking about? Because that's when this was pushed into the mainstream, and that's when they kind of turned the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere.
I'm not talking about any specific time period whatsoever. I'm basically explaining the question how I interpreted it, which is you're asking me if I believe that the whole entirety of governments across the world believe or are in on the fact that the world is flat, but they want to
I didn't say
say to the
that.
rest of the world
No, I didn't
that
say that.
you're saying they're ignorant.
This is
There's
your
the
claim.
majority. Okay, so
This
you're
is your
saying the
claim. No, I
majority.
said we don't know. I'm saying if you want to claim that people are lying about the shape of the Earth, then you're going to have to come with some names and some proof that they're lying.
No, I was asking you that question. The fact that, and you responded to me and said, no, I don't necessarily believe the entirety of the world leaders are in on this lie.
Correct. That's my own personal belief, right? I don't know exactly what the minds of the world leaders are either, do I? I'm just speculating. How would I know that? All I know is that when we go and test the surface of the Earth, right, it's never ever curving, where it would have to be curving over these distances by a huge amount, right? So whatever's going on beyond that,
Explain more on that.
I don't know for sure. Okay,
Okay,
so if we
let me ask you what you know about instead of what you don't know. Okay.
okay. Right, what would you like to ask specifically?
No, you said curvature. Let's start with that.
Yeah. So okay, so if the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, right, every distance over a large body of water would have to curve at a certain rate. Okay, so that rate would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Right, that formula works just fine up to a certain distance. Okay, so we can calculate that over, say, a 10-mile body of water, there would be approximately 66 foot of curvature. So we can then go to a 10-mile body of water and we can test for the curvature. Okay, so how would we test for that? Okay, so we could either use high-powered lasers or we could use high-powered optics. That's two ways, right? There's a whole bunch of other ways, but I think the first way would just to be doing a basic observation. Okay, so if we're going to set the camera, I don't know if you were taught this at school, but I remember being taught multiple times, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach or at a lake, the horizon will be 3 miles away from you. Okay, that calculation is based off the formula of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And you can use that formula to determine how far away the horizon would be. Okay, so that would be where the sky and the ground appear to meet, and anything beyond that, right, would start to become hidden behind the curvature of the globe. So we can go and test for that. So we can go and set a camera up at a certain height and then calculate how far away that horizon should be and have a landmark in the distance. Say we've got a shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so that shoreline, after we do the math, should be hidden by approximately, say, 50 feet behind the curvature of the Earth, but we have a direct line of sight. We can see that. We can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake when we zoom across the lake, because we now luckily have these amazing high-powered optics. Okay, then we can repeat these tests over and over again and determine that we can consistently see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see due to the constraints of the globe geometry. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about things that we can all test on the Earth, rather than having to speculate about who's lying and why would they lie, and NASA footage and things like that. We can just test the Earth. And what we want to do, right, after we test it, we can then go hunting for who throughout all of history has gone out and empirically measured the curvature that should be there from the globe side. And that's where, for me, that's where I was like, damn, I was expecting that there would have been tons of people that have gone out and verified all of this stuff empirically. But instead, what I found is that the globe was more of a mathematical concept that was constructed and crafted rather than actually empirically measured.
Let's say, okay, I don't know if you've actually tried it, you as an individual, tried it. Like the laser example you gave me. You said you gave me an observable example, and you said something about lasers.
Yes.
Theoretically, if we had a high-powered laser, right, and we try to point it straight, let's say to basically a mark. Let's mark somewhere across the horizon where we expect, like if it was flat, it would hit it horizontally straight, and if it's curved, I guess the laser would also curve along.
Well, no, if it was curved, the laser would go straight, right? You would have a slight amount of beam divergence, but the lasers essentially go in a straight line. Okay, so you would be using an extremely expensive high-powered laser with a collimator, right, to cut the divergence as much as possible. So we're talking about
for the average Joe, that's
hold on. Well, yeah, I mean, you can use, it's expensive, more expensive to do the laser test, but we really don't need to do the laser test, right? We can just use the actual observations. But the laser tests have been done, right? Like we've even had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and perform a whole bunch of different tests up to 40 kilometers across different bodies of water. And they're hitting their target every time. Whereas the laser beam on a globe, right, should be hundreds of feet up in the air, right? Because if you picture yourself from your perspective anywhere on a globe, due to gravity, you're standing on the top of the globe, okay? So if you have that laser set horizontally, then at the target, right, you should have a certain amount of drop over distance, okay? So over 20 miles, you would have 266 foot of drop. So if that laser was set up straight horizontally, if you're 20 miles away from the source of that laser, you should look up and see that laser beam 266 foot up in the air. But what happens is the laser beam hits the target at the same height as it was shot from over the distance. And that happens consistently, whether it's over a frozen lake, a salt lake, a regular lake, a section of the ocean, different weather conditions, different countries. It's been done tons of times, right? We've had people like Dr. John D, right? He's a PhD in optics, and he uses different spectrum lasers, right? Because different spectrums of light behave slightly differently. So he's using green lasers and blue lasers and things like that. Okay, and he actually went out to debunk flat Earth originally, right? And like he became a flat earther in the process because he couldn't find the curvature of the Earth. So he's got a YouTube channel where he goes through all of these tests and observations in extremely detailed in a technical way. So, I would recommend looking into it. Like look at these videos and scrutinize them, right? Put your critical thinking cap on and try to debunk them. And the thing is, if you did want to do this in the future, you could go do your own observations and things like that. That's what I did. I bought a Nikon P900 secondhand off eBay. I lived on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch of water across the lake. I had a boat, luckily, because I lived like right on the lake, so I was able to go out and set my camera up at even just a few inches or a foot off the surface of the water, and zoom in, and I could see the white sandy beach on the other side of the lake consistently. So I was able to verify it for myself, right? Just for personal clarification of it. So that's what I'm talking about. Testable, repeatable, tests that anyone can do it. So
Yeah, empirical evidence. I see what you mean.
Yeah, empirical evidence. Yeah.
Hmm?
I can show you a quick example of one if you want. Okay, so
No,
old
fair
dude.
enough.
Well, old dude just posted a good one, right? So this is Dr. John D, the guy I was just talking about. He's from the UK, and there's one there called peer-to-peer. So it's a really, really detailed laser test that was done.
Hmm. All right. I'll check it out. But yeah, it's been a good conversation, to be honest. You've been very clear
Yeah, I
and concise.
appreciate it, man. Yeah, thank you. You too.
I'll look into this.
All right, awesome.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks.
Hey, though, governors.
What's up, G?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just sitting out watching the boys ride their bikes. Nothing too exciting. How about yourself, sir?
Not much, man. I was just chatting with some guy on here for a fair while. And yeah, just checking some back chats and not much, man.
Awesome. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, nothing too exciting to report. Yeah, and I appreciate your feedback earlier on the question I asked you.
Yeah, no problem.
Which I just have to put the caveat because I don't have firsthand information, but if that went down exactly that way, I'm 100% on board. Which is pretty much what he had said to me up front. So I'm 100% on board with that. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll
but
just
anyway,
we'll just let the boss man sort it out. Whatever happens.
yeah.
I'm not going to get involved.
No, me neither. Just somebody asked me. I don't mind passing along a question. You know what I mean, and passing back along. So, for liability's sake, I don't get involved in this stuff because I don't want any sort of vicarious liability. Yeah, there was a really interesting conversation on here earlier of somebody who first alleged that he climbed a mountain, and then second, then admitted that he didn't climb a mountain, and then was unable to elucidate why he had misrepresented such. And then he said, "Well, no, I just mean if you climbed a mountain, this is what you'd see." Well, that's not what you said, friend. So AV did a really good job getting him under control and going on the way. So hopefully we'll turn the tide from some of the crap that was on yesterday. I couldn't even stand listening in yesterday.
In this server or the other one? Politics.
I'm not even sure what server this is in. So are we in the English Hub now? Okay. Yeah, politics, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't go in there as much.
Yeah. I only go on if there's nobody in here, so I was assuming this was still politics. But so that was happening today in politics. I only go over there if there's nothing here.
Same.
Because I feel like here that even if somebody disagrees with our message, that we're providing a valuable service to the community by helping non-native English speakers have good practice on advanced topics. So I feel it's a great net positive, even if they walk away thinking we're crazy. We've done something good for them. So that's what I really like about here.
Yeah, good point. Good morning or afternoon, y'all.
Yeah, good
What's up,
afternoon.
Elijah? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, because there's not a wasted breath here. There's people who listen to us to hear how we form sentences. Maybe they never talk to us, and by the same token, maybe they're not fully able to process everything we tell them now. But at some point, the seed will germinate. So, has Kimbo been around much lately, DJ? I don't think I've seen him in a while.
No, he's been
doesn't
busy
mean-
with work and moving and stuff like that. I think he was
Oh, cool.
moving house. Yeah.
Yeah. If you would please tell him.
Hopefully Yeah, I will. Yeah, hopefully we see a bit more of him in the near future.
Yeah, I just presume he's been busy, but yeah, I hope to see him more here. And then, did you get to know Doc Yahweh? Did you ever come across him?
Yep.
Has he been around in a while?
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah. I don't even remember when I spoke to him last. Might have been about the time Rotowalks passed.
Yeah, man, I haven't seen him at all. His name was Dr. Yah, wasn't it? He was
Yeah, Dr.
he was
Yah.
kind of on the fence, but more towards the FE side, and he was like an unlicensed pilot, basically. The guy he would fly a lot of planes, but he didn't have a pilot's license. It's like
Yeah.
a hillbilly pilot, essentially.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that he was definitely FE, but he didn't want to claim something. Sorry, the boys were freaking out over there. Nicholas was mean. They've got umbrellas. It's not raining. They love umbrellas, but so they're. I'm not sure what's going on, but anyway, he. I think if I read him right, he is absolutely a flat earther, but I think he just did not like the concept that if I say I'm a flat earther, that means I'm no longer objective. So I think he wanted to be able, and I don't think it was that he thought that it would make him unobjective exactly, but I think he wanted to be able, when he come on here, to have conversations with any and everybody. So he tried to play the fence. But I think it's fair to say that he knew for sure that the Earth is flat or knows. Yeah, and I certainly miss Rotox. I think Rotox was a good one. I think he liked broadening the conversation.
If you guys saw Effie is, sort of like a movement that has a fandom and we're all part of it, what would you like to see happen next?
I'd like to destroy that cult of personality, so to speak. If
Can you
that makes any
expand?
sense.
Yeah.
I would hope, here's what I would hope, that I would hope that every one of us are forgettable. That a few years down the road, nobody remembers who we are, but they take what they've learned from us and see those things for themselves and live those things for themselves, and not just living a lot, not just living as a cult follower.
Hmm.
But however, I may not be interpreting your question the way you're intending it to.
No, it's very straightforward. It's just, like I'll give my example. As a fan, I've wanted to see certain members step outside of their, continual role. Well, let me say it like this. I'd like to see people who have just been, you know, carrying the information under one avenue or two. I'd like to see them be more flexible with their personalities and reach out to more people who want to seriously have the conversation, not conversations with flat earthers that'll curse them out or just ruin the conversation as if they're talking to someone that they don't care about. Because I think that would begin to change things. Maybe.
Well, yeah, I think you're right with that. That we carry the truth, and it would be nice if we carried the truth and say not that we have some sort of artificial roles in an artificial community. That I wish more people would just, like you say, share it in lots of different ways, and not have to take like, oh well, it kind of reminds me of before the final experiment. I was critiquing Witsit Chitsit, and somebody was saying, "Well, what have you done compared to Shitsit?" And I was, like, that's the wrong thing to be asking. The right thing to be asking is, what's the truth? And so then, of course, that whole crowd got on the, if you don't accept the final experiment, then you're, and not for the truth, blah blah blah. And so I'd like to see people, get out of the idea that there's roles in this, just like you say, and just get out and share it, so others can make their decision. Because if we don't let others make their own decision, well, I'm not Oakley, I'm not QE, I'm not Dave Weiss, so my opinion's second to theirs, then what we're doing is we're making decisions for people. We're not fully informing them so they can make their own decision. And so there's a lot of wisdom in what you're saying there, my friend, that a lot more of us need to share the message so people can make their own informed and objective opinion.
Right. Right. Well said. I think that there's been like we can approach this in multiple ways. But if we consider that communication and the relay of information being the number one priority, then you begin to realize that we have to deal with something that we haven't been dealing with, and that is the uh, social and mainstream enemy who, on a daily basis, does the job of confusing the message, lying about the message, and they're like a buffer between us and real people. And again, to be clear, I'm talking about social media and all of the like the way that we look at people who are credible. You know, most people will look to their favorite YouTubers or TikTokers or whomever. They even have favorite political YouTubers or TikTokers. And these people all kind of dismiss flat earth as silly, so it doesn't actually get talked about in a real way. And that's the battle we should be having. How to get to the people that the mainstream are getting to, because if you think about it, the news or the mainstream, the government, whomever is pushing out these messages, they do have to walk a line just like us. And if the news was to put out a report that majority of the people knows is not true, they're going to have an issue with their audience. Like that does happen. Like they try to swing something in a certain way and the audience is too aware and they're like, no, this is BS. What's happening right now is we need to give the audience enough information that when the mainstream, you know, figureheads put out, you know, these dumb messages or dumb conversations through content creators, you know, these audiences go, no, that doesn't make any sense. I know a little bit about this topic.
Yeah, the other thing I tell you, like, there's a guy. Have you heard of him? His name's Peter, and he goes to various colleges. He goes to the free speech zones, and then he flat smacks. And he does this week after week after week, all through the academic year. And he, a little more of an esoteric flat earther. He, one day we were talking on, and he was trying to tell me about some Bible verse that changed, and that could only, that could only be explained by the Mandela effect. And then I didn't even waste my effort on trying to tell him, well, what you remembered was the New International Version, and now what you're telling me now is the King James Version. I just was like, well, whatever. But there's something he does very, very, very well. On a one-on-one basis, he's talking to hundreds of college students every week. And he's getting them to consider the topic. And I've talked to people who've gone with him, and they'll say at the beginning of the week he's at a place, people will be laughing at him, making fun of him. And by the end of the week, there'll be people coming back to him saying, I went and asked my professor this, and now I think you're onto something. and
That doesn't
about
make sense
the
at
Earth
all.
being flat, and he does a great, wonderful job. And here's my point: I wish more of us would not give a shit about what our limitations and just go get to work. Be
Yeah.
go out and be wrong. Go out and tell somebody something wrong. We can correct that. But if you don't open the conversation, we can't down the road tell somebody, "Hey, look, the person that you spoke with was wrong, mistaken." So that's what I wish. I think there's far too many people. Well, if I say this wrong, QE's gonna make fun of me on a show, or if I say that, this is gonna happen, or just get out and share the word, and I, like them, love them, hate them, leave them, take them, whatever. The esoteric flat earthers are emboldened to share the word. And for better or for worse, they get heard more because they're willing to look silly and they're willing to be wrong. And that's kind of what I wish. I wish more of us would just share what we know rather than making sure we're perfect.
Yeah. Another problem that I see that we don't think about because again, this is all I don't know how to word it, but let me try to get my words together. So we can't talk to children on a high school level because they're minors, and it's not an avenue that we have. That's just what
No,
it
that's
is.
not appropriate. Yeah, it's entirely inappropriate.
So that's out. Their parents should be getting to them. That's the fix to that. Their parents should be doing the work. I don't know how we address that. But talking to high schoolers is out, right? So then you
I
talk to
think it's
college.
very simple.
Wait.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So my overall point is now. So we're talking about talking to college students. Now, some may be brave enough or have, the rebellious spirit. And for God's sakes, people go to college to get away from their parents sometimes, right? And their family. But there are going to be a large majority of those who are in or their family is in immense amount of debt because of the avenue that they're taking. And having to talk about flat earth is a very, very, very big thorn in that situation. So we have to overcome the fact that people don't want to be rocking the boat when their lives and families' lives, financial lives are on the line. I don't know how we address that either.
Well, I'm going to tell you how I think we address all of this. Nearly every industry, trade group, or even amateur groups, a lot of times they have, say, if you will, designations. Ouch, you okay, Bubby? So a lot of times people will get an advance. Yeah, just ride that out here on the bricks, Bubby, not in the garage. It's too slippery in the garage. You okay? Sorry, my bubby just wiped out on his bike, but he fell. Okay, pardon the distraction there. But they go and they get these designations. Sometimes they're just for hobbies, and almost all of them have an ethics statement that they subscribe to. Take it if you will, the Libertarian Party. If you officially join the Libertarian Party, they have a statement of non-violence, if I remember it closely, is just more or less that you do not agree with the initiation of force against any peaceful person. Hey, went inside, Bubby. Go on in. Go inside. That's what they call it, the non-aggression principle. And so, even if we didn't fully have, say, a codified ethics statement, I think we need to at least have a unofficial version that because obviously we can't enforce anybody to do it. Anybody can call them a libertarian without signing the Pledge of Non-Aggression. But my point is that's what we need is that something along the lines that it's inappropriate for an unrelated party to have such a conversation with a minor, period. It's not a it's just non-negotiable. It's a non-starter. If we don't know they're a minor, well, I mean, we could come up with thousands of little things, but I think ethically speaking, if you think somebody's a minor, it's best to not have any conversation about this.
Exactly. It's just very weird to me. Like I don't never had a desire to really, and I don't know, maybe it's because never had a desire to be like a teacher or anything like that. Somebody who dictates to children other than my own. So I like these people who like let's have a fun topic about it. Drake, for example, who thinks it's appropriate to, watch female high school basketball games and have these fan like relationships with these children. Like it is super weird because I don't see you having these relationships with males. But either way, even if he were, again, it makes no sense. Like in my life, my experience is when I'm working, I talk to the people that I work with, who are typically, you know, not even typically, who are adults, because I don't work in a school or anything like that. And in business, it's the same thing. So it's like, well, like I already have enough on my hands speaking with the people in my age bracket to continue moving on with what I'm doing in life. So unless you're like officially some sort of educator, I really don't understand why you would be speaking to.
And I will say this and it could be because of the state that I'm in. I can't speak for every state and every school district, but our boys are in public school, and they were in it for 3 years in preschool, and now they're in kindergarten. They're in, and the school has both schools were very explicit about what they teach, about what they say, about making sure that the parents are on board. They do a very, very good job of that. And so the only way that I think we could have an ethical conversation with a minor is one where their parents are involved, and one where the parents are never overridden, and it needs to be a conversation of, hey, if this is a topic of interest to you, you need to study these things. Here's 7 or 8 things you can study. Have your dad let me know if you want to ask any questions on these things, or more importantly, maybe you can read online or whatever else, and leave it very high level on those things. I think it's an absolute, because I've heard grown adults on here who are flat earthers call high school kids retarded, and how they've how they're still moderators and gold status and things like that, I'll never understand. But nobody cared. And so, having said that, I've heard globe tards do the same thing. And the other thing that I think we have to make as an ethical guideline is that we need to feel confident that somebody's ready for this conversation. If somebody's not ready for this conversation for whatever reason, it's kind of our responsibility to stop it. Somebody undergoing some sort of traumatic event or something else. There's things we can't know on Discord, but once you get the idea of something that somebody might be unsuited for the conversation, we need to cut it off. We need to lick our wounds and just move on. Okay, there's no harm, no foul. This person is not ready for this conversation. We don't know what might be going on. And so somebody who gets angry at the conversation or whatever else, ethically speaking, we need to stop. This idea, I've heard some say, they're chew toys or whatever else, and I think it's entirely unethical. But that's my opinion. I'm not a big Discord user, so I don't know all of the context and the ins and outs of how things work on lots of different Discord servers. I've only had I've probably had less than 5 hours in total in any non-flat Earth setting, maybe 2 at most. So I don't really know all of the context, but having said all that, I get my comments are more informational and less instructive. But I really do think that we do need some strong ethical guidelines. But maybe people who are better suited than I am can come up with more of what exactly that means. Or not what it means, but how exactly it's kind of phrased. And 100% over fences. Now, Level Lioness, I agree. I agree in part, and I disagree in part to anti-flat earthers being personal chew toys. I get it because they are, but my whole point is we never know where these people are mentally speaking. We never know when a self-administration of lead is possible. We don't know anything, and all my point is like we never know what somebody disconnects, what they're taking, and I always want to make sure people are better off when they left me, but I don't always want to add to the negativity. So, what do you think about all that, Elijah?
I am so sorry. My attention was called. Can you give me like a brief summary, just like of what you just went over?
Yeah, just more or less. The key is I think we need to develop a set of ethics that we follow that more or less rule out minors, and more or less, okay, maybe rule out minors without parental participation. And second, the idea that if we get that somebody is not at the right frame of mind or they're not ready for this conversation, then I think it's unethical to drag them through the conversation. Like Spencer said, I've advocated on it. Oh, sorry.
No, I agree with that, especially the second point, because I mean, even though I still allow myself to be dragged, but I do have my disengagement cues. Like I'll say, yeah, it's rude. I could probably do it better. But, when I hear a certain individual say something, or not a certain individual, when I hear any individual say something that is like too outlandish or wild or completely non sequitur to what was being talked about, I go, you know what? I can't deal with this situation. This is too low hanging, or whatever. Like, I'm gonna have to disengage you because I don't want to argue. Like, you're asking this question, I'm answering it. You're talking about this. I don't know how that serves you. I don't want to argue, so there's no point in talking if you're not going to respond to the answers to your questions, like stuff like that. Yeah, it's like you should just disengage, because what's the point in having the conversation? I mean, people will say for content, yada yada yada, but if we set a standard in which people can't do that, wouldn't that mean that, like, don't we find ourselves deserving of talking to more people who aren't like that? Like, do we think it's just going to be dead if we don't talk to trolls? Like, what if there was a standard that trolls just couldn't, do that? Will we get better people?
Well, I agree. There was the other week, there was somebody on here that was acting like a real idiot. Oh, well, maybe in politics, acting like a real idiot. I'm like, why don't we just ban them and move on? And then I can't remember who it was that was doing the exposition, but they're like, oh, but this is great content because we're hearing him expose these things here. And it's like, well, we could do that in a much more positive way. We can we can talk about all of these topics, and we don't need a reaction to somebody's mental illness to trigger us into these expositories. We can just do them. Now, I get that sometimes natural conversation brings us down a path and we share really good information. But my point being, like, and I get that, don't get me wrong, but by the same token, when instead of raising the level of the conversation, it just drags it down, and I think it would be a lot more pleasant if we, declared it a no trolling zone, and give them a second and a third chance, maybe a fourth chance, and then say, you're done. If you're here to converse, we'll have some latitude, but if you're here to troll or whatever and you've demonstrated it, there's really nothing we can do for you.
I'm definitely with you on that, 100%. 2, 3, maybe in a fourth try, and then it's like, all right, buddy, no offense.
I'm going to give you an example. Is I know somebody who was driving through a town, and a guy was had cut him off and was driving very aggressively, and then he pulled out a firearm and displayed it to the driver, who was driving extremely unsafely. And so after doing that, the guy who was driving very unsafely made sure that he escalated it so he could do the one-upsman thing, called the police, even though he's the one who was cutting him off and driving right on his rear end and other things, as the news reported and as he self-reported. Then he police found the original guy that I'm telling you about, and then so they proceeded to do their felony takedown, and he self-administered a little lead, and then the officer administered a little lead. And my point of this is that we never know where somebody is, and we'll never know what happens afterward. But if somebody's in such a state, I know how they're likely going to act. And though a lot of people will not act like that, they will. I'm sorry. A lot of people will do those, will act like that, but then not actually self-administer. My point is we never know. So why would we want to participate in somebody's demise? Because these people here that come to us over and over again are so unstable. And I really think, I really, truly think that we have the opportunity to elevate this conversation. I really, truly do. I think it's just time to stop the backbiting and such like this of the trolls and all the self harm that they do. And I think we need to finally say, whatever you've got going on, pal, I'm not responsible for, but I'm not going to participate in it. Bars cut off the patrons. You know, I have a friend who got cut off, and he was whining to me. And I told him, I said, next time you go back, thank them for what they did for you. I don't know if he ever did, but I told him that if it's that dangerous to you, somebody should cut you off. That's 100% the case. We would be far better to arrange times that we're around than to just fill dead air for the sake of ignoring somebody's mental illness. Because ultimately, that's what ends up happening. Is I think we'd be far better off to limit our participation with anyone, especially anti-flat earther, and stop the madness of just. I think it's time to take control and curate. And you are correct. We need quality, not quantity. And yes, I get that there's people who think that we need quantity, but hate to say it, the quantity's far too dangerous. And why do we have to only communicate when there's somebody who opposes our view? Why can't we? Why aren't we communicating more? Why aren't we? Those are the times we need to be discussing various studies and things that are going on. And we don't need to build a community, which has been built, and I get why. I get most of the history as to why. But maybe because that's not how I was introduced to it, I don't see it that way. That I do think that we need to build this as a community that's not centered on somebody being opposed to us to start having deeper conversations.
Agreed. That's a good point. I kind of talk about that when I bring up to, like, say, Nathan, and I say, hey, we could do treatments and videos of flat earthers actually making measurements and stuff.
I think it would be great. And then invite the flat earther onto the show and tell them ahead of time, hey, look, we're going to review what you've said here. Some things you'll appreciate, some things you may not appreciate, but they will be things. And, like play what they have to say or whatever and go through it, and then allow them to maybe articulate a little more and let them build better content. And the biggest benefit of that would be exposing the audience to people who may not otherwise normally listen to Oakley's show. That you would get some people who've never considered it that might start tuning in additionally. We need to be amplifying the voice of FE, not amplifying the voice of anti-FE. Anti-FE ought to be like the static on the AM radio. We want to minimize it, not maximize it.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that? That right there sums up the whole message. What he just said. Uh, when it comes to minimizing and maximizing a message, the anti-flat Earth people, you know, and all of their rhetoric, like that should be, it's a part of this reality, so sure, but like it should be minimized.
Why should we give somebody like fake Professor Dave a second of our attention? Why should we give McToons a second of our attention? We need to just send them on their way. Okay, great. If that's what you want to get on and say, hey, it's a free country, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. Or I should say a free world. But I don't know what opposition there would be to trying to define some good ethics, because there's even a guy who spent 2 days complaining that we've come up with a list of potentially bad arguments that might ought to be discussed and refined. And he was flipping his lid because he thought that Amish was censoring him. And, just irresponsibly went on about this, clogging up the bandwidth in one of our servers or rooms for 2 days, I believe, is last weekend. And, so I don't know where we would end up. One person reacting like that just to improvement efforts, how they would react to Good to see you, 20 Cups. Hope you're doing well. Now, are you still here, Elijah, or did you sneak out?
Yo, what up? Welcome.
Hey lads, how you doing?
Good, man. How you been, Bill?
Yeah, it's my day off. I'm just chilling, just playing game.
Oh, nice. What do you play right now?
Just my usual, do you know the football game?
Football game? No, I don't play any football games.
Oh, you call it soccer?
Oh, yeah, soccer, yeah.
Yeah, just
The only game,
football simulation.
I think the only game that I played that was close to soccer was probably Rocket League. Surprised though, it's pretty quiet for a Sunday. Politics and English are super dead right now.
Yeah, somebody start a conversation.
I don't think we have any, there's no Globers in here. One guy that was just in here left already. They don't even have any new flat earthers. All flat earthers we have in here are seasoned. Honestly, if anybody wanted to practice any arguments or anything, but everybody's pretty good already.
I've got a question for the panel, actually. How many of you guys were present for for that rundown of the arguments that AV did a week or so ago? Were you guys there, or did you catch the crux of it, or what?
Can you say that one more time? Sorry, you're like breaking up a little bit. My fault. I didn't really hear.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, I was wondering how many of you guys were present for AV's rundown of that list of arguments there.
No, I was not there.
Okay.
I missed it.
I was just wondering what anybody would have thought about them. Because there seems to be like a mixed bag of reactions to it. Some people don't like it. The fact that, they're arguing, like, some people are arguing like they're policing, what arguments should be said. Others are really happy about it because it's refining, our arsenal. It's a mixed bag, right? I was just curious if anyone had a take.
I've seen a list that was put out by Yoder or Sporadic.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same list that he was going over, but
Yeah.
I know some of the stuff on there. I was kind of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's added to them, so maybe you saw like maybe the extensions he's appended to them since, just to show like it's an ongoing thing, right?
Let me see. Let me go look at the list again. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it again.
I think he's in the 40s or 50s now.
Anything? Just a list for conversation and helping us all improve. We really should do that. And even with the, I even said we should do that with the bad Globy arguments. And then, so we can look at the black, kind of consider them, method free of the Globy and see what's really, really bad about them. And so the ones that he put in there, that doesn't mean that they're not to be used. It just means that like some of them are just, you might want to be cautious of. Some of them, there's some context to, just stuff like that. So there's no policing going on. It's just literally, we're having conversation.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, man. It's just I've heard some people speak like that, or at least one person. I think you might know who I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's a mixed bag.
And that guy needs to go check himself and check his emotionalism, because to say that we need to review some continuously wrong used arguments is far from censoring. Maybe our friend there has some good reason to why, and we need to discuss those. Not there's no censorship in that.
You would think, right? No. I like just so you're aware, right? I sat down with him I had 2 sessions with him, quote unquote sessions, sit down, going over this and repeatedly opening the door. Man, let's sit down and talk about this. There's this one argument, like the whole NASA document stuff, right? That he apparently really likes and thinks it's a one-hit KO, and does not acknowledge that it's not necessarily the one-hit KO you think, or he thinks. And here's why, you know. And I'm like, dude, if you want to talk about it, you know, and rebut that that statement, I mean, go for it, man. You know, address your quote unquote address your accuser. You know, you're more than happy to. You're more than able to, right? And I think that would be a very
Nobody's telling him that he can't use. You know, I think that if I remember right, he had 2 things he objected to on the list, and when I was in here and AI and AV and AI and some others were going over them. Amish wasn't in here, but some others. You know, we walked away on every one of them saying, you know, there's ways that you can use this, and there's some ways that you shouldn't use this. So
there were some kind of like the TikTok. There were a couple that were like TikTok Brady type arguments. You know, like there like very few, like 2 of them. You know, like, oh, you can't put water on a spinning basketball; it'll fly off. It's like, you know, it's like amongst the weaker ones, right? Like it's more like an icebreaker, if anything, right? Like, you know, but not exactly what I think some people might think they are, right? So I would refrain from using that. It's like, you know, you'll be speaking more about why it's, you know, not analogous than anything else, right?
Here's the guy you guys are talking about.
Now, by the way, continue on, Lance. I wasn't trying to
No, you're good.
conversation.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just curious who you guys are talking about. I know you guys might not want to name drop or nothing, but you guys can like send me a DM if you guys don't want to say it out loud. I was just curious who it was.
I've still refrained from that personally.
Yeah.
Frankly, I know his voice, but I can't think of his handle. So once I hear him again, I would recognize him instantly. But I think with him, I think we need to also just be cautious that some of that may be cultural and linguistic and not like actual objection to it. You know, I did kind of get some of that. But then I also did kind of get that he wanted other people to answer for him instead of, because like he was trying to get John Luna to answer for him a couple times, and it's like, wait a minute here, this is you know, it's not John Luna's argument, it's your argument. And so having said that, I didn't agree with that procedure. But having said it, I do think that maybe there's a bit of cultural and linguistic barrier there.
Yeah, some of the stuff on the list, I was looking at like something like with the parabolic rockets or the parabolic arcs that the rockets would take. That was on the list for like a bad argument, but I could see how that could be leaded into of why they have to take those type of arcs and why they can't actually leave, for example. Not that the argument itself is bad, but just I guess if you were saying it like by itself, then yeah, of course, I wouldn't be proving any flat Earth. But if you were to follow up with why they can't actually leave and so on and so forth, so I was
No, I'll
asking him
give a
about.
good example. Dave Weiss says it best that, there are some things that flat out prove that the Earth is flat. And then there are some things that they don't really prove that the Earth is flat, but once you know the Earth is flat, then this makes perfect sense. Like, for instance, the parabolic rocket flights could still be on a Baltard that, in fact, I think most of your anti-NASA people are still globetards. And so I think that's kind of the point of it is like, doesn't mean you can't use it. It would be totally apropos in a conversation about NASA. There's lots of times that you could use it, but maybe if we discuss every one of those topics, we could all share a little insight with each other and realize, okay, this is a good time to use this one. This is not a good time to use this one. We can use this one, but we also maybe need a little more context in here.
Yeah,
now
correct.
that's how I saw it.
Yeah, because when I first saw the list, I thought these were to not be used at all whatsoever. But I guess with more context, like you said, then they could be strong arguments.
So I will have to go copy it, but I started to come up with a another list here. Give me just a second. Let me see, and I'll just copy it in and just bear with me just a quick second here, and you'll see where I'm going with.
Oh, you're good.
I have a quick question for y'all. Was I the only one who was there when it was first rolled out?
No,
The
I was
list?
there.
Oh,
I
you were
was
there
there
too. Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think a lot of the churn we're seeing is just miscommunication. Because I know that I was confused at first just because of the way it was presented. It wasn't entirely clear. And some of the things on the list were stated in such a way that it was confusing. And I just think we could have avoided some of this with maybe tightening it up a little bit better or making it a little more clear before we rolled it out. That's just my
Well, I
opinion.
don't think anything's been rolled out. I think somebody just come up with a list for conversation, not so I'm not
Right,
sure
but
why.
some of the things were written like it was like these are bad arguments, but then some of the arguments were written in such a way there wasn't consistency with the way they were written. So in some cases it looked like it was defending something that it wasn't, and vice versa. I just mean some of that was confusing for people.
Oh yeah,
Excuse
just
me.
edited by committee. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Edited
and
by committee is always awful.
yeah, and I think it's good to do these kind of things regularly, but I just think that maybe there was a lot of confusion there that didn't need to be.
Well, that's why I appreciated Miggy's move to go over them all, right? Because initially it was just dropped as a big text blob, right? And then Miggy's like, "Oh, let's go over it," right? And there was some back and forth, and even some of the OGs were like, "Oh shit, this one, I've used quite often, but right." So it wasn't necessarily a hit piece on any particular individual, right? It was a mixed bag. And that's why I was appreciative of that, because it revealed this isn't a target of all the newbies. You're screwing up, right? It wasn't that at all.
Yeah, I didn't get that impression. I just think that a lot of people took it as the things on the list weren't true, perhaps, and it took a while to come to the understanding that these aren't things that are untrue necessarily. They just don't stand alone as an FE argument, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah.
that wasn't clear at first. And I'm glad it's clear now, and I'd like to see the updated one, but I'm just explaining why I think that there was the confusion initially.
Right.
And you're 100% on point.
Yeah, that's what I definitely thought at first too. That you just shouldn't say anything that was on the list, and I was just like, that's like literally everything we talk about.
Well, and did you guys see my drop in the side chat? Just ignore the numbering that was kind of auto numbered by my program. I was typing it in.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that. That's funny. I was scrolling up. I'm like, where are the other 43? Like, I see 44 down, and I'm like, I don't see the other ones.
And of course, you see the best globe arguments. Those are the best ones I could think of.
No. Yeah.
Now, my one that's titled there is number 48. I had something I was thinking when I wrote that, and now I can't think of what it is right off the top of my head. Hopefully, it'll come back to me. But I had I had something specific in mind that I should have typed out.
Yeah, I think this is a good example, right? So the first one, no measurement of curvature. I mean, there's a handful of these ones that I tend to use like almost all the time, and it's kind of like in conjunction with one of these being like the cornerstone of the argument. There's nothing wrong with throwing in perhaps some of the other ones just to highlight, a particular use case of why one of these cornerstone pieces being critical, right? Like the no measurement of curvature. For example, one of them was the whole NASA documents, right? Well, there's no measurement of curvature, and oh, by the way, look, even NASA models everything, or has this I forget how it's worded, has this their formulas based on the assumption of no curvature, right? So you piece them together, it's like, oh shit, you got a bit more of a weapon there, right? So it's this whole thing I think was really great, just to they have to be used properly, I think.
Well, yeah, like I'm trying to think of one that. Oh yeah, like a good examples like any conversation of Admiral Byrd. I've been hearing about Admiral Byrd over the last 5 years, et cetera, et cetera. And so, on one hand, flat earthers are saying that you can't trust the government, especially when they're talking about NASA / the military. And then the next thing that I hear people say is oh, well, this Admiral Byrd is sacrosanct because he represents the government. So I frankly think that's one of the few arguments I could think of that should or let me rephrase that I would absolutely never use, because he could have just been lying just as much as any other government official. And my point of all of that being that I think sometimes until we kind of sit down together and review some of these things, we don't think of some of the implications of what we say. Like I'm not sure that the gravity or buoyancy density conversation truly advances the idea that the Earth is flat, because I think that somebody could come to that same conclusion and still think that it would just go down and down, being towards the center where there's more mass or whatever else, more density, and so I could see globies co-opting that at some point.
Perhaps one, I don't know if you want to call it a category of these arguments, could be kind of just arguments that highlight the notion that what they think are one-hit KOs for the globe are not necessarily one-hit KOs for the globe. You know what I mean? Like, it could, like, again, if we have a mixed bag of these things, it's really just context that would, you know, that having any one of these could help in, just to further the conversation. Right? If they, for example, if they think that, you know, mass attracts mass, or bendy warpy space-time and all that is rock solid, if highlighted that these things are theoretical, they're not proven, they don't, you know, they don't prove anything, right? It's more like a dismantling of their stuff rather than edifying anything that we have, at least in that instance. You know what I mean?
It's great. I think it's a great. Now, having said that, I think the gravity, buoyancy, density conversation is a superb conversation, but I think it can bring somebody from, say, a globe Earth to a liminal space, but it can't bring them to a flat Earth, so to speak. But it could bring them, if you will, to a liminal space. So I'm by saying that I don't want anybody to stop talking about it. I just want us to realize at the same time that, you know, that could backfire on us in a big way, because a smart globie could come in and use that against us.
Yeah, it's how it's used, right? It just needs to be appropriate.
Because here's how I would use it, like I already kind of alluded to, is imagine that if things are going to go towards the more dense, just based on buoyancy and density, then it would be very clear that there's nothing more dense than the center of a globetard. So, of course, that they could very easily make that exact same argument, and a flat Earth knower that's not prepared for that coming might be left a little stonewalled.
Perhaps if it's framed like that, though. But is that true that things tend toward the denser?
Well, that's what we allege when we talk about buoyancy and density as opposed to gravity, is that we're alleging that things go down where they're more dense, and things that are less dense automatically sort up. And so,
but are things going down because, for example, like, check this out, right? Are things going down because there are already other dense things down there? Or are they just going down because dense things go that way? Right? Is it like, you know what I mean? There's a subtle distinction there. It's like, in one, it's kind of like, oh, there's already dense things down there, and that's why all the other dense things are going to go there. Versus, there's just this rule set that dense things go that way, period. Right? Because the first one sort of elucidates or insinuates this notion of, you know, dense things pulling on the other things a little bit. Well, you know what I mean?
Where I'm going with this at this instance, I'm not alleging this. I'm just saying that a smart globetard could come in here saying exactly that, no, you're right. You're 100% right. The more dense things automatically sort to their equilibrium. That's what they could. They could make the same argument and just allege that there's nothing more dense than the center of the ball-tard.
Right.
And that's my point to that is I think that conversation, I don't want to use the word dangerous because speech is never dangerous, but I just mean like in the term of a conversation on this topic, somebody can come in and blow us totally off the mark on that and say, oh, no, of course, nobody knows what gravity is. We just know that you take the air out of a room and both things go towards the center of the earth. That's compound logic, but because they're saying that goes toward the center of the earth, but they could allege that, and there we would be stuck. But if we pre-think about it, then maybe we know a way to say, hey, great, that does actually put you a step closer to accepting the earth being flat.
Well, I would say maybe this one, for example, is almost serves like a primer, right? Because this is the phenomena that we witness. Dense things go down, less dense things go up, depending on the medium and all that. And they're like, and we all acknowledge that, we can witness that, we can test it. And then they're the ones that are alleging a reason for that. So now the burden has shifted, or it's found its place. It's not that it was ever really on one shoulder or the other. We found some common ground. Oh, this is the phenomena. Oh, I don't know why that happens. Do you? Tell me about it. Right?
Yeah. So, but where I'm going with that is I have a feeling that a smart Globie will one day come in and they're going to say, yeah, you're right. We can't prove what causes gravity. We just know that things go towards the center of the earth.
Yep.
Now you're kind of at a stalemate until you bring something else. And now our dear friend and mentor old dude here, our dear friend old dude here, sorry for the Freudian slip. He says needs full exposition of why other gravities are bunk. 100% correct. Natural order law. They tried claiming G causes it, but can't very manipulate it to prove it. And so my point to that is yes. So if we tried to use this on our own, and I've heard flat earthers talk about this and bring it up. This is not something that I bring up because I just don't think it gets us any closer to a common understanding that you've never proven the globetard. And then old dude, yeah, exactly right, over fences. Old dude says here they also need curve/globe to affirming, and correct. So wherever we end up on the gravity conversation, we have to go back to lack of proof of curvature, which there is. As far as I've ever known, I've never seen any proof of that. So that's my point of why I think that's a bad argument. It's got its place, but I think globetards could, if they're honest, absolutely agree with us, but still believe in their spaceball theory table.
It always boils down to lack of curvature. In the end, I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I hate to say it. Our conversation really is a one-trick pony. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a one-trick pony.
I think so. I think it's just about the style, the overall style, and how that piece is approached. Because it all boils down to that. But in conversation, people start at different points, and then it kind of, no pun intended, gravitates towards that one. It's just for, it's for flair, right? For style, maybe.
Well, I really get it because this is our reaction to the idea of some GT saying that gravity pulls things into balls. And there's no proof for that. So instead of saying, hey, that's nonsense, that's ignorant, that's stupid, we then had to go to the next layer to say, well, that's because you don't have gravity. It's because there's buoyancy and density. Rather than just stopping the conversation and saying, because they don't know what actually causes it. We don't know what actually causes it. We're just using Occam's razor, which is the right, always, not always, but it's statistically speaking, I believe anyway, it's statistically speaking the best way is to take the shortest cut. But having said all that, we still don't know. They still don't know. All we know is that none of them GTs have ever proven any bendy water. They've never proven any bendy dirt. So that's all of my point of that. It's not. Yeah. It's just I think we took too big of a cut, and now we've actually kind of continued that conversation, which has given them and their voices. We've amplified their points, and we've amplified their voice, and here we're stuck holding the bag. Yeah, exactly, Clipcord. Even if gravity caused objects going down, doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. And really, I think that's where we need to leave that at. I don't know why you're kiss galloping, friend, but gravity has nothing to do with the fact that you've not proven that there's any bendy dirt or bendy water.
I see Matthew Learns has joined us there. Good day, sir.
Hey, Matthew. It's always my honor when you come join us.
If he's got a moment, perhaps he could provide his take on this. Like Matthew, what do you think about that whole list of arguments? Did you happen to come across it? You know what we're talking about?
Which list? I've only been here for a few minutes. So I heard some of what you were saying.
Yeah, we're talking about this. There was a list that was dropped in the last couple of weeks, right? On our side, kind of highlighting arguments that may not want to be used as often as some people have been. You know, because some people might think it's a one hit KO. KOs for our side, and we were just going over, a rundown that was done on it in the last couple of weeks, trying to sharpen some stuff out, and yeah.
Well, so yeah, in general, I would say neither side should rely on a one-trick pony, like you were saying earlier. Just because if there's a flaw with that, then you're like kind of stuck. So, in general, I would say whenever you're arguing for anything in life, you should marshal a bunch of different arguments, a broad range of reasons, instead of just like always repeating a single argument every time. I mean, I'm guilty of doing that. There's several arguments on the globe side that I like, and I keep bringing up all the time. But in reality, I think that there's probably lots of different ways to approach the question on either side.
Like Matthew, I'm going to give you an example here. If you all will just give me just a hair latitude, I have a flat Earth friend who flares to the esoteric, who made a pretty convincing argument that zero doesn't exist. And I'm like, welcome to Math 101.
I would be okay with that. I definitely think zero is a useful fiction, and so if mathematics is kind of like fiction that helps us to understand the real world, then I don't see any problem with using zero. So, but if you want to like be technical about it, sure.
Well, the point is zero by its very definition is nothing. So zero by definition does not exist. So
no, that's different. That's different. Something not existing and something representing the lack of something is philosophically you could make a distinction. For example, the word nothing.
But my point is,
I'm
sorry.
The word nothing itself is a concept, is a word, and it exists as the word. The word nothing, you can find it in the dictionary.
Yeah.
So even though it denotes something different than itself, it still exists. So the word nothing exists.
And still, what all of that leads us to is that there is zero proof of curvature of the Earth. So there's where I'm asked for the latitude, all of you. That my point being that even though my good flat Earth friend made that argument, and I'm sure he brings that up talking to people about the topic of flat Earth, it's a derivative topic that absolutely adds no value to whether the Earth is bendy water, bendy ground, or just flat and level.
Yeah, that kind of gets into like a semantic thing at best. Yeah, like I've always understood, zero serves like a placeholder, a pivot point, so to speak. Right? If you're talking about like on the real number line or something like that, zero sits in the middle and it's like the axis around, everything kind of pivots, right? It's not a thing in and of itself except for that. But it's very similar, like, you can't go out in the real world and find zero anywhere. Well, you can't go out in the real world and find the number one anywhere either, but they represent two different things. It's not really very helpful, right? They're abstractions nonetheless.
Yeah, and the symbol 0 is super useful for writing numbers, just because it's a placeholder and makes possible our modern system of writing numbers. Way more useful than the Roman numeral system.
Yeah, decimals.
Yeah, the decimal number system, right? Base 10.
But even then, like, I mean, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but technically speaking, the 0, it doesn't have to be solely for decimals, right? You can have base, I don't know, base 8.
You're right.
Right?
Well, like base 16 for hexadecimal for computers. Yeah, every base number system uses a 0.
Right.
But Roman numerals aren't positional systems, so they don't need a 0.
Ah, okay, yeah.
But also, even if 0 really meant nothing, you still need something to denote the nothingness or the lack of. You still need something.
Right.
Because let's just pretend how many milligrams of a medication do you give? I'm sorry, how many milligrams of cyanide do you administer to somebody as they're having a heart attack? And that number is always 0. I guess unless you hate them, and then you would put another number in there, but you need something to indicate the lack of or the instruction of nothing or whatever semantic word you want to use there.
Yeah, another example is the number 304. You need a 0 to denote that there's nothing in the tens position. Otherwise, you'd have 3, 4, and it'd be hard to tell the difference between that and 34. So 304, that was the original type of reason why they invented the 0.
Matthew, did you say that specifically because CB is not in here?
No, what does he say about it?
Oh, because of all the numbers, you happen to pick 304. And that's like a running joke.
What is it? I suspect I was just sort of thinking up a random number with a 3-digit number. I wouldn't be surprised if that's like a common number.
You might do a search what 304 means to young people.
Yeah, but take a calculator, one of those old school calculators, type in 304.
Oh, got it. No, now I get it. No, I didn't mean. I wasn't thinking of that. 705. How about that? There's a better one.
Yeah, that's fine. I like 80,085. I go with that.
If you turned
Yeah.
705 upside down, wouldn't that be Saul?
Saul.
Yes,
Yeah.
there you
For the
go.
sun?
Because I'm a heliocentrist. It's perfect for me because I'm a heliocentrist. There you go.
There you go.
705. That's my number.
I like 58,008. My favorite.
But I'm going to sneak out of here, gents. So have a good evening on Matthew. Always good to see you. Old dude, over fences, Jenna, Morvis, the hero, Lats, 20 cups, everyone else who I'm failing to mention here. Have a good day. Always
Yeah.
good to see and talk to you.
Blessings on you. Have a good day.
You too, man.
Hello,
Hello, Rico. How are you doing?
I'm fine. And you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Happy Sunday to you.
Are you India?
I am in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Where are you?
I'm from Morocco.
Oh, Morocco. I would
Morocco.
love to visit Morocco sometime. I've heard it's beautiful.
You're welcome, bro.
Thank you. You lived there your whole life?
Well, شوف you have problem and you me don't speak English يعني نقولها لك.
Okay. You don't speak English very well? That's okay.
Okay, okay, yes. I'm students.
Okay. Well, salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام.
Thank you. That's about all. I don't know much Arabic, but that's the only Arabic I know.
Okay, okay.
Well, sometimes this is a good place to listen, but right now there aren't very many people talking right now.
Yeah. I am a beginner English.
Where are we right now? In the English hub?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I am beginner English.
Rico
good,
is a
man.
beginner just learning to speak English.
Okay.
Good for you, man.
It takes practice, it takes time, but if you listen, you can learn English.
Okay. I want to learn. Yes, learn English.
I want to learn English. Yes.
Learn.
That vowel is one of the hardest vowels for non-English speakers to learn. It's a very uncommon sound, except that it happens to be in English and Chinese. So lots of people in the world can pronounce it. But if you have never spoken English or Chinese before, that sound is unusual. So learn.
I would like to learn English something. صحيح. صحيح. شوف.
That's right. I would like to learn English. You said that correctly.
Yes, I speak. I want learn English. Okay.
You want to learn to speak English? You want to learn to speak?
Okay. Yes.
Very good.
Okay.
Not bad, man.
What?
I said not bad. Not bad at all. You're doing good.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, the ER sound is peculiar. In English, it has the sound, but not all languages. Right.
I think I saw a YouTube video or something where that sound is actually very uncommon only in like 2 or 3% of languages. But it happens to be in English and Chinese, which are two of the most spoken languages on earth. So even though it's an
weird.
unusual sound.
It's an unusual sound, but the ER, like the two letters like that, is not uncommon. It's just how it's pronounced. Like in French, for example, more often than not, it's an A sound, almost like an AY or like a soft AY. Right? It's used at the end of verbs. Yeah. Hey?
Yeah, I was talking about the pronunciation more than the spelling. Spelling is a whole different problem, both for French and
Exactly.
English.
Yeah. So
In
for
Spanish, there's no problem with spelling. Spanish is like nice.
It's just for non-English speakers who read that, they pronounce it totally different. You know.
Hey, you're crazy, man. We gotta play.
Crazy.
Yeah, we gotta play at Discord night to meet you. I'm trying to learn English. Hey guys.
Welcome to the room.
It sounds like you speak English fairly well already.
Nah, bro, I'm trying. It's hard.
It
So
sounds
far,
like
so
you might
good.
be making fun of. It sounds like you might be trolling and making fun of people who don't know English fluently.
I don't know. Let me tell you. When I type good. When I speak, the words don't come to my mind.
Rixan, what do you talk like that?
brother والله وده حاجة.
انت عربي you are Arabic.
Nah, bro, I was just trolling.
Trolling?
Yat, brother, I was trolling.
No,
والله.
do you Arabic انت you Arabic.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
Oh, do you speak Arabic?
No, bro, I was just saying some random words.
Speak Arabic. Speak أنا راس معك. Speak.
وفي حال من oh sorry.
Yeah, time's up.
This is an English hub. See, this is the last warning. And the topic is flat Earth.
What's up, Elbow? Haven't heard you in a while, man. Good to hear you.
So,
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah.
Quiet day today.
So you guys believe in flat Earth or like cylindrical Earth? Or like spherical Earth? Or like cubic Earth?
Do you have any evidence of those cylindrical or spherical?
Bro, I'm like Aristotle, I think, and therefore I am.
So you just want to troll.
How about this, RX Han? What gave you, or what evidence convinced you that you live on a giant spinning water ball?
Bro, I don't believe in that shit, man. I believe that, a giant man. What's his name? His name was like Titan or something. I studied in school.
Okay.
Oh,
What
shit.
evidence was provided? What evidence was provided to you for that?
Bro, I just believe in what makes me happy. I want to
Okay.
believe a giant man's carrying it.
Okay. Haven't heard that one in a while.
What's his name?
You mean like Atlas?
Yes, exactly. My brothers in Christ. Yes.
Well,
Yeah, man.
originally Atlas was holding up the sky, not the Earth.
So he became freaky and then he holded Earth. Okay. Crazy dude, man. My bad, my bad. You guys can talk. Why are you guys actually silent? Like, do some conversation so I could like believe in your theory.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it happens. Dead air. You appreciate
So
the
why do you
silence
believe in flat Earth?
because it's measured that way.
What?
It is measured that way.
Okay. Hmm.
We're told that
Interesting.
it's a giant. We're told it's a giant ball, right? But if that were the case, the ground would have to be curving away, or the water would have to be curving away down on itself and then wrapping back up around. We don't witness that. So it can't be that. You know what I mean?
Okay. But when we see an aeroplane going towards like horizon, it feels like it's going inside, downwards. So it can't be that, right?
So if you see an airplane approach the horizon, it looks like it's going down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So
for
Earth could be
example,
inclined, but
I can see how you would arrive at that, but there's an issue. Because if you're, for example, on a long stretch of road, right, and there are street lamps all along that road, the street lamps closest to you, they look very high. But you see the street lamps out in the distance, they also look like they're approaching the ground. So the question would be, just because you see the street lamps approach the ground as they go further out, does that mean for sure that they're going down? No. All the street lamps are the same height. It just looks like they're going down from your perspective. So how do we know that's not the case with the airplane? You know what I mean? We have Nahom join us. Welcome to the room, sir. Feel free to pipe in if you want.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. So, what is guys flat Earth?
That's the
Flat
topic of the
Earth?
room, man. Yeah, we like to talk to
Okay.
people who think they live on a ball and ask them if they have any proof for that.
Okay. So, I believe that, not I believe, but I know that Earth is ball. So, what proof do
Okay.
you have that Earth is flat?
It's not measured to be a ball. That's why we ask people if they have that or have those measurements or know someone who did take those measurements. Are you aware of who would have measured the Earth to be a ball?
Oh.
Okay.
Let's say the Earth is flat, right? Then how do you explain that?
Well,
How
it's
do you
measured that way.
Right. How do you explain day and night?
What do you mean day and night? The sun moves around.
I mean,
right?
The sun moves around what? Around a flat surface?
Well, what I mean around, I don't mean literally going around like a ball. I just mean you see it move across the sky. It goes around
So
in the sky. It moves
when
around,
it
you know.
goes to like the west, where does it go? Like, where does it set?
Well, that's the tricky part, dude. That's one of the
So
tricky parts. So from
according
your
to
vantage point, hang on, let me finish. Right?
Okay.
So from your vantage point, you see it rise in the east and set in the west, right? That's the terminology we use. Translate, you see it appear in the sky in the east and disappear, quote unquote, in the west. Where it goes after that, well, it's anybody's guess, right? You couldn't know that unless you followed it the entire way. Right?
I mean, if it's flat, then like it has to like go around something, right? So if Earth is flat, it has to go somewhere and not come back.
Sure.
But if
So
the Earth is
for all
flat,
we
if Earth is flat,
for all
I mean,
yeah. I was just gonna say, yeah, for all we know, the sun is moving around in some sort of circle or circular path.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be circular, but tending to that. Yeah, for all we know, it's doing that. I don't know. Do you?
I mean, the only explanation is if Earth is a ball, then that will make sense because.
Well, I just told you. I just
Yeah.
told you that there's another option. How do we distinguish which one is actually true? Right? But the thing with that, though, is that pertains to stuff going on in the sky, right? Not necessarily what's going on the ground. So if we know what's happening on the ground, right? Whatever's going on in the ground, whatever's going on in the sky happens to be going on over what, the nature of the ground is. So that's why we like to talk about that primarily.
But you don't have like an answer.
What do you mean?
Answer
I
for
just
that.
told you.
No, you didn't. Like, where does it go?
Okay,
Where does it
let
go?
me
Like,
rephrase it. I can't prove to you where the sun is at any given point except for where I see it. Right? You mean you claim that it's going around a ball. Unfortunately, you have the burden to bear. You have to show us how it's actually a ball.
I mean, there is like solar eclipse, lunar eclipse.
Okay. So what are you want to go into more stuff in the sky?
Lunar eclipse.
Or do you want to talk about? How about this, right? So just so you're aware, right? There's two conversations going on at the same time, right? One is about the ground, one is about the stuff in the sky. Which one do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the first one, the Earth.
On the ground, yeah.
On the
Okay,
ground,
good.
yeah.
Because that's the main topic, right?
Yeah, but like, I mean, I know like we didn't accept anything that others tell us, but if Earth is flat, then everything doesn't make sense. Whether it is
Like
about
what?
whether it is like the sun or the moon or the stars, it wouldn't make sense because
In what sense?
not only the sun, but the moon and all the stars are
Yeah.
circling something, right?
The
Which is a
explanations you were
big
given don't make sense if the Earth isn't a ball. And I agree. They don't make any sense.
Check this out, Nahum. What sense have you already made up in your mind about these things?
I mean, if it's flat, then
I'm not asking you that.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, what sense have you already made up in your mind about these things in the way that you already understand them?
Because according to science, like
Okay, go ahead.
there's gravity, right? So
Okay.
So everything revolves around something.
Okay, so that's the sense that you have. There's this quote unquote invisible force called gravity that pulls everything in. Okay, so that makes sense to you, right?
Yes, makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, who proved to you that that is actually the case?
Science.
Okay, how did they do that? What scientific procedure or experiment was done to demonstrate that there is this standalone force called gravity that's pulling things in towards other things?
It's actually a bending of space-time, so it's not
Right.
it's
Okay.
not actually a
Good. Yeah.
force.
Some people are stuck on Newtonian there, but fine. All right. If you want to go Einsteinian, let's do that.
Yeah.
Right. So what scientific experiment was done to demonstrate that there is this 4-dimensional space-time continuum that is being warped by the sheer presence of mass?
Yeah, I
That's
begin
then
myself.
causing things. That's then causing things to move towards each other. What experiment was done to demonstrate that, sir?
I'm not aware of any experiments, but
Right on. Right on.
yeah,
So there's an issue there, right? Because you've made sense of, for example, this story, if you want to call it that, right? Being presented as if it's scientific fact, wherein in science, normally people provide some sort of hypothesis, an idea as to how something is happening, and then they test that idea with an experiment to show whether or not their idea is correct. So here we
yeah.
had a guy, Einstein, provide this idea, yet he had no way to actually verify that. So would you, sir, qualify that as science, technically speaking?
I mean, if it is if it is like a theory, like it is still part of science, right?
Depends. If it's actually got a sound, technically speaking, again, scientific hypothesis that is viable,
Yeah.
perhaps.
I
But
mean, we don't know.
is there a viable scientific hypothesis to general relativity?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What would be necessary for there to be, or for it to be viable?
I mean,
Do you know what I mean by that?
I don't get you. Like,
I don't. Forgive me. I don't mean to stump you on any English barrier stuff. Feel free to let me know if there's a miscommunication.
Yeah, what did you say? I don't understand you.
What I mean by that is, in science, people say, "Oh, I see this thing happening," and then they ask themselves, "Why is this thing happening?" Oh, it might be because this other thing is causing this thing to happen. Right?
Yeah.
And then they say, okay, let me check. So they set up an experiment. They play with the first thing, or the first idea, right? The first supposed cause. And they see if that has a change on the thing in question. Right? Your hypothesis. Right? The thing you're playing with is the independent variable, and the thing in question is the dependent variable.
Yeah.
Right? So
So
far.
yeah, I get you. Like, so
Right.
how do you explain free falls then? I mean,
Hang on.
things are falling, right?
Hold on.
Like
Let's
how
not jump
Newton came
around
up
there,
with the
sir.
sense
Let's not
essence of gravity.
Nahom, you're not gonna.
Yeah.
Please don't bulldoze, okay? We want to finish. We want to get to some closure on this, okay?
Yeah, you
So
said, is there
Einstein
any
is,
experiment on gravity, right?
sir. The question is there a viable experiment to demonstrate Einstein's quote unquote hypothesis to be true? And if so, then maybe we can be qualified as scientific. If not, well, then there's a problem. So are you aware of, what was done or what has been proposed to show this actually being scientific at all?
I mean, it's in the name, right? General relativity theory. So it's theory. They haven't made
Okay.
any.
Well,
They
here's a
haven't.
problem.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
this is
not aware of any experiments if they did.
right on.
Like
Right
maybe
on.
I
So
will.
there's a problem.
But
There's a problem there. There's a problem there. So it's presented as if it's a scientific theory, but upon investigation, one begins to wonder whether it's scientific at all in the first place.
So are you saying like we need to have an experiment to call it a science, right?
There
What about
should have absolutely there
theories?
should have already been.
There are a lot of theories in science, right? Hypotheses and theories. It's part of
There are plenty of scientific theories, and there are also plenty of alleged scientific theories. And that's what people call pseudoscience.
Unless proven wrong, right? So
No,
is
not
proven wrong.
necessarily.
It's
No,
still part of
what I mean by that is you can have a working theory that just hasn't been proven otherwise, right? Maybe it's just recently proposed and the structure is sound, but say, for example, there's a funding issue, so no one's actually ever conducted the thing. You know what I mean? Like there's all it's possible, right? But the problem here with Einstein is allegedly this has been done 100 years ago, for example, right? So it's fun to ask, has it been done? Where was it done? And what did they do to prove that indeed he was correct?
So I think I remember there was one experiment they did to test Einstein's general relativity theory. So
what did they do?
So it was eclipse, right? If
No, that's not a scientific experiment.
There was a bending of a light when it comes to when it was like eclipse, then the stars that was supposed to be in one particular place shifted. So that means there is a big warping of space, so that the light is bending towards that warping.
Okay. Is that their explanation?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So how did they prove that to be the case?
I mean, light tends to bend in a warped space. When there is a warp in a space, then light will bend towards around the warp.
So here's the thing. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to highlight the point to you. Okay. At this point in the discussion, it has not even been determined yet whether the bending and warping of space-time is a thing. Now here you are moving on to this other phenomena that is alleged to be caused by this bending and warping of space-time also. But we haven't even checked, we haven't even verified or validated or even had a proposition as to how to determine this to be real in the first place. So how can we move on from the initial point without concluding the initial point? You see the problem?
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
it's like me telling you, okay, I had $1 million on my table, and I came home one day, and there's no $1 million anymore. Therefore, Johnny must have stole it, right? And then you say, "Oh shit, let's go interrogate Johnny." So here we are spending millions and millions of dollars in this, trial on Johnny, right, to prove that he stole my $1 million. Yet no one proved that I had $1 million on the table in the first place.
Okay, I'm gonna
You know what I mean?
agree with your points.
That's the reality.
There is no tangible evidence that it's actually dent or warp toward upon a big mass. So that's just a theory, but that still doesn't mean Earth is not round, right? So
This is the problem. Check this out. Here's the issue. It started off with you pointing this out, general relativity and all this stuff, as being the proof that we are on a ball. if I'm not mistaken. That's how it started. So if you want, you can scrap that and say, oh, never mind, it's not exactly the proof that I thought it was.
I mean,
You can move on to something else. Please, by all means.
Yeah, I'm gonna withdraw that.
Cool.
That point. So general relativity is not the sole evidence of Earth being round.
Or
Because
maybe it is. Hold on. I just want to point. Forgive me. Forgive me. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to point out that for all we know, it is rock solid, but you just have not been able to articulate it at this point. For all we know, and that would be fair enough to say. Okay, you'll withdraw it anyway. We don't know. We don't know.
I mean,
so far, I wouldn't say it is.
I'm gonna agree with you that general relativity doesn't know like tangible proof or experiments they did on that. So I'm gonna agree with that.
As far as we know. As far as we know.
As far
Very
as
good.
we know, we don't have like tangible evidence of like a real tangible or like
Very
real
well.
tangible evidence. So that's fair. I'm gonna agree with that. But
very well.
What I'm not gonna agree with you is like as being flat, because you're asking me to give you proof that this is round, right? But how about you give me proof that Earth is flat? Like,
I'm glad you
from
asked.
your perspective.
I'm glad you asked. Right.
Okay.
There are a number of things, dude. Okay. Number one, and this is not proof, but it's indicative, right? That in your everyday life, you don't witness any spinning. You don't witness any curving of the ground, right? So every
There is
day
ground.
Watch this, right? So everyday experience, everyday experience would indicate that the ground is flat and stationary. Okay. Now, to boot, on top of that, people have gone out and tried to measure this. So there are some, groups out there who have, for example, used lasers to test this. Right? You know what a laser is?
Yeah, I know.
Right? So they take a laser and they shine it over a large body of water. Okay. And provided the alleged metrics of this giant ball, right? If that were true, we would expect that at the end of the laser beam, the difference between the height, the height of the laser beam, or the difference between its position on the ground or in the air at where it's received, would be a lot larger because the ground is curving down away from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
So when we go out and do that, when people have gone out and done this, they don't measure that. If the laser beam is, let's say it's 3 feet off the ground, or the laser itself is 3 feet off the ground, and it shines out perfectly dead straight, 90 degrees, right? 10 miles away, 20 miles away, whatever. We would expect the difference. We would expect the difference between the laser beam and the ground to be greater than 3 feet. Significantly. Like, we're talking hundreds of feet. But when at the receiving end, when we receive it at 3 feet, plus or minus a little bit, right? That's an error of greater than 90 to 95% compared to the globe model.
Sorry for interrupt. Which topic are you talking about?
We're talking about laser beams showing the Earth to be measured flat.
Okay,
I
thanks.
think it was the experiment. Like, aren't the guys like flat Earth? Like, aren't they trying to prove that Earth was flat, but didn't really prove?
Well, check this out, right? Not to play a semantic.
But
not to play a semantics game, but I just want to point out that what I just described, would not qualify as an experiment, because it's not exactly a scientific experiment in the truest sense. It's a measurement. It's like if you take a ruler and you put it up against your foot. Are you doing science? No. You're just measuring your foot.
So how do
Right?
you okay, so how do you explain ships and the horizon? Like when ships go, like they disappear slowly, right?
Always or sometimes?
Always.
Are you sure
Sometimes.
about that? Okay, where do they start to disappear, sir? What's the relationship between the
Like
distance
5
where the
kilometers,
object starts to decline and the
every 5 kilometers.
observer's height?
Every 5 kilometers. I don't know the mile
Okay, you don't
equivalent.
know.
No, I don't
Right.
know the mile equivalent, but every 5 kilometers, the horizon
Okay,
will start disappearing.
is that an estimate? Like a ball, like a random number?
Not a random number, it's just proven.
Okay.
After
Well,
5
I can tell
kilometers,
you.
it will
Okay.
start to disappear. Even the French on the Sahara Desert, they mark it every 5 kilometers. That they put like some sign.
Okay.
So that they won't
Okay.
get
How high? How high is the observer witnessing that?
like the average height.
Average height.
Human height, like yeah.
Okay.
Like
Well,
5
check this
feet.
out, dude. Let me tell you this, right? According to the math or the geometry of the alleged globe, right? One would expect the bottom up disappearance of an object over the horizon to begin at approximately 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, in miles.
So
Okay.
in miles, so
In miles. So, for example, if you're 1 foot off, watch this. If you're 1 foot off the ground, right? 1 foot off the ground, you would expect the horizon to be 1.22 times the square root of 1, which is 1, which ends up being 1.22 miles. Okay. If you're 3 feet, if you're 6 feet off the ground, that would be 1.22 times the square root of 6, which is like 0.22 something, times 1.22. It ends up being about 3, 2.99 something. I can get you the math if you want,
3
but
miles, right?
that's the
So
ballpark.
3 miles.
So if you're 6 feet off the ground, you expect the horizon to be about 3 miles away. Does that check out to about 5 kilometers?
Yeah, 4.82.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, I just did the math.
Very good. So 3 miles is about 5 kilometers.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good. Okay, so it's only for about 6 feet observer height.
Yeah.
Okay. Does this happen all the time?
I mean, if it like on a flat surface, yeah. If there are no
I'm talking about on this alleged ball, on the surface that we are, which is allegedly curving. You know, in the
so
fashion described by the geometry.
if we take the ocean,
Right?
yeah.
We would expect this to happen all the time.
Yeah, on the ocean.
Right.
And on flat surface, yeah.
Whether it's flat or not in this case, right? The claim is that giant ball.
It is a hill, so if it is a hill or slope.
Oh yeah, of course. But let's say over a body of water, right? Let's say over water.
On the ocean, yeah, it will work, yeah.
Oh, right, because water lays flat and level, right?
Yeah, it's flat, yeah.
Unless, of course, acted on by another force, wind and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're 6 feet, off the ground, looking over the horizon, you expect to see a boat disappear after 3 miles.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Well, if I were to tell you there are instances where people see boats up to 5 or 10 times further than that on different days, and sometimes it changes.
Like, what is your evidence?
Right. I would call upon Matrix or T-Dub or anyone who might happen to have some of these shots there. I don't have it on hand, but I know they've been presented. If anyone wants to do that. But
Which
saying
one are
that
you
is
after,
the case, the furthest long distance shot of a boat not actually disappearing.
In the middle of the Black Swan, there's one, and it's at what, just over 6 mile.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'll put that up so you can have a look, and you'll go, "Oh wow, I never realised that."
Wait, is it 6 miles or beyond the 9.41?
It's at 6.2. You shouldn't see it at all.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Right. Well, there's that one, right? And then, now that you mentioned the Black Swan there, we have instance of a set of oil rigs that are known distances from the shoreline, and they're not cut off from the bottom up. In fact, you see the horizon way beyond the bottom of the furthest oil rig, and that one's at 9.41 miles.
Really high, right? So they are very tall.
The problem is, like the observer. Nahum, check this out.
From the surface,
Homie,
like.
bro,
Okay,
check this out. Watch. The observer is 1 foot off the ground. A little camera on a tripod, right? You would expect the horizon to be at 1.22 miles. At 1.22 miles, beyond which things would start to cut off from the bottom up. Well, here we have a set of oil rigs, and now that Matrix mentioned it, also a little boat between 6 and 9 miles away, and they're in full clear of the observer at 1 foot off the ground. And the horizon is behind them. So the horizon is about 6 to 8 times further, or something like that, than it should be. I don't know if it's being posted in the chat or not. There you go.
Yeah, I'm saying it.
Thank you, Matrix. Now, if I'm not mistaken, back of the napkin math from, back of my mind there, we should see something like 2/3 or between a half and 2/3, if not in that ballpark, of the first oil rig being cut off from the observer, and significantly more than that for the second platform, and the little tugboat should not be visible at all. If the geometry was correct.
So are the oil rigs like 9 miles and 6 miles away? So there's a 3 miles
9.41 and 9.41 and 6.21.
Okay, so.
And there's the dividing horizon line behind the further one. Now, you see in the center of the picture there, you see that kind of like hazy blue line there?
Yeah.
That's the crux of the argument. Really. These other 2 or 3 things there, they're kind of like props, if you will. Right? They show distance marker. They act as distance markers. So we know how far we're actually looking. Or rather, how far we're seeing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
So your point is the horizon is not always 3 miles. Doesn't have 3 mile constant.
It's never at that distance. Never at that distance.
So how do you explain like the French on the Sahara Desert putting marker every 5 kilometers, so that they wouldn't get lost.
Well, for all we know, the five.
they trusted,
For all we
like,
know, the five. For all we know, check this
I'm
out,
not
right?
sure about this video. Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, watch this,
how-
dude.
how-
Okay. From what we
really?
see here, Nihon, listen. You asked the question, okay? For all we know, okay, that 5 kilometer marker, okay, was just an arbitrary number. We don't know that. But for what we do know is from this observation here with the black swan, you can see that far. Like, it's possible to see that far.
Well,
Even
what
from a
optics
one-
were they
one
using
foot
as
observer.
well, right?
Oh, that's
Noon,
another
you're
thing.
muted too. What happened to Noon? Sorry, guys.
Even from a 1 foot observer height, these things are observable. So the whole point is, you know, it doesn't tell us anything, except for
If people-
they use these distances to help, you know, track their movements, and they could see them. So fantastic.
Well, if they're
I
just
mean,
using their eyes, right, or just some sort of low-powered scope,
I do apologize for interrupting you guys.
Holy
May I know?
shit.
Hold on. May I know why I'm not muted here? Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, we got the train wreck
will be
inbound.
So
Yeah, I was just
according
saying, like, so these 5K distance markers, right? They might have just been using the optics of their eyes, right? Not using any sort of high-powered optics.
No, they are.
So,
They are using their
right,
eyes.
so because that's going to be about the limitation of your view across any sort of a plane surface, right? It's
No.
about 5 kilometers before you
Are
know,
you
like.
saying our vision is like limited to 5 kilometers?
Absolutely, yeah.
No. Like, I'm seeing the moon.
No, that's looking up. That's not looking across a surface and trying to resolve objects on that surface at distance. Okay.
Doesn't matter, because if the Earth was flat,
Does the moon have an angular size?
what do you mean?
So does the moon appear to be a certain size? Meaning, can you put your thumb up in and cover the moon with your thumb? Block it out?
Yeah.
Right. Now, in your worldview, if it was bigger and closer, if you held up your thumb wouldn't be able to cover it, right?
Yeah,
But if the moon was further away, it would look even smaller, wouldn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Right. So angular size change with distance is still applicable. Diffraction and angular size change with distance is still applicable. And when you're looking across a surface, your eyes are trying to resolve the surface at distance and any objects upon that surface at distance and trying to distinguish the difference between the two things. It's going to become harder the further away the thing is.
Because light takes time to reach us, to reach our eye.
Yeah, and because of the way we see.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, right. Perspective.
So, but that doesn't explain why they put marker every 5 kilometers.
Because that's probably about the limitation. Before, if they put them any further, right, they probably wouldn't be able to resolve them. They wouldn't be able to see them.
No, because they wouldn't be able to see them because the Earth is curving away every 5 kilometers.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
Can I ask you also? In the meantime, I just want to ask Neil, what objects were these guys putting every 5 kilometers? What were they? What was the size of them?
Let me check. I'm not sure. I think it was some kind of barrel or something. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So a small object.
Yes, not that much more. Okay, wait. Let me
Okay.
check before I
Okay.
speak.
Because one question would be, what would be the angular size of this object from the vantage point of any observer 6 feet off the ground at that distance?
Yes.
Because if it's approaching the limit to which they could see, for all we know, they chose that distance because it's within a range that they can still observe during average, weather conditions or whatever. We don't know. Like, we're asking, right?
Yeah, right.
Already, there's an issue with the claimed geometry being the cause of their obstruction or their lack of visibility. And we're just going with word of like hearsay, word of mouth. Yeah, I haven't seen anything tangible presented by you suggesting any of this to be the case anyway. But we're just taking it at face value for conversation speak. Now, if you can cite something, there might be some more information in there that we can go by. But for now, it's kind of like, 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Right? It does line up with the math that we did before, but beyond that,
Okay. So I
not
just
really.
googled their experiment, and I think they used precision optical instruments to measure the angle and the distance.
To what?
To put a marker every 5 kilometers.
Okay, and what did they get?
Wait.
What angular size did they get? Like 1 degree, 2 degrees, or something?
Not sure.
Right. Well, I'd encourage you to look into this, man. It's
I'm
an interesting topic there.
checking it out right now, but
Please do. I'm
So
going to.
what was your question?
I'm sorry.
What was your question? What angle did they use?
Yeah. What was the angular size of the object from 5 kilometers away?
Large size of the object. Okay.
It would seem to me reasonable to suggest that maybe the reason why they needed to use precision instruments like that is because the angular size is extremely small. Right. So they weren't using like these giant, like car-sized or truck-sized objects, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even then, they get pretty small at that distance, but compared to a barrel,
So, according to their experiment, for a person of a height 1 meter and 70 centimeter, I think that comes to 5'6" or something like that. The horizon starts to disappear. The object starts to disappear after every 4.65 kilometers.
sounds about right compared to what we did before. 6 feet is 5 kilometers, so in that ballpark, yeah. So we get the problem is, dude, we understand the math. Okay, we understand the claimed geometry. What we're asking for is real world experimentation or testing, if you will, that confirms this. Because we've already put forward something that goes against it, right? An instance where we see 8 to 10 times or 6 to 8 times further than what we should, right?
Yeah, we showed you an example where that's not the case.
So right then and there, though, the claim that it's always the case is not true. Because you can have a bunch of cases and then one that goes against it to refute that claim. Right? That's why it's called the black swan. Are you familiar with that? That kind of what do we call it? It's not a story. It's or a thought experiment, so to speak. All right. What do we actually call that? The official term for that type of rhetoric?
For what?
The black swan. You know, all swans are white. Not all swans are white because one instance is is not
falsifiability.
You know what I mean?
It's to do with falsifiability.
Yeah, but the mechanism to depict or to illustrate that, like you know what I mean? Like it's not a lore. It's not a story. It's not a thought experiment. Like there's like an official term for that. I would think for that type of
Oh, well,
reasoning.
They're just taking it as axiomatic.
But it's like a form of logical reasoning, right? Through quote unquote storytelling, if you will. But that's not the right term for it. But anyway, Neil, you understand what we're getting at?
No.
No, okay. Let me tell you. Let me say this, right? If I were to come to you and say all boys are 10 feet tall, that sounds a little ridiculous, right? You go around, you say, no, boys are, I don't know, 3 feet tall, 4 feet tall, 6 feet tall. All you need is one boy who's not 10 feet tall to prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Well, do you follow?
Yeah. I'm following.
Right. There you go. So that's where the black swan comes in, because the statement, all swans are white, right? Everywhere you go, all you see are white swans. Well, all you need is one black swan to show that that statement is not the case, because not all swans are white anymore. There's a black one. You just need one,
okay.
right?
Of
So
course,
in this
it's
context,
logical, yeah.
it's a logical mechanism, or some I forget. That's what I was asking before, right? There's a term for that.
Yeah, we need just one evidence to prove it's wrong.
To prove an all statement,
Everything.
an all,
every
in
statement
every
to
case,
be wrong.
yeah. There you go. So when the claim that all horizons from every observer on the surface of the Earth must be at 1.22 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. Here are instances of that not being the case. Therefore, the horizon is not at that distance.
Yeah, but we should have explanation for that particular instance, right? I mean,
You need we need to
it's
investigate
independent.
where the initial claim came
instead of
from.
making the whole logic valid, like there must be an explanation for this one instance.
Okay, like what?
I don't know.
Well, you could, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, the Globers do come up with reasons, excuses why the geometry is not visible.
Oh, like exceptions, you mean?
He's talking about an explanation. right? So, well, there's a reason for that. Larry called me and asked him to meet me at the pub. He's having a real hard time. He needed to talk. Then, while the waitress was bringing over our drinks, she tripped, and that's why my pants are wet and there's lipstick on my collar.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying there has to be an explanation for that one instance. I'm not sure if the evidence you provided is even true, but if it is true, like if it is legit, there must be an explanation for it.
Right. Well, one explanation I would see one explanation I would put forward.
Black Swan. Why is that one black?
Well, here's the thing, dude. Okay, one explanation I would put forth is that the claim premise that the initial premise.
Why is it?
Nail.
Yeah, of course.
One explanation I would put forth is that the initial premise is not true.
No.
Right. That's one possible explanation. That's one. I'm just saying that's one possible explanation. Would you agree that is at least one?
No, I'm not gonna agree.
Why not?
One instance of then how do you explain the other 99.99%?
That's a good question.
Instance, yeah.
And it could be. Well, you're right.
You just
it could
bring
be
one thing and say everything is wrong.
No, dude. The thing is, I didn't say that the black swan is proof that it is the case. I'm just saying it's one possible explanation. Right? Other possible explanations are optical phenomena. Right?
Yeah.
All sorts of shit.
Well, don't be under the misunderstanding, right? There is no instances where the horizon is at its geometric location as required by being on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. There isn't. You stated there is. I'd like to see that. I'd like you to post the details.
I will.
There is no 99% of the time when it is that, and then one instance where it isn't. There's only instances where it's not. That's what we're trying to point out. We're trying to tell you there's no instances of a geometric horizon.
Yeah, gentlemen.
And in fact,
he just said there is one instance that is not true, so the whole premise is false.
I'm gonna go on mute for a minute.
Isn't that what?
I'll be back.
Well, that is that. All right, cheers, man. That's the idea behind falsification through through the black swan analogy, right? Someone said all swans are white. We've never seen a black one, right? Then someone found a black one. Oh crap! I guess they're not all white then, right? Damn.
Because of one swan.
Because of one swan, right?
Because of one swan,
right, but it turns out that there isn't actually any white swans. What people were calling white swans weren't white swans. They'd never validated that it was actually a white swan. Where is this geometric horizon? Show us. Show us this geometric horizon.
You have to go to the ocean and see when ships starts disappearing.
You'd have to validate that that is not simply an optical effect due to optical limitations of your view, the weather, light, the way light's behaving, etc. Okay, You can't just say, I see this thing, it fits with my bias, I'm going to declare that the reason for this thing is X. You'd have to establish, right, that the horizon is at the required distance. Because if it's not, it doesn't matter what you're seeing a ship appear to do beyond it. You can't say that it's because of the geometry of the surface of the Earth that's doing it.
So you don't even have an explanation why.
I don't need one. So a claim, the veracity,
like,
right?
It might be optical illusion. Like, prove me that it is optical illusion and not.
No. The veracity of a claim does not depend. The veracity of a claim is not reliant upon somebody else's claim or counterclaim or counter explanation. It must stand alone under its own merit.
But when you start to enforce a new theory upon me, you have to show me an evidence too.
No, I don't.
Then I don't have to show you an evidence too. Like, you're
that's
just
fine.
saying,
You can walk away from this if you want, mate.
I'm not saying I have. You have to believe what I'm saying, but.
So what was the new theory that was put on you?
Sorry?
What was the new theory that was put upon you?
That's flat. The Earth is flat.
Now,
and
when you walk outside, do you see curvature? Yes or no?
I see curvature.
You're a liar. Nobody sees curvature.
Flat surface, you do see a curvature.
No, you don't.
If there is no mountains,
it's mathematically impossible.
You'll see a curvature. Like, it's not a curvature, but you see things.
So it's not a curvature now.
Slowly. So the only explanation for that is because of curvature.
No, we're not after explanations. The question was, do you see curvature? You walk outside your house, do you see curvature?
Yeah, we do.
Yes or no?
I don't see curvature. No.
You don't see curvature. So here you are telling us that it is something outside of what you witness. Why are you a believer? It seems that you have to prove the shape of the ground to yourself before you prove it to us. So why do you think it's curved when you don't even see that?
I see your point. Yeah. So you're saying I see flat surface, so that's my evidence, right?
No, that's not my evidence. I'm questioning you. Why are you pushing curvature when you don't even see it?
Because I believe it's the curvature.
You believe in it.
Yeah, I believe.
So you've never proven it. You've never seen it, but you're just happy to believe in it.
True.
Right, because what you've got, right, at the moment, the topic that we're on at the moment is you see a boat at distance on the water, and after a while it looks like it's starting to become obstructed from view bottom up, right? You can't see the bottom of it.
Slowly,
And that seems to increase the further away it gets. Now you're wondering, right? So somebody could see that and wonder, why is that? And they could think about it, and they could think, well, despite me looking at the surface of the Earth and it appearing to be flat, right? I'm not seeing any curvature. What if it's just that I'm on such a big ball, right, that it appears flat, and that boat is actually becoming hidden from view by going over the surface of the curved surface away from me, and it's essentially going down and out of my view because it's going over the curvature and becoming hidden, right?
Yeah.
Now that's a proposition, right? That's a proposal in your mind that you've that somebody could put forth,
that's not
right?
The only evidence, though. That's not the only evidence.
Right. Okay. So is that's right? So that's not evidence, is it? You can't say you can't just declare from
the only
right, but
that's not the evidence.
Right, but you can't.
There are other
But you
evidence
can't
too. We can't.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. But at the moment, we need to be able to see if that holds true. Because if it's not holding true, right, necessarily, if it doesn't follow logically or lacks evidence by itself, you can't present that as evidence because it requires evidence, because it's a proposal, right? For want of a better word, a hypothesis. The reason for this is X, I'm proposing, but you don't know that yet, right? You haven't figured that out if that's true or not yet, right? So you put that aside because it's inconclusive, right? Well, I've got this idea of why I might be seeing that take place, but I can't be certain, so I've got to put it aside. Right now, you can't build on top of that. You can't then go out and to look for other things, which is going to confirm that for you. That's called confirmation bias. So everything must stand alone by itself under its own merit, be independent of each other. So you're looking for something that definitively concludes beyond all doubt, all by itself, not collectively, all by itself, that the Earth is a sphere. Now, I would suggest that you try and measure the surface itself directly, because that's going to be the only way you can get a definitive conclusion about the geometry of the surface. Because when we want to know the geometry of a surface or an object, we measure it, don't we?
So I'm gonna ask you one question. Where are you? Like, which country are you? Are you in Australia?
Yes.
What time is it there?
7:30.
7:30.
7:30 a.m. or p.m.
a.m.
So I'm in Africa and it's 11:30 p.m. How do you explain that?
Why am I trying to explain it? Okay, it's daylight for me, nighttime for you.
Yeah, how do you explain that?
Because the sun isn't there. The sun isn't where you are. It's where I am.
True, but how do you explain that on flat Earth?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain it. The sun is not where you are. It's not lighting one area. It's lighting a different area.
On flat Earth, is the sun like going straight, like straight? I should still be able to see it, right?
I don't have a God's eye perspective view. I can't tell you. All I can tell you is if it's dark for you, then the sun is not above you and is not illuminating your area. It's above me and illuminating mine.
Africa.
What more do you want? What more do you want?
I mean, wait. I'm gonna measure the distance between Africa and Australia. So.
All right, we'll see you in a few weeks then.
I'm gonna Google it actually.
Ah, right. So, yeah, I see.
I mean, if it is like small distance, right? Like probably a few thousand kilometers. So you're telling me after a few thousand kilometers, the sun will just disappear from me? If it's flat, then that, yeah.
I'm not claiming to know.
That's the only.
I'm not claiming to know. I'm not claiming to know distances. All right, go on.
Yeah. So the only explanation for different time zone is spherical Earth. That's the only explanation.
Why?
Because
so you're telling me that the sun being small and moving from one place to another, following a circuit, so at daytime it's above my house, then it moves and moves and moves, and then at your house it's daytime and it's nighttime at my house, is not a good explanation, or you just don't like it?
Not a good explanation at all. Like,
why not?
I have to see it. I have to see the sun.
Well, you do see. It's nighttime at your house now, and it's daytime at my house. There you go. Explanation covered.
What? I didn't get it. What do
You don't get it. The sun is small,
Yeah.
it follows a circuit. When it's above my house,
Oh,
it's daytime. Therefore, it's nighttime at your house because you're on the opposite side of the circuit. Then the sun moves and gets around to
opposite
your
side of
house. It is
the
now
opposite
daytime.
side of what? The opposite side of what? That's true. We are
I
on
don't
the
know if you're
opposite
opposite
side.
side. It's just
That's
another
true.
path along the sun's circuit.
Correct.
So when
You
the
are
sun is
correct.
over your house, it's
We are on the
daytime.
opposite side, but to be on the opposite
That's
side,
that's something else you'd have to validate.
very bad.
I'm not saying that we're opposite side. Obviously not, because it's 7:30 in the morning here and 11:30 over there. So not quite opposite. Through the sun's path.
I mean, like there's at least.
So anyways, your claim was that the sphere is the only explanation. No, I gave you an explanation. Whether you like it or not, that's another story.
Your explanation doesn't make sense, though. It doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make
yours
sense?
doesn't make
The sun
yours
moves.
doesn't make sense.
When it's
Mine
over
makes
your
sense,
house,
like-
it's sunshine. When it's over my house, it's sunshine. Outside of that, it's not sunshine. Why does it not make sense to you?
Because the sun has to be circling something to be
Lighting
above
everything at the same time.
Yeah, if it's flat, then we should all have the same time zone, right?
No,
Does
no,
that make sense?
no, because its light can't. The light can't reach everywhere.
It can't reach everywhere. We are seeing
No.
stars from billions of kilometers away.
That's the story.
No, you don't know
Light
that.
doesn't
You
travel
don't know
that
how
far,
far
mate.
away. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't
Now
measured
listen,
this yet.
yours doesn't. Hey, bro, yours doesn't make any sense, and I'll tell you why. Because the Earth's not
Why?
a sphere. The Earth's not a sphere. Your explanation is dependent on the Earth's surface being curved, and guess what? It's not.
Okay. So
it's wrong.
I'm bringing like ton of evidence that Earth is
So
spherical,
this is
but
all you're going to be able to do. Anything that you present to us is going to be dependent on the Earth's surface being curved. Right?
There's also
So the thing that
evidence-
you're presenting to us isn't evidence of the Earth's curvature. It's dependent on the Earth's curvature.
Correct, yeah.
So it's the other way round. You'd have to prove that the Earth is curving, and then your explanation holds some merit, possibly.
Earth has to be curved in order to make all of my points true. Like the time zone.
Right. Otherwise it's right. Because listen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro. Because otherwise it doesn't follow logically. It'd be something called affirming the consequent, where you say if P, then Q, Q, therefore P, right? Declaring that Q confirms your premise P, but it doesn't necessarily, does it? So if Earth is a sphere, right, we will have day and night cycles. We have day and night cycles,
right.
therefore the Earth is a sphere. Doesn't necessarily follow. Unless you can eliminate every other potential possibility and then demonstrate how you've done that logically or demonstrably, practically. And if you haven't, or you could, another thing you could do is to measure the surface of the Earth directly, confirm that it's curving and that the Earth is a sphere. Then you don't even need to rely on things like seasons or sunsets or day and night cycles to try and tell you what the Earth's shape is, because you'll know what the Earth's shape is without that. So it's all well and good for you to say that, well, it's not possible on a flat Earth, right? That nothing else explains it better than a sphere. Well, you don't know that because you don't know what the sun is. You don't know its exact path above the surface of the Earth. You don't know what medium it exists within. You don't know the mechanism behind the production of the light. You don't know a lot of things, right? There's all these variables involved that you think you know, and other people will tell you they know, but they don't really, because you'll ask for evidence of those things, and you'll get more fallacious reasoning or more undemonstrable
I mean, there is
evidence.
like photographs from space. How do you explain that?
Are there?
Yeah, there's a website like you can check. It's like International Space Station.
Right. So is there
There's like
images from space, or is
live video from international the IS, the International Space Station. You can Google it and like see the whole
yeah?
Earth curving.
I was
If you
born
say like
last
there is
century,
no,
bro. In fact, I was born in the last millennium. Do you think, honestly, do you think I have never seen what you're talking about?
I mean, you have seen, but you chose not to believe it, right?
Right. At some point in my life, I came to a point, right, where I went, okay, I don't believe this anymore. Yeah,
And
true.
that is a choice.
Right.
You can choose
Because
not to believe everything.
yeah, but the question is why, right? Why did I?
I don't know why.
Because I found evidence contrary to that. So I'll ask you, is there images from space? Is there images from space, or is there what they are claiming to be images from space?
It is actually an image from space.
How do you know?
I mean,
How do you
if you
know?
start saying like, how do you know, right? So if you get sick, would you trust the doctors and get take medication, take medicines and stuff like that? Would you trust the doctor,
Yes,
or will you say, I'm not gonna believe you because I don't know if you are true, or if your science is true or not, so I'm not gonna take it.
there's a way that I can test it.
No,
I can. Yes, there's a way I can test whether whether what he's saying is true or
how are
not.
you going to test antibiotics, for example? How are you going to
By
going
taking
to test it?
them.
Yeah, by taking them, you mean by believing first, right?
Right. So so
If
now
you
what are you
take
going
it,
to do?
then you're
Right. So
believing that
what do you
it's
so
true and it's
no.
gonna cure you.
Yes, and then I experience the benefits. What are you going to do in order to experience the benefits of images from space so claimed to be?
I'm not gonna get any benefits, but it's
Right.
gonna,
So
yeah.
it's not
There
analogous.
is no benefit for like directly, but indirectly, like for example, the internet. There's satellites all over the sky. So those those are the benefits I'm getting from
Yeah, it's just
this science.
appeal to your imagination. Exactly. There's nothing that that you can do in order to independently and personally verify those images. You're left in a
But
state of pure belief and trust.
that is true.
Yeah. Now, we're saying that we can go to like a large body of water and with the predictions of what they say the Earth is, right? We can use what they say the Earth is to make predictions of what we should or shouldn't be able to see. and we don't see what they predict. We see vast distances across large bodies of water, and we don't see a geometric horizon.
So
indicating that any imagery shown. So 1 sec. So that indicates to us, right? It's proof that what they are showing you on a screen of curving bodies of water, curving oceans, and curving lakes is not true.
What is your evidence for that then?
Okay, so
When you
if
say
the Earth is a
something
sphere,
wrong, when you say something is not true, you have to bring an evidence of that, right?
right. So if
you're just claiming it's not true because you believe it's not true, but scientists are saying X is Y because of this is this. But you're saying X is not equal to Y. When I ask you them why is that the case, you say because I believe not to trust them. I don't trust the scientists. Their evidence is not convincing, so I choose to not believe them. So because of that, it's not true. Like that's all your argument point. You're not bringing a solid evidence that holds and your theory is or your belief is true. You have to bring something, like you have to convince me.
Well, I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to convince you of that. I can present to you information and tests and observations that have been performed in video presentation form, if you so wish, with some details to go along with it. So something that is replicable, something that you could go and attempt to repeat if you so wished, to confirm or to invalidate it, right? So I've just done that in the side chat. So here's an observation.
Great Salt Lake. Either test in 1 miles, no curvature.
Right. So this man went to the Great Salt Lake in Utah and set up his camera at a point on the edge of the lake, 5 foot above the surface of the water, and viewed 21 miles across the surface of the water to another shoreline. Now, over that distance, the globe Earth predicts that there should be around about 250 feet of curvature drop from horizontal, from that camera's line of sight at the end of the 21 miles. So that everything below that point and below a horizon distance of 2.7 miles would begin to become obstructed from view. Would either that shoreline across the surface of that lake should not be visible.
I mean, the ground flat though. I mean, it could be like because there is like because it is a hill or something. I mean, there is a mountain, right? So it must be a slope from down to up. So in that case, that theory wouldn't work. That calculation wouldn't work on
It's just the
surface
of
which is
the
not
water.
flat.
It's just the surface of the water being tested. It's 21 miles of water.
That doesn't look like it's 21 miles, so. It looks very.
It's
It
21
looks.
miles. It's 21 miles. You
Looks
can
like
check the coordinates yourself.
You good to finish this up, DJ? I just got to mute up. This is your expertise. Anyway.
I'll see if I can. I'm just not on my computer. 1 second. I'll see if I can jump on for a second.
That's all right. I've posted the video link. I've posted the GIF. I've posted the Earth curve calculator details, and I've posted the snapshot from Google Earth with the yellow line from point to point, showing the distance.
thanks.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah, okay.
1 second, man. I'll just jump on my laptop quickly because I don't have anything on my phone.
By the way, you guys are more prepared than I am, so
Mic check.
Sound good, bro.
Cool. Yeah, so what's your contention with the observation? I mean, it is 21 miles. Okay, we can check that on Google Earth. I can post screenshots showing the coordinates and the distance. I think T-Dub already maybe posted that.
Google Earth.
Yeah, I'll post the screenshots for you. 1 second. Just give me a second. I just got to switch to a internet.
Great Salt Lake. Okay. Great Salt.
Okay. Right, so here's the coordinates of where the cameraman is standing. Just uploading to the chat now. Okay, so if you go to that exact coordinate location on Google Earth, you can stand right where he's standing, actually. Okay, and then you can use the distance marcation tool to work out the distance across to the other side of the lake. So I've already done that, so I can just post the screenshot, which will show you the same coordinates. Okay, so it's 21 miles, which is about 33 or 34 kilometers. Okay, so over this distance, you should have a certain amount of curvature. Okay, that amount is 293 feet. But we have a camera height of 5 foot. Okay, so from a camera height of 5 foot, the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. So here's a screenshot showing where the horizon should be. Okay, but in the
I mean, there is like
observation,
mountains other side, right? Seeing the
yeah,
mountains,
but
not
the observations are just done over water because on the surface, right, on the land, we have elevation changes, but we don't have elevation changes over the surface of water.
yeah, I get that, but we are seeing a mountain on the other
Yeah,
side.
yeah, that's not part of the
So
observation. The observation's testing for the curvature over the surface of the water, which is 21 miles, right? So it's 21 miles from shoreline to shoreline. That means the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet.
I googled your experiment and it says what they observed, they couldn't see the laser at the expected height.
Yeah, well, you do see a laser, and this isn't a laser test that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about an observation. You don't need to worry about the laser, even though they did do a laser test. I'm just talking about
The
the
laser test
observation.
failed, right? The laser
No,
test failed.
this is just an
Failed.
observation.
Yeah.
This is an observation.
Yeah, but we are
Okay.
observing a mountain, not
Yeah,
because there's a
the
mountain.
mountain's in the distance beyond the observation point, right? So we're observing 21 miles across the water. Over that 21 miles of water, if the Earth's a globe,
There's no
there should be
object on the other
200.
side. So
The
you have
object
to
on the
put
other
some
side.
objects. You have to put
No,
some
the
objects
object
on
on
the
the other
side.
side. The object on the
Say,
other side is the shoreline.
see
It's
that
the
object.
shoreline. It's the shoreline on the
The
other side,
shoreline
and
is
there.
because of the mountain, though. There's a
No, the
mountain.
shoreline. The shoreline's where the
But
water
you
meets
are
the.
saying, yeah,
The mountain has
yeah, but
nothing, bro. Listen, right? The mountain doesn't have anything to do
see
with
the
the
mountain.
observation. Who cares? Does it matter if it's a gorilla or a mountain
I
or a
mean,
building or a
you showed
fish?
me
What
a
does it
picture,
matter?
right?
It's not part of. It's not part of the observation.
But so you have
The
to be seeing something on the other side, right? You have to put some object, and
yeah, the
if you
shoreline.
can see it, where's the shoreline? I don't see it.
Okay, so let's continue. So you need to
The only
listen.
thing I see is a mountain.
Won't be a sec. Won't be a sec. Quickly. Okay, so let's have a look on the. Okay, so this is the target shoreline. Okay, have a look at this picture. Okay, so we have
Okay.
some objects here. So this is what it looks like where he's zooming the camera across to. So firstly we can see a big shoreline, and then we can see a big white tower on the shoreline. Okay,
That's
so it's a
big
big.
tower.
Yeah, it's a big
It's very
white
big.
smokestack. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So
Okay, so
supposed
let's have a look. Let's have a look at some screenshots now. Okay, so when he zooms across, we can see the whole tower. We don't see any of the tower obstructed, and in fact, we can see the shoreline on the other side. Okay, and then the observation was repeated again at nighttime. Okay, so this is what it looks nice and clear at nighttime as well, because we have the lights as a reference. Okay, so we can still see the whole tower during the day, during the night, and then it looks the same as it looks from close up. Okay, I'll post a couple more images. Okay, so this is a close-up of the tower and the shoreline. And this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction, but there should be a huge amount of obstruction.
that's true. I'm gonna give you on that.
Yeah, so we can
Obstructed, right?
repeat. Yeah, these have been recreated in different places, different distances. It's been done in different countries at different weather conditions, and we can always see much further. I do have to go because I'm watching a movie with my wife at the moment, so I just jumped on to go through that with you. But thanks for listening. And you know what I'll do? I'll post the video.
For your explanation, yeah. Thank you for
Yeah,
your
I'll post
explanation.
the video that this came from, right? Because if you want to have a look at it in high definition, and there's also a laser test that was done as well,
Yeah, but
which I
it
didn't
says the
present.
list.
So
Yeah.
there's that. If you want to
Okay.
look at it later. Anyway, have a good day. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Earth is Earth is a cube, not flat.
Can you prove it? Prove it.
Can you prove that the Earth is flat?
No. Can you said a cube. Can you prove the Earth is a cube?
A cube has flat sides, flat surfaces. So you just kind of wrecked yourself. Right, Arima?
Yes, do you see the trick?
Yeah. So why don't you just be honest and say what you really think? You think Earth is a sphere,
In
right?
regard, in regards of his subject,
Oh,
yo,
Please, how can I open the camera? It say no video promotion. Why? Are you sleeping? يا أخي أمكم يا شيخ. الله يلعن الرجال.
how sometimes
What was that? Sorry.
why the half of the Earth is at night, but the other half the same time have light, like day time.
I don't know about the percentage of illumination. That would be a bold claim to make.
You don't have an
Why is
explain to this?
why is some in darkness and some in light? Because the sun moves.
Yeah,
The sun moves.
that's but it shouldn't be that you know, it's really dark. How do you measure the Earth? Like if it's flat, how long it is? Is it?
We're not claiming a shape or size. We're just pointing out that the surface of water is flat. Therefore, it can't be a ball.
So you are saying the sun is rolling about rolling over the Earth.
Sorry, I'm a bit busy at the moment. That's what you observe. That's what everyone observes. Every day, unless there's clouds. Everybody observes the sun move from one side of the sky towards the other side of the sky. So yes. Yeah, there you go.
So from where did you get this information?
From my eyes. And your eyes. Everyone's eyes.
It's in perspective. How far
What?
is the sun from our planets?
I don't know, and we're not on a planet. Earth is not a planet. So when we're not saying that Earth is an object in outer space, in the solar system. So we're not
You are
saying that.
saying it is
Earth is
the contemporary.
that whole cosmology. That whole cosmology is incorrect. All right, the Earth is not an object in outer space. It's not going around the sun. All right, Earth is not a planet amongst other planets. All right, planets aren't what you think they are. So we're not saying that Earth is a disk in space, right? That's not what we think.
Are you an astronaut?
Yeah, I've got to mute up because I'm just a bit busy at the moment, so I can't really talk. Lats, you got a moment, or Alaskan Malamu?
I was
Or
literally gonna hop off. Damn, sorry.
that's all good.
Yeah,
What
I don't know
about
if he's there. Oh, perfect.
Level
He's here.
Linus?
Yeah, what
AG?
was it? Yeah. Yeah, what's your question?
Oh, if you could just take over the convo for
No,
now,
no,
it's
no,
because I'm gonna head out.
Let's your turn.
Oh, I was about to head out too. I literally just hopped on for a second.
I'm just hopping in here to see what's up with y'all. I hope all is well with everybody.
Hey man, hope you're doing good too, brother. But there's a Glober in here to talk to if you want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll mute up and let y'all continue. I can listen in and get caught up, I reckon. Well, dang. So who's the globe earther? Arima?
Hi.
Welcome. Hope all's well, man.
Man. In your own opinion, what do you think the benefits of Earth being flat instead of round shape?
It's kind of an appeal to practicality there already starting. But the Earth is treated as flat, stationary, and non-rotating for all practical purposes when it comes to flight dynamics. There's tons of documents out there that talk about that. Of course, they're discussing it in terms of simplification and math equations, so it certainly benefits flight. I wouldn't say that's proof of anything, though.
You don't have a map in your mind?
I actually do have a couple maps that I find to be my favorite, but I don't share them because maps are just cartoons of water and dirt, and we don't live on that. You
You
go
don't
outside though,
trust it.
and you look at the horizon, right? It presents itself as being horizontal. So that's the observation.
You are seeing the sun goes down, not rolling over.
No, it's more of like a sinking type optical phenomena, and I can show you videos and animated GIFs that demonstrate what I'm talking about. It's more like it goes off into the distance to a vanishing point beyond resolution, and you can no longer see it, which works fine with a sun that's much closer than 93 million miles away.
The ships. You see them sinking also.
Hello, everyone. Here, I'll show you something really quick. And 1 second, Elakeo. Welcome, though. And to answer your question, I'm going to show you an image of dolphins on the horizon. All right, there we go. I posted in the side chat. Do you think those dolphins are jumping over curvature? You see what I'm trying to show you here? I've got another one that goes with this. So it has to do with the horizon being optical. Clearly, this man isn't walking up from behind curvature. There's optical phenomenon going on there. Of course, there might be a little curve to the road, but you get what I'm saying. The distortion in his legs over there in the distance. So the whole ship's disappearing bottom up or whatever, that works fine on a flat Earth. It's optical, man. Here, I got another image related to that. This isn't a great example in my opinion, but it does show you the optical phenomenon. But I don't consider it equal to, because there's no gases involved. It's just a lens. But it does answer your question about the sun, I think.
But this look like issue with the camera.
All right, I just posted them. You see what I just posted in the side chat?
So in your own opinion, you think this proves something?
These are not proofs, in my opinion, but it's more like evidence. And this evidence right here conflicts with a lot of things that people claim. To prove what I'm saying, I could discuss things like the Rayleigh criterion and resolution and how your eye is much like a camera.
Can you explain to me why the surface is not lit like just a moment before the sun rises?
Light doesn't travel forever when it's passing through a medium. There's atmos involved. And there's no reason to
You
believe
get my
the
point,
sun
right?
is.
Get my
There's no
point.
reason. Real quick, let me finish this sentence. There's no reason to believe that the sun is 93 million miles away either.
Why would they want to keep it a secret, the shape of the Earth?
It's not a secret. Go outside, dude.
Yeah, who's keeping it a secret?
But why?
Not a secret. Nobody's keeping it a secret from you. Just go ahead and look for yourself.
Welcome to whoever just joined in. Aljara, welcome to the chat.
Thanks, my friend. Flat Earth.
Yeah, man.
My
Everyone's
English
a
is
flat earther. Most people
my,
just don't know it yet.
how is possible is Earth is flat?
Welcome to the floor. You're on the
Oh,
ground, and the lights in the sky that you see moving over your head are indeed moving over our heads.
What? So
Welcome
why
to the
why
floor.
would the the public or the powers that decide what the shape of the Earth is to the public? What do you think their goal would be to like wanting to
Make
maybe
money. They
lie?
make money off of you. They make money off of you.
NASA's wasted over $1 trillion.
Plus, it's a religious thing.
Yeah, the sun worshippers.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hello.
I hope all is well
my
with
friend,
you.
if the Earth is flat, why can the sun be seen from all places?
Because it's not 93 million miles away, and there's no reason to believe that it is. There's
It's white.
trying to say something there, Cash Ripper. We didn't quite hear that.
No, I'm not.
Speak
The
slow.
question.
My friend, speak slow. My English is very bad, 50-50. Speak slow.
Check
Okay?
the side chat.
So
There's
I
some
have a
animated
question.
clips for you that you could check out there. That way you can just see it.
Guys,
Go ahead, Arima.
why the moon is white? Why it is
called a month.
glowing?
24/7. It's the
Glowing.
room is called 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24/7. What is the moon? Silly.
Yeah, it's non sequitur, man.
Like for real, yeah. Why it is glowing?
Because it's a
Because
light
it's
in the
not
sky.
reflecting anything.
It is like stars. Think about it.
So he's trying to say, right, because you can see the moon reflection, right? Clearly. What does that mean? Because you
You
can
can
see the moon.
clearly see. You can clearly see the moon's reflection. What does that mean?
So he's saying that that means that the Earth is round or flat. I don't know, but he's trying to make a point, right? That because you can see the light coming off the moon at
Yeah,
night,
from the moon.
he's trying to say what, flat or round?
Nothing. Doesn't equal anything. Moon is in the sky. I don't know if you guys know this, but the moon is up in the sky and the Earth is below your feet. You guys might want to write that down.
No, my question is why it is glowing?
That's because it's the moon. The moon. That's why.
I already answered that question. I told you it's a light in the sky. You have never been there, nor have I, so it's not like we can tell you exactly why, but we see the same thing. The light in the sky isn't going to change
The
the
eclipse.
measurements of the ground, though. See, that's the key point here. Earth measures to be flat. So whatever's going on above it, it's happening above a flat Earth.
So do
Do you
you
mean the
believe there
eclipse?
is there a North Pole or there is no North Pole? Which one do y'all go with? Just curious. I mean, they're like, isn't the idea also that they could be hiding some land, like maybe some Antarctica
No, the
land?
idea has nothing to do with hiding anything. The Earth is flat and stationary, and it's measured that way. That's the idea because it's a fact. No ideas. It's not because people are hiding shit. It's a big conspiracy. Nothing like that, dude. Just flat and stationary and contained.
Is there a North Pole or?
I don't know. I haven't followed the compass. Have you?
Is there an Antarctica?
I don't know. You tell me. Have you been there?
I haven't been to Africa.
Okay, so why are you asking me about all these places?
I just wonder about.
I live in Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's real. I live there.
I wonder about just what's your understanding of the map. If you feel that if there's a a lie, if the lie that it's round
All
is a
maps are.
lie,
I
then
understand
maybe
that
they
all
lie about
maps
the
are
map,
flat.
right?
Yeah, I understand all maps are flat.
What's the goal, though?
The goal for what? This room? This room is to tell you that the Earth is flat and
Mm-hmm.
stationary and contained. And from there, you guys decide what to do with that information.
Okay, fair.
Only by working together can we succeed.
No one's been able to prove we live on a ball floating in a vacuum yet, so I'm not worried about it.
We should care, not.
Are you the mod or
Who?
whoever was speaking? Is this like your channel? Or are you the mod of this channel, or what?
There's a bunch of us that are the mods of this channel.
Yeah, how can we help you?
Nice to meet you.
Same to you, man. I hope all
Nice
is
to
well
meet
with
you.
you and yours. Feel free to ask any questions.
Except questions about shit in the sky that nobody can do anything about. That's weird.
Yeah. Preferably questions about the ground, about the Earth itself.
Really limits the questions when you can't let them talk about the sky, doesn't it?
Welcome to 24/7. flat Earth discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
You're trying to trigger people.
Yes, I am.
And bring all the crazies out when you tell them gravity is not a force. They actually think that you can move shit around with gravity, like a tractor beam on a spaceship can pull another one along like a tow truck.
I just like getting into the general relativity thing and telling folks what Einstein had to say about it.
He said that you can pull things in space like a tow truck.
Got to do some bending and warping first.
No, they just have to have mass, and then everything's attracted to everything else.
Yeah. That one globe we got left. Arima,
Yeah.
do you have any globe proof?
Oh.
Proof that the Earth is a globe. Proof of curvature. Do you have any?
I think it is just a counter argument. Like asking the same question to you.
You really don't have to prove it. Think about it. Somebody else made a claim. So you don't have to defend somebody else's claim, especially if it's something you've never seen.
Hmm. So, why do you think Earth is different? Like, it is different from sun and moon.
Those things in the sky aren't the Earth, and the Earth presents itself to be flat. Like the horizon is observably horizontal. When you go up, regardless of altitude, people have gone really, really high, and it seems to present itself the same way, regardless of altitude. But to me, it looks to me like everybody has only ever seen a flat Earth. I don't think anybody's seen curvature with their own eyes, dude. They got these wide
Share
lenses. They put those on there, and they'll send them up to
your
high altitudes.
can you share your most favorite map of this debate?
Cartography is just cartoons of Earth, man. You don't live on the map. I could send you hundreds of maps, and they're all different. That doesn't mean you live on any one of them.
But we have maps that makes like make you travel from country to another.
Yeah, check the side chat real quick.
No?
The animated one, that's an example of a fisheye lens or a wide angle lens. You see the distortion there? One or the other. Obviously, the Earth's not just sitting there shape shifting. The first one that's the image, both of those come from NASA. And I'm just trying to show you something that's peculiar about the mess that they show to people and say, this is Earth. That looks weird.
Yeah.
It's not the only one. There's tons of stuff out there like this.
Do you think these subjects is important? Like to talk about it?
You're here, aren't you? It was important enough for you to join this channel.
Yeah, I just need to see your point of view.
I collect worldviews as well.
Like I don't see it as important. So I need to ask, like, why do you find it's like important, interesting?
Do you consider the truth to be important?
The truth.
Do you consider truth to be important? Yes or no?
Yes, but how can you prove this is the truth? You won't know.
There are observations and measurements that you can do yourself if you want to.
We don't have the tools.
Why not?
We don't have space ships.
Why would you go away from something that you're trying to measure? Wouldn't going closer to the thing help you measure it more rather than getting further from it? And even if you did go further away, it wouldn't change anything because the Earth measures to be flat. Doesn't matter what you see when you're above it, it still measures flat. I promise you, what you would see is a flat horizon as you're up there. I could show you a animated picture. I've also got a video, the original, if you'd like to watch the full video, of them sending a rocket up like about 65 miles above the Earth. Yeah, I'll go ahead and post it.
Okay.
This is a V-2 rocket that they launched over White Sands, New Mexico. They took it from the Germans after all that Nazi stuff went down. Strapped a camera to it and launched it up. The freeze frame is the freeze frame that they chose to freeze it on. And when you listen to what is being said in the video, the narrator insists that that's the curvature of the Earth. Propaganda is fun. And don't worry about your English not being the best. You said it's like 50-50. Feel free to practice. That's why you're here, man. That's the whole
Yes,
purpose of the server, right? So the server itself's purpose is that. Feel free to come here at
yeah,
any time.
exactly.
Have the conversation, practice your English, and enjoy your time here, man.
Thanks.
There we go. I shared the full video. It's only about 3 minutes long if you want to watch it.
So, does the Nazis have an opinion about this?
I don't know. All I know is America took some rockets from them and then they strapped a camera to it, launched it up, and got some video. And Operation Paperclip brought over a couple of them here and there to work for the government and do their thing. Werner von Braun's one of the most famous ones. He worked with Disney. It gets weird, man.
Yeah, like to be honest, you can't get it's for sure. Like,
I'm just gonna gradually present random things that I found that I found to be really cool. So if you find them to be interesting, cool. If you don't, oh well. I don't want to overwhelm you with a bunch of stuff as though I'm speaking to somebody who English is their
it's all
language,
right.
and I
It's
don't
all
want
right.
you to misunderstand me or anything. I don't want to cause any
No,
confusion.
I'm perfectly fine.
I'm just not trying to, All right, cool then.
I understand every single word of you, but I am not used to practice such a spoken English, you know?
The replying part is difficult.
Like you have to get the idea, but in the other language,
Yeah.
like
Find the
building
right
the
word.
speech.
Yeah, you got to find the right words for the right idea.
Yeah,
I get it,
and
man.
put it in a sentence. Actually, it is the second time for me here, like in this hub. Last time I have practiced spoken speech is like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Months.
I just posted another video in the side chat that you might be interested in, and this has to do
How
with
long? How long is it?
This is more like an episode, so it'll be a little bit longer. You could save that for later,
Mhm.
but it's frames of reference.
Oh,
There are two professors here who are discussing things related to perspective, and they talk about Einstein a little bit and certain equations and things related to the speed of light. I think you'll find it to be really cool. It's educating. I like finding old public domain videos like this that are like they get straight to the point and they're still really interesting and useful. I just re-upload them onto my channel.
oh,
I don't really care about all the YouTube stuff. I mostly just upload it there, so it makes it easier to post them here. Not trying to advertise the channel or
is
anything.
this your channel?
Yeah, I mostly just re-upload stuff though. Old videos. I've actually got a bunch of space videos from NASA up there too. Welcome, Ahmed.
By the way, at what age you have converted to this ideology?
Converted. I wouldn't say that leaving a cult is conversion. And I wouldn't say that an observation of the horizon is an ideology.
So is it redemption?
Just leaving. It's like Exodus. You don't have to leave one cult and join another. Flat Earth isn't about that. It's really about objective reality, accepting it for what it is, and questioning everything, testing everything for yourself, holding fast to that which is true. You throw away lies you don't need, and overcoming cognitive dissonance so that you don't have bias interfering with your ability to actually discern what's going on. A lot of times, the biggest enemy one has is themselves.
So you don't see that Earth people are cults.
The biggest religion on earth is heliocentrism. Like there's a cult of the ball. And when I say that, I'm not trying to troll or joke. I'm not trying to pick on anybody. It is what it is historically. And there's different things connected to it too. But you get one of the ones is the cult of Pythagoras. I don't have a video on that one, but I could actually I do, but it's a cartoon. But I could share you other more relevant information related to it. But it's funny, I actually have a Disney video on Pythagoras.
Uh,
But it's like I said, a cartoon.
Mathmagix. Do you mean Mathmagix?
Yeah, that's the Disney. Yep, Mathmagix is the one where it's about.
Ah, Mathmagix.
Yeah, enjoy, man. Feel free to watch any of those. I have the comments disabled just to prevent bullcrap because it's only me on the account. I don't feel like keeping track of a ton of crap. And bots will end up posting nonsense too. I actually just deleted one of my songs off of there because I didn't like the lyrics. I fact checked myself and I found the lyrics to be inaccurate, so deleted the song completely.
Video?
Yeah. Oh, it had a music video too. Yeah, deleted that too. Don't need it. If it's wrong, it's got to go.
You have any other conspiracy projects?
I wouldn't consider this one. Like, to me, this isn't a
Let's
conspiracy.
say
The horizon's not.
let's say this isn't a conspiracy, but isn't being from the side, the other side, that's saying Earth is like ball shape.
I think a lot of it's
It's a
tradition.
conspiracy.
Most of it is actually tradition being passed down by folks who never questioned it. So they're not actually lying. They believe what they're saying is true. So it's more like they're deceived. And people deceive themselves. Nobody needs to be told a lie when folks lie to themselves every day.
Do you think the only Earth that is flat shape and the whole galaxy
Oh,
is
this is
something else?
this is the floor. This is the ground. And even on the Glober worldview, they say that Earth is as smooth as a cue ball. If you were to shrink it down to something you could put in your hand, or if you were a giant big enough to hold it, for their official claim, they say it is smoother than a cue ball. like from a pool table.
Only religious. Only religious.
The globe's a religious claim. The horizon's an observation, so it has nothing to do with religion. And if you look up the etymology of religion, it means to bind. From my perspective, religion is bondage. And I'm not saying that there's not a creator either. I'm just saying that religion is bondage. The truest form of
So
religion
the
wants to have some
creator,
kind of real. And another
creator
thing,
is the
never mind. Go ahead, speak, man. Carry on.
it's made Earth this way. I mean flat, like a
So
special place
try and
for
rephrase that.
humankind.
I can't really make out what you're saying. You can try and maybe rephrase it.
I mean,
That
so that's you think God made the Earth this way, the way you are seeing it.
no matter how it is, it was made to be that way.
Flat.
It certainly presents itself as such. And when we go to measure it, it certainly measures that way. That's why I wouldn't call it a belief. Your height wouldn't be a belief. You can measure that, right? And in the same way,
Yeah,
things
if
related to
it's
the earth.
flat, it's
Go ahead.
if it is flat, it is all the sand out.
I'd say you're talking about it would extend out, like it would go out like so far to a specific distance.
Oh, stand out as a plant.
Oh, stand up. Yeah, but it's still smoother than a cue ball, according to the official narrative. I can show you links to stuff related to it if you want me to. That's not my claim. And when I say that the Earth is flat, flat's not a shape. I'm telling you the properties of the horizon and what we observe, and then what happens when people go to test it by measuring it. I need to have some links ready so that I can share measurements of things, but a lot of stuff's on my computer, and I'm mostly just using my phone for everything, which is really lame.
Yeah, I may hear later.
Has anybody invited you to the home server? Because we have a flat Earth server that we go to. This is just a guest room we hang out in. I was saying if you check my name, check my profile, top of the list, there's a link there. I can go ahead and get you VC verified too. But you can use the search feature and look through everything in there. It's basically like an entire archive, a library of information. And that might save you the trouble of asking some of the questions that people have already asked and answered.
So, are you talking to me?
Yeah, man. If you just click my profile, it's on the top of the list, discord.gg/flat earth. And like I said, there's a big archive of information over there. So just go to the search button, ask any question you want, or type in whatever you want to look up. And I'm certain that you'll find something related to that there. And in order to be able to control your mic, you have to get VC verified. But since we've already had this conversation, it's pretty much the same. You see all the bots in here recording things, and how everybody's kind of speaking one at a time, being respectful. As far as I'm concerned, you're already verified. I can just give you the role. And as long as you do good, nobody's going to take it away from you.
Yeah, sure, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
Your monthly fees are due by the middle of the month. They're $39.59 a month, and you can probably just go ahead and send them directly to me.
Officer.
And that also comes with $10 million meteor insurance. So if a meteor hits your dwelling wherever you live, get $10 million.
Anyway, thank you for the conversation and good night.
And if you post in the VC verification or something, I'll check over there, and that way I can tag your name and give you that role.
Thanks.
Yep. Stay blessed. Have a good one. And good rest. We'll see you tomorrow or whenever you show up again.
Oh. Nice.
Professor Triangles, my house gets hit by meteor dust every single day.
You got proof of this?
I got micro holes in my roof. Too small to see with even a microscope.
Okay, so not enough to damage anything. Perfect. So it doesn't pay out.
After 1,000,000 years, it will destroy my roof.
In 1,000,000 years, come and find me, and then you can collect.
Just like the space suits on the moon lunar surface protected them from micrometeorites.
Don't question NASA's abilities to make things.
Yeah, I especially liked it when they left that retroreflector too close to the module so that the exhaust plumes would cover it in exhaust and dust.
Welcome.
I wonder if you went to an insurance company and asked for meteorite insurance, if they would give you any.
kind of like to underwrite meteorite insurance. It might be profitable.
Ooh, because it got quiet and boring, so folks decided to leave. Y'all stay blessed. Have a good one. Well, I'm gonna head out myself. Y'all stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. I'm having internet problems. I can't figure out why.
All right. Well, this is a flat Earth channel, not an ISP discussion. So you got something for flat Earth?
Or talk about
Yeah, you've been in before. You know what we say. There's no curve, so can't be a ball.
curveball.
That's what they claim. That's not what the Earth is telling us. You notice that? You experience a flat, motionless Earth.
I gave up first.
Yeah, your connection's broke. Can't hear you.
Why are you so serious?
Welcome. What brings you here?
Why does it matter?
Trying to start conversation. It's a reasonable question. You didn't just randomly plop in here. And I know you didn't grow here, Karen.
Yeah, question is why does it matter?
I've seen you around here before.
No, doesn't answer the question.
Either way, welcome.
Thanks.
Who will be the next globe contender?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Hey, hey.
Welcome. How's it going? Welcome.
How's it going, Viet?
Same stuff, different day. Doing better today than I was yesterday, so can't complain.
Ah, awesome. Awesome.
Yep. Hoping that somebody would join in and spark up a conversation, but they don't seem to have much to say. That carrot guy showed up, but I didn't really want to play his game with him, so whatever.
I've been sick for like a week. Just starting to feel better.
Good to hear it, man.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat?
It presents itself
Yes,
that
sir.
way.
Prove it.
It's an observation. The horizon presents itself to be horizontal, and the people who make a claim about some kind of curvature have to prove it, since the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. We observe the horizon to be horizontal. We don't observe curvature there. So if somebody makes a claim that there is curvature, it would be on them to prove it. But welcome to the server, or the room. Huh.
He's like, fuck this shit. Excuse my language. He's like, oh, hell no. I'm out of here.
I was actually hoping for like a follow-up question or something. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he could have said, well, what about eclipses then? Or anything.
Or he could have pointed to the title of the room and then asserted that that was a claim. But nope, just left. Whatever. To which I would have replied that flat's not a shape, and then he probably would have left after that anyway. Oh dang, where is everybody? Welcome. How's it going, man?
Hey mate, just working.
Same stuff, different day. Waiting for I guess the next customer to show up and start up the conversation. Talked to somebody earlier, and I try and take it easy on everybody here because a lot of folks English isn't their first language, so I'm not trying to like steamroll anybody. I think that last conversation was decent. It was pretty good. I did my best. But since then, it hasn't been much. Aside from that guy who just joined in earlier, asked like one question and left.
We'll just have to wait. Wait for the next customer.
Welcome, Morvis. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. I had to go get situated. Hopefully some folks join in between now and then.
Greetings.
What up?
And he's gone.
It's PD.
Yeah.
His rate, like, it keeps coming into the lobby in the home server to keep booting you.
Yeah. I want to put him on mute.
You got to be quick to catch him. Like if he reveals himself, don't warn him or anything. Just grab his ID or his name or whatever, and just do what you have to do. Because he'll leave the server, and you won't be able to do anything.
All right. Yeah, I took care of that too. Post the screenshot. Welcome. Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Dang, I reckon I'll just mute up for a while.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna check in later. See you later, man.
Yeah, man. See you around. Stay blessed. Watch out for zombies. Welcome.
Travis.
Hello.
Hey, man. So, you a flat earther?
I sure am. Yeah.
How do you explain Google Earth?
On a local scale, you can get to the store. It works to go down the street. And it's actually on the larger scale, it's a Mercator map, which is rolled up like a toilet paper roll. It's not a globe. It turns into a cartoon once you get, 3, 5, 7 miles up. After that, it's just a cartoon.
How do you know that?
You can go on it and start zooming out, and at a point a few miles above your house, it will start turning into CGI.
I'm going to go on there now and see what you mean. Okay. So I'm at my house, right? But isn't the whole thing CGI already?
Yeah, it's just a model. It's not reality. There's a part on Google Earth where you can go into the elevations profile, and it will give you, like, let's say you want to go from the tip of California to the Panama Canal. You can pull up, you can put the distance, it'll give you a side elevation profile, and it's just flat the entire way with various changes in elevation. There's no accounting for curvature whatsoever. Let me see if I can remember how to do that.
So if I look at Google Earth, right, there should be a curve all the way across Australia and across Africa.
I mean, obviously, that's not going to be an actual picture or video from a camera. It's going to be CGI. So if you distance out far enough to see that kind of curve.
Yeah. There are no cameras that can see curvature.
There's no cameras that can see curvature. What?
I got a short video that's only like 30 seconds long. It's of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Wait. I didn't
Hold on,
understand
man.
that
Hold on. I
clearly.
was talking, man. Excuse me.
Oh, I didn't understand the last thing they said, so I don't want to get
Okay,
confused.
just gonna talk right through me. What's the point of having a conversation? You're just gonna interrupt my.
I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. I didn't understand something. I was just trying to get clarification what the person meant by there's no pictures that captures curves. I didn't understand what that meant.
Yeah, what it means is in order to see enough of the horizon, you need a wide angle lens. Wide angle lenses do not capture curvature.
Wide angle lenses don't capture. Doesn't it just depend how far away you are?
That's the problem. The problem is
so
that
if
you
you're
would have to
further
be too far away.
What do you mean
Cameras
too far
cannot
away?
capture things that are infinite in the distance.
So if we got far enough away from the Earth, we should be able to take a picture of it and see that it's a ball.
And you won't see it's a ball. You'll just see a round object, but it won't be a ball.
Let me look it up. Photos. of the Earth from space. Oh, that real photos. There we go. Okay.
And spheres are the worst objects to photograph.
One thing I don't understand about flat Earth is that you can't prove the Earth is flat. So, and you can't. So that means because you can't prove the Earth is a globe, then you just assume it's flat.
It's measured flat.
You can't measure it though.
Why not?
How have you measured it?
So let's say you and your friend are at a 6 mile wide lake, okay? And your friend goes to the other side of this 6 mile wide lake. So you guys would be able to see each other directly across from each other, right? How much curve do you think there should be across that lake? Curving drop over the 6 mile distance.
6 mile. Let me check how much curve.
Just without looking it up, just think of past moments in your life
Don't
that you
know.
were
I haven't
at a
studied
lake
this.
looking across it.
How much curve should there be? 6 miles. So it should be around 24 feet or 7.32.
So that's almost the height of a 3-story building. That's measurable.
Yep.
So the reason why flat earthers exist is that we go to these 6 mile wide lakes and we look for that 3-story building's worth of curve, and we've never found it. Nobody's ever seen it or measured it. There's no evidence for it. It ends up measuring. When you measure zero curve, you get a measure of flat.
No one's ever been able to measure that.
No. I've spent quite a few years looking for that measurement. It's never been found. I would love nothing more than to find it and settle this debate once and for all. I would love to find that measurement. It just doesn't exist. You're going to find that every time somebody goes out, looks for it, tries to measure it, it just measures perfectly flat.
Only this guy I just put in chat did it in the 1st century. So he might be doing it wrong.
So let me ask you about Eratosthenes. Did you you know that the distance to the sun they assume to be infinite because of the parallel race? You can look that up to confirm that, or did you know that?
Okay, but I mean, he didn't have a spaceship, so I don't expect him to know that. But you
So
said it's
even
never
today,
been. You said it's never been done, but I mean, like surveyors and engineers do this like a lot.
no, they
I'm
don't.
looking
It
for
measures
examples.
flat when they get their measurements. But so Eratosthenes, do you know what he did exactly? Or are you just putting that name in there and that's it?
I just looked it up, and that was the name. It said that he did it
So
in the
explain
1st
it. What do
century.
you
Because
do?
you just told me that no one has ever got that
How
measurement
do you do
until
it?
that curve.
How do you do it?
I don't know. You just told me, made a statement that no one's ever
put
done it.
dumbass shit in there like, well, this guy did it. I don't know how. I don't know anything about it, but he
You
did.
made a
That's just
claim that
retarded.
no one's ever done something,
Nobody ever has.
and I just looked it up, and apparently that guy was doing it in the 1st century. And
Okay,
then
so
it
how
also
did he
says that
measure
surveyors
24
and
feet of
engineers
curve?
do it
How did he do
pretty
it?
often.
How did he do it?
How did he do it?
How
I
did
don't know how he did it.
Eratosthenes measure 24 feet of curve across a
Do you
6
want me to
mile
look
wide
it up
lake?
for you? Do you know?
Sure. I do
Okay,
know. I want to see if you can figure it out and tell me.
let's find out. Probably not the most efficient way of doing it, though.
You don't even know what he did, so how would you know if it was efficient or not?
Because I'm assuming that we've advanced on our mathematical skills since the first century.
So the best thing you've got is something from 2,000 years ago? That's it?
No, I just said. No, my point was you said no one's done it, and I said someone done
Nobody
it
ever has.
2,000 years ago. Should I get another example?
Yeah, find us measurements for 24 feet of curving drop across a 6-mile wide distance, and this debate will instantly end, and this channel will shut down if you can prove that. I linked a 4-minute video in the chat. Would you mind watching it and letting us know what you think about it? It's only 4 minutes.